Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm back. So basically, that's it. Oogenesis, spermatogenesis, guys. You don't have a lot to talk about here. However much those books you are reading, they are talking about a lot. You don't need to talk about anything too much. What is gametogenesis? What you need to know is what is gametogenesis. Gametogenesis is divided into two. That is spermatogenesis and oogenesis. That's what I mean here. The gametes, gamete, from the word gamete. When you say gametogenesis, which means gamete, from the word gametes. So these gametes, you either produce the sperms or you're producing the, the ovum. You understand? So you gametogenesis is divided into spermatogenesis and oogenesis. So when they say formation of gametes, that is gametogenesis. Formation of sperms, that is spermatogenesis. Formation of the ovum, that is oogenesis. That's it. That's it. Spermatogenesis in male, oogenesis in female. How do I know it is? You'll see at the end of the day, you have sperms. So that's spermatogenesis. You understand? Which hormone is responsible for this? Testosterone. You see, because we talked about it. That's why I say that. Please, you need to know about that. Which hormone is responsible for this? uh, Formation of the ovum, yes, but what hormone is responsible for this is the follicle stimulating hormone. You understand? It helps to to stimulate this. You understand? To stimulate the development of this small cell which has to undergo mitosis so that now this one cell will develop while the other three will undevelop or will remain small, which you call the polar bodies. So, okay, I'm going to explain to you how to write in an exam. So, when you talk about spermatogenesis, guys, yes, you talk about that under the influence of testosterone, the diploid cell in the seminiferous tube. In those tubes we talked about, yes, they undergo meiosis to form four haploid sperm cells. Simple. Don't write this spermatid, don't write this spermatozoa, spermatogonium. Don't talk about spermacide. We don't talk about nothing. You only talk about under the influence of testosterone, we give you a mark. The diploid cell, the cells with two N, these ones, give you a mark. They undergo meiosis. Mark to form haploid sperm cell. That's it. Don't stress. Don't waste time. Yes. Then when you go to, don't think about this. The only thing, if they bring this, they can ask you how many number of chromosomes which are here, what is here. If you see 2N, 2N, automatically that is mitosis. If you 2N and 1N, that is meiosis. Yes, this is mitosis. And then now, if this is 20, automatically also this is going to be 20, it's got 2N, 2N. And then if this is 20, this is 1N, then this is going to be 10. Even this one is going to be 10, it's going to be 10, it's going to be 10, it's going to be 10. That's it. So here, when they bring this diagram, they're just asking you how many chromosomes are there. And they might not tell you that that is a human cell. Yes, it could be something else. So don't think that always we're going to bring a human cell. Yes. And then here, structure of a sperm, we saw it. Yes. Ovum, under the influence of FSH, the diploid cells still undergo, this diploid cell undergo mitosis. This mitosis, yes, form numerous follicle. Only one cell will enlarge to form a mature cell. So meaning that only one cell will enlarge, you understand, to form one mature cell. So it survives. These ones, they degenerate. You understand? And the one which survives is the one which makes to be the ovum. So you say that under the influence of FSH, the diploid cell in the ovary undergoes mitosis. When it undergoes mitosis to form, what does it form? It forms numerous follicles. Cool. One cell inside the follicle enlarges. and undergoes meiosis now. Only one cell here will undergo meiosis. It will undergo meiosis 1, then undergo meiosis 2, and then now to produce only one. Yes, among the four, only one which is produced survives to form a haploid mature ovum. That's why you produce one kid per reproductive cycle. If you produce twins, either the sperm, one sperm fertilize the ovum into two equal parts. You understand? Then you have identical twins. That's why you can never find an identical twin which is a boy and a girl. Never. Why? Because it is one sperm cell, one ovum. You understand? Then these other ones, maybe you super ovulate. You produce too many ovum, over, meaning that you can produce more than that. That's when you can produce non-identical twins. That's what it means. So, guys, that's it. Don't waste the time stressing too much. That's it. Yeah, just this, nothing else. Yes. Uh-huh. So, that is clear. So, yeah, this is what I was talking about. The menstrual cycle. Here, I know that it's a problem to you. But if you see that this is a problem to you, find a way how you can get some few marks from there. If they bring a graph, get those marks. If they don't bring a graph, they bring something else, still get those marks. We either bring this or we bring this or we bring the graph. You understand? If they don't bring this, that, all these things, yes, it is very important, but you can look at the graph and then you are able to understand. You don't need to know all these things in all this in yes, read them, ne? Read them. Yes, but I'm trying to show you that when you know this graph, automatically you know this, you know this, and you know this. Let me show you. If you look at this graph, question they can ask you: did the fertilization take place? If you look at this graph, you have to just look at what shows that fertilization took place. Before we talk about the hormones now, before we talk about what is it, what does it produce, we have not talked about that. Did the fertilization take place? You have three things to look at. Did the fertilization take place in these graphs? Three things to look at. First of all, look at the structure of corpus luteum. That's why I say that you need to know how to label this. I told you that. You need to know how to label that. Look at the structure. If the structure of corpus luteum degenerates, automatically fertilization did not take place. Look at it here. This is Graphian follicle, and then after ovulation, it's corpus luteum. Does it have the same size? No, it degenerates. So fertilization did not take place. And if fertilization did not take place, if corpus luteum degenerates, automatically look at the level of this yellow part, the level of progesterone, because corpus luteum produce progesterone. Check, it drops. So the level of progesterone also drops. Okay, simple. That's done. What about, look here, the endometrium? Did it shrink? Did it bring about blood? Was menstruation accompanied? Yes. Automatically, you can't be fertilized. You can't be pregnant at the same time you are undergoing menstruation. If you see that blood is something else, it's not menstruation. Yes. So if you have such, if you're a lady, you are outside there, you are pregnant, you can't be pregnant two times. Even if it is in the morning, evening, lunch, supper, never. You will never. I'm telling you, you will never. So if you see that blood coming out, just know that it's something else. It could be an infection. Yes, just doctor or go to the pharmacist so that they can help you out. Ne? Don't sit there. We still want that baby, which is the baby who is inside there. Yes, all right. All right, we are saying that, did the fertilization take place? Think about it. No. Why? Check corpus luteum. Did it degenerate? Yes. Did it degenerate? Did not take. It took place. Look at the level of progesterone. Did it go down? Yes. No fertilization. Is it going down? Yes. No fertilization. Is it up? Is it still up like this? Yes. Fertilization took place. Check about the menstruation at the end, not at the beginning, at the end. Yes. If menstruation is not there, is the endometrium shrinking? Starting, it's like a sponge. Is it shrinking? Yes. If it shrinks, fertilization took place. If not, don't think about it. didn't take place. You understand? So that's how we try to label those questions. Now, another question they ask you: when did the ovulation take place? Ovulation in most cases takes place when you see that spike of a specific hormone spiking. Check this spike, that spike. That's when fertilization, that's when ovulation took place. You see, even there, the ovum is being released. Which hormone spikes out like that? It is luteinizing hormone, LH. When you say LH, we give you a mark. But it's better to write luteinizing hormone. But if it fails, guys, you are right LH. Yes, it fails, right? Capital L, capital H. We give you a mark. Yes, so it is day 14. Now, what is the function of this? Why is it on day 14? It causes this ovulation take place. You see? And also changes this empty Graafian follicle to corpus luteum. Once this thing has been released, so it changes this empty Graafian follicle, then it puts it to corpus luteum. I think I'm clear there. Eh? You are seeing how we can get marks from this without stressing that much. Because we're not going to ask you questions that describe the menstrual cycle. Those things were there before. Those are gone days. So basically, I'm not explaining the menstrual cycle, because if I'm supposed to explain the menstrual cycle, I'm supposed to explain very well. You understand? Yes. Please know the function. Know the hormone here. Check here. Check here. Check here. Check here. This hormone FSH works here. This hormone LH works here. This hormone works there. This hormone works there. So if it is before day 14, you cannot think about follicle-stimulating hormone. You cannot think about, if it is before day 14, you cannot talk about luteinizing hormone. You cannot talk about progesterone. It must be towards day 14 and after. If it is after day 14, you cannot talk about FSH and estrogen. You can't, because these things, they work before day 14. You see, you just have to know how to manipulate this, and then you are able to obtain that distinction. You understand? Yes. So that's it. The last part on reproduction, what you need to know about reproduction, so that I give you some questions. Yes, is copulation, that's sex. Different ways how organisms can do sex. Humans, I don't include you, because we're not, you're a disaster. What practice everything? Humans. All right, fertilization, you know that we talked about it. Process of fertilization, when they talk about the process of fertilization, you talk about the acrosome approaching, the sperm approaching the ovum, the acrosome fertilizing, releasing the enzymes digest the membrane of the ovum, the haploid nucleus of the sperm fuses with the haploid nucleus of the ovum to form a diploid zygote. Basically, that's what you need to talk about. Just look at, think about the sperm coming, sperm coming, sperm coming, sperm coming. Remember, I told you a moving sperm. Yeah, so you are swimming in the swimming pool. You are going, you are going. The ovum is here. Automatically, you won't start with the legs. You start with the head. Once the head comes into contact, think about a mango. Yes, you are going. You are the mango is coming. You are bringing the mango. Coming to the mango. When you reach the mango, what do? You just mango. You are nice. You open the mouth, so that now the acrosome breaks, so that the enzyme is released. That enzyme is released on the mango, on the what? On the ovum. You open the mouth so that you can bite. You understand? How they bite? You understand? Yes. So it's the same thing. When the sperm swims, it swims, it swims. When it reaches there, mm, when it reaches there, automatically, once it releases the enzymes, once the enzymes are released, automatically, what happens? It digests the membrane of ovum. The haplonucleus of the sperm will fuse the haplonucleus of the ovum to form a diploid zygote. That's fertilization. Guys, life science is easy. Right? Why is it easy? If it is difficult, you have to first love it. When you love it, it will love you too. Hmm. It will love you too. All right. So lastly, I'm talking about this. Make a mistake. Make a mistake, you go to the paper without knowing that. Make a what? Make a mistake. You go to the paper without knowing that. That will be a major or terrible mistake. So here, um, the sperm fertilizes the ovum. What does it form? It forms a zygote. We call this a zygote. The zygote, look, the zygote, this zygote will undergo what we call mitosis. You understand? When it undergoes mitosis, it forms, remember mitosis, one cell divides from two cells they divide from four cells. So it ended up forming a ball of cells. That ball of cells we call it morula. The morula undergo mitosis repeatedly to form a halo. It has a space. It has a space. It has a space inside. Form a hollow ball of cells, which called blastula. The blastula now forms finger-like outer layer, which called the chorion. Remember, I told you that the outermost membrane, embryonic membrane, is called the chorion. So we call it chorion. It forms the outer layer called the chorion. You understand? Forms what? The outer layer called what? Chorion. That chorion forms finger-like projection. This chorion forms finger-like projection. Yes, those finger-like projection, we call them chorionic villi. That's when maybe you start vomiting in the morning. Yeah, when you are pregnant. Yeah, yeah, you are feeling the pain. Why? They are in, yeah, they are entering you. Ne? Yeah, you know how they enter, ne? Unless you have never been pregnant. If you have ever, yeah, you know how it feel like. Yeah. So now those finger-like projection. You know, when you are writing these papers, you must start thinking about it if you have ever experienced it. Oh, yeah, finger-like projection. When they become there, then this part is the one which becomes the placenta. So how do we mark? After fertilization, this is the one N, one N. When they fertilize, you form the two N. Two N, it means that this zygote is two N. It undergoes mitosis. This is also two N to form a ball of cell. So when you are marking, this is what you are looking for. Let me clear up for you, and then you are able to understand what I'm saying. Let me clear up for you, and then you understand what I'm saying. So what I'm saying that after fertilization, a zygote, we give you a mark for that. A zygote undergoes mitosis, we give a mark to form a ball of cell. You saying a ball of cell, where is it? Ball of cell. This ball of cell, we give you another mark. Yes. And how do you call that ball of cell? Called morula. We give you another mark, which undergo mitosis to form a halo. This is where the halo, this space, we want to see it. Halo ball of cell. How do you call that halo ball of cell? Blastula. We give you another mark, which forms the chorion, the outer layer, which call the chorion. We give you another mark, which forms finger-like projection. Finger-like projection, which we call the chorionic villi. We give you another mark. What is the finger-like projection used for? It's used for implantation. We give you another mark. How many marks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So see, we only want maybe 4. Simple. Yeah, guys, né? Reproduction. That's it. The remaining part of reproduction is this one. Is this one. And this one, let me show you what to do here. That's it. And then you have your 41 marks. Let me show you. They ask you this question. Let me show you. Let me show you. Look at this diagram. Let me make it bigger so that you can see it clearly. Yes. They can ask you. You see now the sperm. This is the uterus. They come like this. This is a sperm. This is sperm. This is the ovum. No, 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 no. Yes. Let me show you. Let me show you. Wrong. That's a sperm. This is a sperm. Yes. But now this is a sperm. It moves. It moves there. It passes there. It moves, it finds. So this is the corpus luteum. The ovum has been released. The ovum will find with the sperm. So fertilization takes place there. Then now, this fertilization, now this one forms, starts to divide. So this is the zygote. Then now zygote forms two cells. Two cells. These two cells will undergo mitosis to form a ball of cells, which called the morula. Yes. So you still, I can maybe count the cells, but it can be a morula, and then this is a super morula. You can see, yeah, that's morula. Yeah, and then now the morula will under, see that now the blastula is formed, it formed, but it's starting to implant itself. You see, and then now implantation has taken place there. You see, yes. So basically, can ask you how many cells, number of chromosomes are here, is this is 1n, meaning that is 23. And then how many, how do you call this process, is fertilization. How many chromosomes are in here? It is 2n, which is a zygote, which is 2n, meaning that is 46. And then yes, how do you call this structure which is formed? So we just keep on manipulating questions so that we go off. But you guys, the way how I trust you now, yeah, you are able to get those marks. Guys, what is the function of the placenta? Nutrition. You can talk about all the processes you have in the body. Yes, you can talk about nutrition, that is feeding, protection, like the skin, gaseous exchange, that's breathing, excretion, that's when you're going to caca, and then sweating. Or the placenta does everything for the baby. Yeah, endocrine function, that is secretion of hormones. So placenta does everything. The only thing which you guys don't talk about and you're always forgetting is the function of the amniotic fluid. Function of amniotic fluid. You students were always forgetting and confusing this. The function of amniotic fluid is not against the mechanical, it's not providing nutrients, because you see it's a fluid, so you think that it is for nutrition. Shock absorber, prevent dehydration, temperature regulation, yeah, pH, you understand. So when you, a pregnant lady has maybe something which takes her, what, how is this lady going to be protected? It's going to be protected by this fluid. Remember, a fluid liquid is incompressible, so is able to be protected. Yes. So basically that is it. Let's go to our questions now, guys. Let's go to our questions. Last time we saw that one. Can I give you another one? Yes. So I'm gonna give you two, 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 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. 2 minutes to write for me there. We're gonna go through them, but we want to see those who have got it right. 2 minutes. Yeah. 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. Giving you 2 minutes. You still here? Guys, give me answers. Give me answers. I'm still I'm here. Give me answers. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. It's only kile oh bukhile. Uh-huh. Give me answers, guys. Give me answers. Right. Right. Let's start now. Let's start. Let's start. Let's start. Let's start. Let's start. It's nice to be you, ne? All right. Anyway, that guys, ne? The first one is saying the process of maintaining a constant environment. Process of maintaining a constant internal environment. Someone said what? Oh, guys, thank you very much for your answers. At least I see you guys. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Eh? Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it. So, the process of maintaining a constant internal environment is called homeostasis. That one is called homeostasis. Is there anyone who said that? Good. I'm seeing people say it. The organelles found in large quantities in the neck region of the sperm cell. You see, we talked about them. Yes, we say that those organelles are called mito, large quantities. We call them mitochondria. See, we say them here. Here. You see, say them here. Yes. Hmm. They're saying that, so that is done. They're saying that the disease characterized by the degeneration of the brain tissue leading to memory loss. Yes, someone said Alzheimer's disease, correct. So we're going to look at it. Yes, so this one is also covered. Layer of the eye that is richly supplied with blood vessels. That is choroid. Did someone say that? Yeah, someone said it. Thank you. The layer in the eye that is richly, okay, we've done that. The type of development in birds in which young ones are born fully developed, born prepared. So it must start with the word precocial. Did someone say that? Yeah, someone said it. Precocial. Then they're saying that the group of the cell in the pancreas that secrete insulin and glucagon. Isolates of Langhans. Someone said that? Yes, someone said it. You guys were good students. And you're gonna make it. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. They're saying the structure in the sperm cell that contain enzyme to dissolve the outer membrane of the ovum. The structure in the sperm cell the structure that contains, you understand? Yes, we said it here. We said it here that this structure, yes, it contains enzyme which digests the membrane of the ovum so that fertilization can take place. Correct, which is acrosome. People are giving me the correct answers. Acrosome. Yeah, I will teach you every day, I think. Hey, because I like people who are always participating. Yes. Then you're saying that a group of cells, we have done that. Structure of a sperm cell that contain enzyme, we've done that. Blood vessel that transport carbon dioxide from the fetus to the placenta. Blood vessel that transport carbon dioxide from the fetus to the placenta. Yes. When you are transporting carbon dioxide from the fetus to the placenta, away from the heart, if it is away, it is an artery. So it is going to become umbilical artery. Hey, did someone say that? Umbilical artery. McFerry. Yes, McFerry got it right. But please check about the spelling, ne? The word artery, ne? Yes, artery. It has an R at the beginning, between A and T, ne? Artery. All right, guys. Yeah. Now, these are terminologies. 10 of them, they will come. Make sure you pass them. Make sure you pass them. Because now I want to go to we are done with this. We are done with this. I want to go to these ones now. So that now we have our 95 plus 8. At least we have 100 and yeah, 5, 8, 103. Yes. At least there we know that we're a little bit safe. Yes. Guys, now this section, before I go to the next topic, what to focus on, this section, this is how we answer it. No, before I tell you what to do, can you answer for me 1 point? Can you answer for me this? I'm giving you 1 minute. 1 minute, then I will do with you that. 1 minute, please answer for me that. Answer. Yes, I'm not even going off. I'm waiting for answers. 1.3, one boss. Okay. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Uh Kio Kio Lebe Kio Lebuhile, ne? Yeah, thank you, members. That small contribution means a lot to us, ne? I'm seeing a lot of members here. Honsi is also a member. I see a lot of members here. Ne? Thank you very, very much, guys. Yeah, that small contribution makes our channel to grow and buy data so that we can streamline for you guys. Yeah, that is not too much, ne? Yeah, it's not too much. All right, guys. Ne? Yeah, I'm seeing answers coming. Mobile, Ngoma, Ngema, ne? Ngema, ne? Guys, sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrongly, ne? Yeah, all right. Guys, I've got what I wanted now. Let's go now. 1.1. Extra embryonic membrane found in amniotic egg. Extra embryonic membrane found in amniotic egg. Remember I told you about the membranes? Yes. So, this is the answer is both. The answer is what? Let me just write here. Oh, sorry. I thought I'm cleaning up candy. The answer is both A and B. That's the answer. If you wrote both, it's wrong. If you wrote A and B, it's wrong. We'll cross it. You understand? Because the instruction is saying write both A and B. Do you see how you lose marks? Yes, that's how you lose marks. Then you're saying that structure in the ear that absorbs excess pressure wave from the cochlea. The structure which absorbs excess pressure, yeah, they're saying pinna and then auto nerve. No, they're saying absorb. It's the round window, so it's not here. So the answer is none. You understand? Yes. Then they're saying that the structure that transports semen out of the body. So this one, now you see now any question which is related to reproduction, you are able to answer it. It's urethra. So the answer is B only. You see, if you wrote B, it's wrong. Yes, it must have the word only. You must have to follow the instructions. You understand? You have to follow the what? The instructions. A only, B only, both A and B, or none. If you change the style, we don't give you anything. You understand? We don't give you anything. Thank you very much, guys. I'm seeing the answers are flowing like water. Ne? Yes, they are flowing like what? Thank you very much, guys. This one process that produce for mature gamete in human from a single diploid cell. The process that produce for mature gametes. Yes, gametes. They are saying for mature. In this case, we are looking from a single diploid cell. Yes, both of them are producing the gametes, but only spermatogenesis. You see what I told you about the spermatogenesis? I said that it produces four sperm cells. Four sperm cells. You see, each one is only one, while this one produces four of them. This is what they are saying. Four of them. See? Yes. So that's what they are looking at. So the answer is B. B only. Yes. They're saying that defense mechanism that protect the plant against herbivore. We're gonna look at them, but they are saying defense mechanism. A defense mechanism that protect against herbivore. Both of them are defensive mechanisms. You understand? But herbivore, to eat them is basically you are talking about the thorns. Yes. So the answer is gonna be A only. The nerve that transmits impulse from retina, the nerve that transmits impulse from the retina to the brain is optic nerve. So the answer is A only. So basically, that is it. That's what you're supposed to look at. So yeah. Okay. Production. Let's do this one together. When you talk about what is A, you see now, we talked about it. What is A? A is how do you write it? Look at the first gland is called seminovesical. Check. So it's the first gland, meaning that A is seminovesical. The second gland is prostate gland. They talked about it. The last gland before you go out, it is Cowper's gland. See? Yeah. So basically, it's a Cowper's gland. This is prostate gland. This is seminovesical, and then this one is what? This one is the testis. So part A is seminovesical, hormone produced by B, testis, obviously. So automatically, the answer is going to be the answer is going to be the answer is going to be what? It's going to be testosterone. Explain one function of the fluid secreted by prostate gland. You see, function produced by the prostate function is to neutralize the acidic nature of the vagina. Yeah. So that is it. Then we go to to yes. Yeah, I'll talk about the other one when we reach there. So let's hunt 50 marks. Where to focus on? This one is simple. This one simple. Just get a paper, talk about what I'm going to talk about. Done. Don't need even to waste a lot of time. Yes. Let's go. Here in a human responsive environment, remember we say that the marks you're gonna find there is 54 marks. So if it is 54 marks, ne, 54 marks, guys, 54 marks is a lot. So basically here what you need to know is central nervous system, peripheral nervous system. What's the difference? The central nervous system is made up of the brain, is made up of the what? This brain and the spinal cord. While peripheral nervous system is made up of these other nerves which come from the brain and the spinal cord. That is it. Central nervous system, what is made up of? Peripheral nervous system, what is it made up of? Yes, brain, spinal cord. The peripheral nervous system, we talk about other spinal nerves. So that's the first thing. The second thing you need to know, how is the brain protected? The brain is protected by the cranium. How is the brain protected? It is protected by the cranium, by the meninges, and then by the cerebral spinal fluid. That's it. How is the brain protected? It's by the cranium, meninges, cerebral spinal fluid. How is the spinal cord protected? The spinal cord is protected by the cerebral spinal fluid and the vertebra. So it's cerebral spinal fluid. That's why it's called the cerebral, which is a part of the brain, and then spinal, which is a part of the spinal cord. Yes. There's a difference between the spinal cord and the spine. Because the spine is this thing you see. So it's better to call it the vertebra. Ne? Yes. So from there, you need to know about the brain. What do you need to know about the brain? Labeling. This one is simple. Just label the structure of the brain. The biggest part of the brain is cerebrum. We talked. Even I did this on study with me. Yes, you have the hypothalamus. It's simple. What does it do? At least you know two functions of each. Don't go to the paper without knowing two functions of each. Know two functions of each, please. Yes. So at least know two functions here, two functions here, two functions here, two functions here, two functions here. But what confuses students more is when sensation, because we know that this is cerebrum receives and interprets all the sensation. So now in this case, they don't say all sensation. They say they bring someone is seeing which part of the brain is uh, uh, responsible for that. You talk about seeing is a sensation. Sensation is controlled by cerebrum. You understand? Then number two, what students confuse, They can't differentiate between medulla oblongata, spinal cord, and the pons. Pons. This is a pons. We're no longer asking it. The second swelling is the medulla oblongata. Then just down is the spinal cord. So students don't differentiate between the spinal cord and the medulla oblongata. Remember the function of medulla oblongata. It transmits impulse between the spinal cord and the brain. So it means that it is almost the same area. You understand? Yes. So that is the medulla oblongata. So guys, you need to know the functions and the part, function and the part, function and the part on the brain. Know how the brain is protected. Don't go to the paper without knowing it. Don't say that the brain is protected by the skull. I think I forgot about that. The skull. Don't say the skull. Say protected by the cranium, because I explained that very well, that cranium is different from the skull. The brain box is what called the cranium, but the whole thing here is what called the skull. So how is the brain protected? Is protected by the cranium, not the skull. So some questions can ask you such questions. What is A? A is a spinal cord. B is medulla oblongata. C, E is cerebellum. D is cerebrum. E is corpus callosum. You don't have to know the functions of each. Corpus callosum allows communication between two hemispheres, and then joins the two hemispheres together. This one, you have to know them. You have to know them. Yeah, it receives and interprets all the sensation, and then it is a center for higher thought processes. It controls all voluntary actions. So you have to know them. You have not at them. Ne? You them. You understand? You cannot go without knowing the brain. How is it protected? And then number two. So that one is done. Peripheral nervous system, what you need to know mostly is the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous system. Whereby peripheral nervous system, sympathetic and parasympathetic, that's what called the autonomic nervous system, which called the fight or you flight. You either flight or you fight. This is also work together with the adrenaline. These two muscles, they work antagonistically. They work in opposite way. So basically, that's what you need to know. Not that much about this. Is it clear? Yes. What are some of the effects of adrenaline, or some of the effects of sympathetic nervous system? We usually ask you this more than this. So it's the same thing. Sympathetic, if you just think about the sympathetic, or the effect of adrenaline increases the heart. No, don't even waste time. Yeah, think about the lion comes. What do you do? Just a minute. Okay, you see a lion coming. Yeah, when the lion is coming, what do? You get scared. Are you sure it's a lion? Eh? You open the eyes, the pupil dilates, the heartbeat. How does it beat? It starts to beat fast. You see, if it beats fast, what does it mean? Oh, yeah, you see that those things you do in terms of emergence is what you explain. You understand? Vessels of the skin, they constrict, meaning that less blood flows there. How do you feel? You feel energetic. You want to fight. Ne? Yes. It means that now it's flowing through the, through the brain, and what is flowing through the brain, and what, and the flowing through the brain and the muscles, so that now more oxygen is taken to the brain and think very fast. How am I going to go out? So all those are the, so if you check here, heartbeat increase, the blood vessels of the skin constrict, increase in the blood pressure. You see, the relaxation, you end up even urinating yourself because the bladder, you don't know. Yes, the people dilates you. Yeah, someone was asking me a question. Why is it that a person who is in love with someone, the people dilate when you look into the eyes? They dilate, yes, because you are like in an emergency. Yes, you are like you are uncomfortable. Yes, so adrenaline is being released in the body. You understand? So those things you have to know them. You guys, ne? Yes. So basically, that is it. That's what you need to know about it. Then you need to know the structure of a neuron. This one, guys, you need to know them. Structure of a what? Of a neuron. This one. You need to know the structure of a neuron. The dendrite, the cell body, the axon, the myelin sheath. Please know, dendrite transmits impulse towards the cell body. Right now, done with the cell body, the part which transmits impulse away from the cell body, that's the axon. You understand? Yes. The part which speeds up the transmission of impulse, that's the myelin sheath. Yes, what we are talking about there. You see? Someone is saying, is parasympathetic voluntary action? No. Sympathetic and parasympathetic, those are involuntary actions. You do them without um, your own will. Yes, those are involuntary actions. So, myelin sheath, we saw that. Cell body, that's where the nucleus is found. So, basically, cells activities and then also inheritance. That's genetics. So, you cannot go to the paper without knowing two cells. That is the sensory neuron and, sorry, the motor neuron and the sensory neuron. This one you don't usually ask you. And what's the difference? Here, the cell body is along the neuron, the cell body is at the terminal. You see? So, you tell us the at least two differences between the two. Know how to draw A and B. Know how to draw that. Please don't go the paper without knowing how to draw that. Eh? Yes. So, three neurons, sensory neuron, interneuron, and then motor neuron. This and this, they belong to peripheral nervous system. This one belongs to central nervous system because it's inside the central, is a part of, an integral part of what? Central nervous system. Central nervous system. So basically, please don't go to the paper without knowing how to draw this structure and this structure. Make sure that you know how to differentiate the two. Reflex arc. You can leave the rest, but you can't leave the reflex arc. Don't make a mistake. Questions. I told you when I was even on study with me. Reflex arc. What is a reflex arc? Path traveled by the impulse during the reflex action. What is a reflex action? It's a rapid automatic response to the stimulus. Examples of reflex action: blinking of the eye, knee jerk, touching, withdraw of the hand from the hot object. These things you must be singing them. What is the function of the reflex action? Is to protect the body against further harm. Yes, maybe it can be harmed, but it protects the body from further harm or from danger. Yeah, because you blink the eye so that that thing which is coming is dangerous, and you do it without your will. That's why you say that it's a rapid, automatic, or it's a rapid, fast, involuntary action. You see, yes, you have to be able to answer that, and it's always negative. You cannot say that, oh, this hot thing is nice. No, you can't do that. When you touch the hot object, whether it's a baby or what, the answer negative. You withdraw. When you step on a sharp object, the answer is negative. Remove the leg. When the stone comes into your eyes, you can't say, oh no, the stone is coming. Yeah. No, 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 no. It's negative. So meaning that its essence is to protect your body from that danger which is coming. That's why we're saying that from further harm or from danger. Mm. So, guys, I think I'm clear there. So you need to know how to. Then what you need to know about the reflex action also. What will happen if the sensory neuron is damaged? The motor neuron is working. What will happen is if the motor neuron is damaged? The sensory neuron is working. What is the function of? So all those things. Organize a simple question here for you. Yes, here is the reflex arc. So you have to know how to label. This is the we talked about it last time. This is this it's a sensor because this is the receptor. So automatically, you guys don't forget about my handwriting. Leave alone um, rece- receptor. Yes, that's the receptor. And then now this is the sensory neuron, and then now it enters here when it comes like this. Yes, so this is the ventral root, the dorsal root G. Let me first clear it up. This is the dorsal root. It's the dorsal root. And then now this swelling is called a ganglion, dorsal ganglion. Then now you have here this one is the interneuron. Then you have the junction here and the junction here. Let me clean it up so that you're able to see. There's a junction where this neuron joins this and this neuron joins this. If you look at this book, you can see the junction here. Eh? Yeah, sometimes we call it the synaptic, yeah, the synaptic gap. Yeah, synaptic gap. In real science, we call it synaptic cleft. So, but here in your level, we call it synaptic gap. So it's to neuron. Its name is a synapse. So synaptic cleft is a part of a synapse. Ne? But now we call it that synaptic, that space. Yes, we call it, that's where the two neurons join. So we call it a what? A synapse. So that's a synapse. Also, that's a synapse. This is the ganglion I'm talking about because this the middle, the cell body is in the middle. So it means that this is a sensory neuron, and then this is the motor neuron. So basically, that is it. And then now you have to label this. So this is the connector neuron, and then this is the spinal cord. That is the synapse. You see, so you have to know how to label this, guys. Ne? Please don't go to the paper without knowing how to label. Then lastly, on this, you know what will happen? What will happen if sensory neuron is damaged, but the motor neuron is working? If the sensory is damaged, the person will not be able to feel because it is damaged, but you will be able to respond. And if the motor neuron is damaged, the person will not be able to feel. No, the person will be able to feel, but won't be able to respond. That's how you're supposed to the stimulus. That's how you're supposed to answer those questions. If the motor is the one which is damaged, you can't send the information to the muscles. You understand? So it means that you will be able to feel the pain, but you won't be able to respond. You understand? Muscle pull. Yes, you are feeling the pain, but you can't do the leg. And then your sensory is damaged, you won't be able to feel, but you'll be able to respond. I told you, removing a tooth, they inject you with the chemicals there. You are able to, when they ask you to that open the mouth, you're able to open the mouth, but when you are they are removing the tooth, you can't feel the pain. You see, so you are able to respond, but you are not feeling. That's what is happening. Label. So we have labeled them microscopic gap. You see, microscopic gap. This one, that's gap which you call the synapse. And then you need to know the function of the synapse. We say that allows impulse to move in one direction. That is the major function of the synapse. Number two, it prevents continuous stimulation of the organs or structures. Yes, because it keeps on stimulating. So explain one consequence if A is damaged. It's the same thing which we talked about. A is a sensory neuron. Why? Because you see it has a swelling here, so it's a sensory neuron. So it means that you will be able to respond, but you won't be able to feel because it is damaged. You can't feel. The impulse cannot move from here. So you'll be able to feel. You won't be able to feel, but you'll be able to respond. Give two examples of reflex action. We talked about it. Knee jerk, bring of the eye, withdraw of the hand from the hot object, all that. So please don't go to the paper without knowing this structure. Draw the labeled diagram of neuron B. You come out here and then you find out what is neuron B. You see, that is the motor neuron. So that's why I told you that, guys, don't go to the paper without knowing how to draw A and B. You see? Yes. Huh. Then that is the reflex arc. How do you explain the transmission? Yes, you explain transmission from here, the impulse enters here, you talk about how it moves. That is what is being written here. But as long as you know the other one, at least you know some marks. There is no way how you're gonna fail. The significance of the reflex action we talked about allows impulse, yes, to move very quickly and protect the possible danger. You understand? For injury. So we talked about it. I said this is a synapse, but know the function of the synapse. The junction, what is a synapse? Is the junction between, but the major function allow impulse to move in one direction and also prevent continuous stimulation of the neuron. So guys, I think I'm clear. You see even there, if you check the questions, you'll be able to understand. If they bring it like this, still you're able to answer it. Why? Because uh, this is the cell body. It's along the neuron. Definitely, this is the sensory neuron. And then this is the cell body is at the terminal. So it means that the impulse are moving in that direction. See? Yes. So that is Alzheimer's disease. We talked about them even in the terminologies. Alzheimer's disease, that's when you are always forgetting everything. And then multiple sclerosis, and then it means that your memory is being destroyed. While multiple sclerosis, the myelin sheath, this outside part of the is being damaged. You understand? So we talked about this, guys. I think that now you are getting it there. The eye. What are you supposed to focus on? Two things. If you want to get a distinction, you cannot go to the paper without knowing two things. I'm not going to go through them. Yes. Know the function of the part of the eye. Know the functions of the eye. Yes. If you don't have, there is a very a simple video, 70 minutes. Yes, watch it. I explained everything. Know the function of the eye. Then know pupillary mechanism and accommodation. This one. Accommodation. Accommodation, you cannot go to the paper without knowing accommodation. When you're memorizing, label, answer only one. If you know the nearby object is the opposite for far object, and you know that it's only nearby object if it is less than 6 meters. It is a far object more than 6 meters. You understand? So a nearby object, 6 meters. Far object, more than 6 meters. I think guys, you need to know that. Memorize one. How do I know it is about accommodation? When are they talking about accommodation? When they talk about the lens, please don't say pupillary mechanism. When they talk about the lens, the answer there is accommodation. When they talk about suspensory ligaments, when they talk about this thing, that is that is accommodation. When you are answering, you must answer based on suspensory ligament, ciliary muscles, lens. Other things, no. When they talk about iris, this other one now, when they talk about this, yeah, when they talk about this, yes, and discuss space, that space, then that's when you talk about pupillary mechanism. I think guys clear there, ne? Yes. You must talk about now pupillary mechanism. But if they talk about the lens, please, guys, that is, there's nothing I'm gonna change there. Ciliary muscles contract, suspensory ligament slacken. Guys, don't use relax. Use the word slacken. Slackens. It does slackens. It doesn't what? It doesn't relax. And then now, the tension on the lens decreases. It means that there was too much pressure on the lens, but now it decreases. Now the lens becomes big, and then the more light is reflected to the retina, or reflected more to the, then the clear image is focused onto the retina. So that's it. That's it. Yeah. Mm. So Near object, distant object. That one is simple. Pupillary mechanism is a simple thing. We have two muscles, two conditions. We have radial muscles, radial muscles, radial muscles, relax. Sacral muscles, contract. So radial, we have two muscles. We have the radial muscles, we have the sacral muscles. We have relax, we have contract. When when it is dim, you mix things up. When it's bright, you don't mix things up. So in a bright light, we don't mix them up. So R is gonna go with the R and the C is gonna go with the C. Radial muscles, relax. Sacral muscles, contract. When you look into the light like this or the sun, what do? Do you put those things the eyes open like this when you're looking to the sun? No, you close the eyes. When you close the eyes, what happens? It means that the pupil constrict. So in the bright light, the pupil constrict. See, now you know that. So radial muscles relax, sacral muscles contract. The pupil, the diameter of the pupil constrict. If you constrict the pupil, this light will enter the eye. That's it. Yes. So guys, that's it. Yeah. So guys, that's what you're supposed to know. So make sure that you know the dim light and the bright light. Is it clear? Yes. Then we go to defect. Eye defect. If you are short, you are able to see near object. If you are short sight, you are able to see near object. If you are far object, you are able to see far objects. You understand? Yes. So, but what causes? If you see the image is focused, check. If you are near, how do we bring these questions? We just bring a small scenario and we ask you 1 or 2 marks. So if you are short sight, it means that you are able to see objects which are near. If you are long, it means that you're able to see objects which are far. How do I know that this is short sight? What causes that? Eyeball too long. It means that the image is formed before because the eyeball is too long. You can't jump through the what? Just jumping the river. You can jump the small maybe stream, but the river is too big. So you will end up not making a full jump. Like to the other side of the bank. That's right. Yes. That's the same thing. So the image is focused. The eyeball is too long. The image is from before. And then how do we correct that? We have to make a diverging lens, which we call the concave lens. Then long sight, long sight, long sight. Long sight is you able to see near far object, but you won't be able to see near object. Make sure that um long sight you're able to see. What causes that? What causes that? It caused by the eyeball is too short. The eyeball is what? Is too short. If it's too short, it means that the image is focused onto the retina, behind the retina. You want to be able, the image is focused. So you have to bring it back. When you bring it back, you have to use a convexy, and so that when the light comes like this, it bends it. While here, the image is formed at where? Here. So it's too long. You understand? So it means that you have to put a diverging lens here so that when the light comes, it diverges it a bit so that now the image is focused here. So basically, that is it. Astigmatism uneven. This is very common in older people. And the treatment, contact lenses. Yes. Yes, you form multiple images. For example, you have a mirror, break it, you're gonna form very many images. That's what happens with astigmatism. Cataracts, the lens crystallizes. Yes. How do you treat it? Surgery. You go for surgery. Yes. So basically, those are the eye defects. They are simple, very common to they like cataracts more. They like cataracts, guys. Cataracts, they like cataracts. Make sure that at least you know you go when you know that. Here is some question you can practice. Make sure you practice them if you have time. Explain the effect of the person's if E is cut. Where is E? What happens if you cut the the optic nerve? Automatically, the impulse won't be sent to the retina. It's not retina, the brain. Part of the brain, cerebrum, because this is a sensation, meaning that impulse can't won't be able to, and then it means that you won't be able to see. Yes. Part D can be damaged very bright. Part D, which part D? Yes, the retina can be damaged by very bright light. Describe how part A helps to protect part D in a very bright light. You see, now you are explaining bright light. Remember, bright light, don't mix things up. So you're gonna go R with R, C with C. Yes. So it can do this. Yeah. So it contracts, and then now so that less light will enter the eye. Remember, the diameter of the pupil will constrict. You see, and then now less light will enter the eye. Less light. With LL, less light will enter the eye. So basically, that is it. In a condition called uh, presbyopia, lenses lose their elasticity and therefore maintain a constant flat shape. Explain how the condition would affect the person's vision. It's a constant flat shape. If it is a constant flat shape, it means that if it is like that, it won't be able to see. You'll be able to see a person maybe who is far and then you won't be able to see a person who is near. It means that it won't be able to adjust from far to near or near to far. You understand? So you explain. Suggest the shape it's not exactly which is coming because this is in the distinction material book, but you have to know how to apply these questions. Suggest the shape of the lens that may be prescribed a doctor to correct this disorder. So it means that now you are able to see objects which are far, but you won't be able to see objects which are near. So automatically you have what is happening. It means that you are long sight. And the long sight, we say that what you do, you put on the convex lens. So that's what they are trying to give you. And so when they bring the questions on the eye, people they tend to be too difficult, but no pure mechanism, no accommodation. Please don't know the functions of the eye sorted. Know the reflex arc. You understand? Know the reflex arc. Know the true structure of the neuron. Know the brain. Know how brain is protected. What is the function of the synapse? What is the reflex action? What is the reflex action? What is the examples of reflex action? Function of the synapse. You talk about what will happen if this is damaged. This is working. The neuron, the sensory neuron is damaged. The motor neuron is damaged. So simple thing. You'll be you'll be able to get distinction. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. Yes, I have less than 30 minutes to finish everything. I mean, here, simple. Label the part function. Label the part function. Hearing process. Hearing process. Label part A, give the function. Label part B, give the function. Label part C, give the function. Label part D, like that, until you reach to the brain. Label the part A, function. Label part B, like the way how it moves, like this. Hearing is done. Simple. Hmm. Hearing is done. Uh, the only thing which disturbs students here is balancing. Balancing is the problem with the students. Yeah. So balance is the problem here, but here, which organelle, which receptor are found in the cochlea, organ of Corti, which receptors are found in the semicircular canal is the maculae and the cristae. Those are the two organelles. Those are two receptors which are found in there. You understand? Yes. So the only problem where you find the questions which come here, let me okay, let me say it. Let me say it. You cannot go to the paper. Eh? Let me even zoom in. You cannot go to the paper without knowing these parts. The function of that, G, and the part, eh? These two windows, most especially the round window. You can't go to the paper without knowing that. You can't go to the paper without knowing this part. Yes. Most cause. What is it for? Amplification of sound. You can't go to the paper without knowing that. Yes, we like it. Oval window, round window is absorb the excess pressure or releases excess pressure from the inner. Even the question is asked there. Yes, was it? Was it? Yeah, it was asked. It was asked. Mm, yeah, it was asked. I don't remember where, but we talked about it. We talked about it. We talked about it. So this is also another question for the. Yeah, this is what I've described. Yes, yes. I don't remember where I saw it. Okay. Then they are saying that balance. When you talk about balance, is a simple thing. You need to know the stimulus. You need to know the receptor. You need to know the location. Speed and direction controlled by the crystal. Macula found in the ampulla. Position of the head is maculae, found in the circulus and auriculus. So what do you say? You say changing the speed and stimulates. Changing the speed and direction of the head stimulates the crystal found in the ampulla of the semicircle. Change in the position of the head stimulates the maculae found in the circulus and auriculus of the semicircular canal. The stimuli is converted into enough impulse which move along the auditory nerve to cerebellum for interpretation. Classic. We don't want a lot. Change in speed and direction of the head stimulates the crystal found in the ampulla of the semicircular canal, comma. Change in the position of the head stimulates the maculae found in the circulus and the auriculus of the semicircular canal, comma. The stimulus is converted into enough impulse which is sent along the which is sent to cerebrum for interpretation to restore balance. You understand? That's what you are looking for, nothing else. Yes. So the defects of the eye, of the ear, is also simple. How do you do these defects? Defects of the ear, yes, is middle ear infection. How do you treat it? Is excess fluid generated in the ear. How do you treat that? You treat that by using the grommets. Number two, because it's caused by the caused by the bacteria by application of antibiotics. Nothing else. Nothing magical there. That's it. Yes. Accumulation of wax is just by removal of it. Just remove it, the wax. Then you're able to hear again. If the cochlea is the one which is damaged, then you can use cochlear implant. You understand? If the what? The bones are the one which are solidified, you can use the hearing aids. So no big deal, no what, guys. You have to be flowing. You have to be flowing in the paper. There is no reason why you should not be flowing when it comes to the life science paper. You must be flowing. So, guys, if you check it, uh, it means that you are able to get those 54 marks. Don't forget the brain. How is it protected? The functional parts. Don't forget the structure of the neuron, and then don't forget the reflex arc, all the functional parts. What is a reflex action? What is a reflex arc? What is so you see? Don't forget the synapse, the function of the synapse, examples of reflex action. Don't forget the brain, sorry, the eye, the parts of the eye, and then now the mechanism. Memorize one. The mechanism, that is dim and bright light. Memorize bright light is the opposite for dim light. R with R, C with the C. That is bright light. The diameter of the pupil constrict, less light enters the eye. Then don't forget the accommodate, whereby near object and for object, near object when it is less than 6 meters. When it's far, it's more than meters. You understand? Yes, please don't forget that. Then when you come to the eye defects, short sight means you are able to see objects which are near. Long sight, you're able to see objects which are far. And then astigmatism, it means that you are seeing uneven. You are forming really like these old people. They're just seeing, they are just seeing an object moving, but by not recognize the face because of the multiple images which are formed, like your mirror when you break it. Then cataracts, it is as a result of the crystallization of the lens. You see the cloudy substance in there. The lens has become cloudy. How do you treat that? By using surgery. Then when you go to the ear, name the parts and function. Hearing process, you name the part and function in the chronological order, in their order. Hearing process is done. Then we go to balance. When you come to balance, you have two receptors. The first receptor is for position of the head, and then another receptor is change in speed and direction. So change in speed and direction stimulates the crystal found where in the ampulla of the semicircular canal. Change in the position of the head will stimulate the maculae found in the utriculus and the circulus of the semicircular canal. The stimuli is now converted into a nerve impulse which move along the auditory nerve to cerebellum for interpretation to restore balance. Balance is done. You go to what? To the defect, the middle ear infection. When we talk about the middle ear infection, what causes the middle ear infection is the bacteria, accumulation of fluid in the middle ear as a result of the bacterial infection. So how do you treat it? We treat bacteria with antibiotics. Simple. Number two, you insert the grommet so that it can drain that pus in the ear. That's it. Please don't forget the function of the rounding window, the station tube. Please don't forget about that. Don't forget about the oscars. Then when you continue, then you go, yes, the balance is done. So even that is done. So once you finish that, I'm telling you, perfect, perfect, guys. You'll be able to get a distinction. I'm telling you. Yes, I'm telling you. So when we come back to our thing, now we have 103 marks secured. Now we are going to this other part. So we are done with that. We are done with that. We are done with that. So now, how are we going? This one is, and then this one is big. This one is, but the reason why this is big basically is around 15 and something, maybe, and the maybe 17 something there. You understand? Yes. Why? Because these are two topics. Yes, two topics in one. So let's just highlight them and then we conclude it as a day. Endocrine, you need to know the glands and the function. Yes, you need to know what is endocrine system, what is the function. Yes, you need to know the gland and function. I'm not going to go through these ones, but you have to know the gland, the thyroid gland, the hypothalamus, gland function. Then now you need to know, here you have to memorize one, how the negative feedback mechanism work. Here, guys, I told you that what you do is you have mm, you have you have you have that. And then you have, if this is low, just a moment. If this is high, yeah. So no, 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 no. Okay, let me just draw it again here. If it goes up, this one must go down. This goes down, this must go up. So here you have two statements to talk. But here you have two statements to talk. Normal, normal level of whatever. So in this case, we can talk about anything here. We can talk about anything. Anything is fine. Okay, we have insulin here. Normal level of glucose in the blood. You see that? The first part is increased, the last part is decreased. Two things you need to put here. That's what I'm saying here. Two things you need to put here. All of them, they are like that. You need to know the gland. The gland, you have to talk about the gland, and then you need to know which hormone does it produce. Get there, the hormone you get there, you need to know the function of that hormone, and automatically now it will link to the cycle. So pancreas secrete insulin because I have too much glucose. I need to make it down. So insulin is pancreas is the gland, insulin is the hormone. So you go the mark. Now you tell us the function of insulin. Insulin stimulates the conversion of glucose to glycogen. Stimulates the conversion of glucose to glycogen. And then now what happens? The level of glucose goes decrease and then it goes back to normal. So the negative. Um, so guys, I think I'm clear there. You can't go to the paper without knowing that of carbon dioxide. Why? Because carbon dioxide is a little bit different. So what is, we don't want carbon dioxide in the body. So what do you do is when increase carbon dioxide level in the body, decrease the pH because carbon dioxide reacts with water to form that carbonic acid, that acid. So that acid is being detected by the receptors. So an impulse is sent to the medulla oblongata. Medulla oblongata will send the impulse to the heart. So now you start breathing too much. And then the depth of the breath is too much. You understand? And then now the heartbeat will have to pump too much so that it takes carbon dioxide, takes blood takes carbon dioxide from the muscles to the lungs and expelled, and oxygen is picked up from the lungs to the muscles so that more energy is being produced. And then now the level of carbon dioxide decreases and then it goes back to normal. So please don't go without knowing the negative feedback mechanism of the negative feedback mechanism of the I was saying that please don't go the paper without knowing the negative feedback mechanism of the of carbon dioxide. So what happens? The isotope of Langhans are not working. We call the condition is called diabetes mellitus. Don't say diabetes. Diabetes of what? Diabetes mellitus. Sugar diabetes. Is it clear? Yes. Called sugar diabetes. Uh-huh. So I think that is clear. So guys, that is it about that. That is it about that. Hmm. And then now, lastly, uh, lastly, lastly, uh, is about uh, uh, the what happens if you don't have enough sorry, you don't have enough iodine. Iodine, if you don't have enough iodine, you suffer from a condition called goiter. So yeah, meaning that if the thyroid gland is over secreting, so we call it we call it hyperthyroidism. Yes. And then if it is not, it's under secreting, then we call it hypothyroidism. Yes. So basically that is it, what you need to know about that. Lastly, you need to talk about thermoregulation. Thermoregulation, what are you supposed to know? You need to know what you call the sweat. You need to know what you call the sweat. So if you look at the skin, let me just go like this so that you are able to understand. Mhm. I have the sweat gland, then I have the and then I have the cardiac province. So basically, um, then I have, let me just draw this the other side so that there is something which I need you to understand. Yeah, this is sweat gland, this is sweat duct, this is sweat pore, and then what produced here is a sweat. So when the blood vessel is big like this and this one is small, it means that now the blood is flowing through near the skin. So it means that more heat is lost. So this is the hot day. And then now if it is passing here and then it goes back, it means that it's cold. So it won't even see those blood vessels up there. You understand? So this is cold, cold day. Understand? But while this one is hot, hot day. And then now the hot day, if it's like this, it's linked with the sweat. That's why here in the booklet you see that during hot day you have the sweat, you have you see the shunt is too small, so more blood is passing through the skin. You understand? Yes, it's passing through the what? Through the skin. And then it means that more sweat is produced. That's why you're able to see it here. And then it means that the sweat gland is becoming more active. During hot day, hypothalamus is stimulated, then it impulse the blood vessel. The blood vessels they dilate, they become wider. This is called vasodilation. And then more blood will flow to the skin, and then more heat is lost. You understand? Yes. If more heat is lost, it doesn't stop there. More blood is sent to the sweat gland. The sweat gland becomes more active. Then, if it becomes more active, then the sweat gland becomes more active and then it produces more sweat. And then it sweat, well, as it's going, it evaporates by cooling of that body. So, someone is asking me, sir, are you gonna do revision and live before the 17th? Okay, yeah, if you want to do the revision, I can do the revision, but it's just a revision. Yeah, I can just revise with you. If you have any challenge, you find it. Yeah, we will see how yeah, I'll organize for you guys, and then you see that maybe we can do that revision together. Yes, no problem. You can see depending on my schedule, but yeah, we will see if I'm able to to accommodate you guys in that regard. Yeah. So yeah, I will try to censor. So it's fine. I'll try to see that I do what I accommodate you. Yes. All right. So you're saying that um another thing now you have talked about that. No, so many questions. How, if look at this, how do I know that this is the this is the what? is you have A and B. Here you see the blood vessels are too small. It means that it's a cold day. And then here you have blood vessels are big. It means that it's a hot day. It means that more blood is flowing near the skin. Therefore, heat is being lost. You have even sweat. That sweat, it shows that, yeah, you guys were able to remove that as the sweat is going out, then the heat is being released from the what? From the body. So that is it. Just a moment. Yeah. So guys, someone is asking me, please, 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 do grade. Someone is asking me to say, please, 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 do grade 11. All right, I'll do grade 11, guys, but not today. Also, all right. Uh-huh. So we are saying that tropism. This is just small. So guys, that's what you're supposed to focus on. That. Don't forget to know the glands and the function. Know how the negative feedback mechanism work. When they say the negative feedback mechanism, keeping internal environment constant, then that's negative feedback. That is homeostasis. The mechanism of bringing this to back to normal, that's what we call the negative feedback mechanism. But the process of maintaining this constant environment constant, then that's what we call homeostasis. So homeostasis is brought about by the negative feedback mechanism. I think I'm clear there. So guys, now it means that we have these marks. But I know that yes, it could be challenging for you, but maybe I'll organize for you last eye. Last eye, I'll organize for you guys. Last eye, on the 17th, I'll come back and then let me check and see. 17th, yes, 17th is paper 1. Yes, it means that I will be able, yeah, it's a Friday. It's a Friday, yes. It's fine. I'll see how I can help you out, guys, so that you're able to score high. Then they're saying that one saying grade 11 program was also a program. Okay, grade 11. Your voice is being is hard. Your voice is hard, so we will organize grade 11. But be specific, which topic do you want me to talk about, and or you want a scope? Yeah, if you want a scope, you let me know, or if you want yes. All right. Lastly, guys, let's talk about how we get this remaining marks, the 90, the 13 marks. This one is simple. First of all, there is one question I've not talked about, and that is the question which is there in paper 1 and is also there in paper 2. We don't mess up with that question. You understand? We don't mess up with that question because it is there in paper 1 and also there in paper 2. We don't what? We do not mess up with that question. Let me just finish up this. So when you go to tropism, what do you need to look at? Tropism is simple. Know the 3 hormones: gibberellins, abscisic acid, and
auxins. Auxins are growth promoter. These ones are, they work very well in summer, while abscisic acid work very well in winter. So you just need to know that. Then number two, auxins are growth promoter. So you need to know how to apply them here. Please don't go to the paper without knowing this. The phototropism, the auxin effect on phototropism. Don't go to the paper without knowing the auxin in geotropism. You see, either that or that. Lastly, you need to know that this how does this one affect? This is just one mark. How does it affect? It prevents the effect of geotropism, because he has to rotate, keeps on rotating, meaning that the light, if light is coming from this side, that light is exposed, so it keeps on rotating and rotating, and if it rotates, it means that each side at the end of the day will have the same amount of light. Yes, that's the what you need to know. If they bring the first layer, this is, you write the word ID, which means X and Y. This must go on the X-axis, this must go on the Y-axis. So basically this is independent variable, this is dependent variable. So when you are drawing, it means that the years are supposed to go here. 2014, 2015, because this is ID, meaning independent variable, dependent variable. Dependent variable go on X-axis, dependent variable go on Y-axis. I think I'm clear there.
Then you need to know what is if they give you a question, what are you supposed to look at? Basically, you have to look at um, independent variable. Sometimes you have to look at what is given here. You say that this is the effect of sunlight on. You see the effect of sunlight on growth. So it means that sunlight becomes the effect, becomes the independent, and the growth becomes the what? The dependent. So growth will be depending on amount of sunlight being received. Then how do we calculate percentage increase? Percentage increase is calculated by final minus initial over initial. Please don't go there without knowing it. Yes, it equals to percentage increase. Then how do we calculate the bar graph? The bar graph is supposed to be having equal bars. The bars are supposed to be the same size. You understand? They're supposed to be the same size. Supposed to be the same size. So if you make the bars different sizes, then automatically you lose. We're going to be looking at this paper, the final paper for 2023 life science. Let's start with the first question, that is section A. So you have to download that paper from Thundereduc.com. Yes, if you want it, yes, you can find it on Thundereduc.com. Yes. All right, the first question, I always advise students that you cannot go to the paper and you leave objective unanswered. Even if you don't know the objective, at least try to guess, and then you never know, your guessing could be correct, and then you get marks concerning about that objective. So you cannot leave it because you don't know it and then you leave it unanswered. So you must always try your best so that you can get a mark, at least those 2 marks for that question. So let's start with the first question. It's about diabetes. They're saying that Diabetes mellitus, as I usually tell you that from our distinction material, that when you talk about diabetes, you have to talk about mellitus. Don't just say diabetes. Diabetes mellitus or diabetes insipidus. Diabetes of sugar and diabetes of water. So this is diabetes of sugar. So is caused by, number one, they are saying that over secretion of glucagon. No, under secretion of glucagon. Then over secretion of insulin, and then under secretion of insulin. Yes, the best answer is the under secretion of insulin, because this diabetes is what you usually call sugar diabetes, meaning that the excess glucose cannot be converted to glycogen by the liver. Yes, so it means that you have too much sugar in the body, and then you end up suffering from this condition called diabetes mellitus. So the answer is D. So you expected to have 2 marks there. Then let's go to the second question, saying that receptors that are stimulated by the low water level in the blood are located in the where do we find these receptors which is stimulated as a result of low level of water in the blood or in the body? So which receptors are those? We call them, because we are talking about water, so it means that is osmo. So it means that those receptors are called osmoreceptors. Yes, sometimes we call it they are found in the thirst centers in the hypothalamus. So in this case, the answer is going to be B, hypothalamus. Don't forget that it is hypothalamus which determine which produce ADH. Yes, so this receptor are found in the hypothalamus. 2 marks there. They're saying that myelin sheath on a neuron or on the nerve cell, what's the function? Provide electrical insulation. Yes. Transport impulse towards the cell body. That is a dendrite. Receives impulse from the axon. That is the effector. Converts converts stimuli into a nerve impulse, and that is a receptor. So this is a receptor. Basically, this is a receptor, this is a effector, and then transport impulse towards the cell body. This is the dendrite. So the answer becomes A. So expect that to be A. Sorry for that. And then we are saying that so the answer is M. They're saying that the structure where sperms are temporarily stored in the testes, the structure where the sperms are temporarily stored is the, how do you call that structure? Yes, definitely, yes, is found in the testes, but not all the parts of the testes will store the sperms. Hence, we will not take testes. Epididymis, that's where when sperms are being produced in the seminiferous tubes, yes, they are not yet mature to full capacity. So what does it do? These sperms, they go to the epididymis and they stay there for a short period of time so that they can mature fully, and then they can be used for fertilization. So the answer becomes B. D, this is the vas deferens. The vas deferens is just a tube which transports sperms from epididymis to ejaculatory ducts, penis. Obviously, everyone knows the penis, even if we don't explain it. Yes. Then we go to the next question. The next question is talking about which one of the following is a function of amniotic fluid. What's the function? Many students, I've seen that many students talk about amniotic fluid. They relate it to nutrition because it is a fluid. You expect it to be nourishing the fetus. No. amniotic fluid is not related to nutrition. That's why even here on the objective, the first answer they gave is provide nutrition, so that it attracts the attention of the people who don't know the actual answer of the amniotic fluid. Therefore, in this case, the answer is going to be, it's not going to be nutrition, so this one is out. Yes. Then protects the fetus against mechanical injury. This is correct. Let's see if there is a more correct answer. Supplies oxygen to the fetus. No. And then removes metabolic wastes from the fetus. No, that's not a function of amniotic fluid. So the actual answer is going to be B. So there you get 2 marks. I hope yes. So let's go to the next question, the brain. Yeah, they're talking about the brain here. Brain is simple. I always tell my students that before you answer any question, you see this 2023 final paper. Yes, I expected everyone to get all the marks. Yes, to get all these marks. Yes, but you know, as a paper, as a past paper is always easy, but a paper where you go and sit, it is always difficult. But you can see it here as an easy paper, but when they tell you to sit on in exam room, and then we give you when you don't know, it becomes difficult for you. But as long as you prepare, this passing is a little bit simple. Yes, is a little bit what? Simple, as long as you read. Make sure that you remember what you have read by repeating and repeating and repeating what you have read. All right, number 1. What is number 1? Is corpus callosum. Number 2. Number 1 is corpus callosum. Number 2 is cerebrum. Number 3 is cerebellum. Number 4 is the medulla oblongata. Don't forget that. I always tell my students that this first swelling is not medulla oblongata. It's called a pons, but you don't usually ask it. The second swelling is what called a medulla oblongata. You must always know the functions of each. All right. Which one of the following represents corpus callosum? Yeah, obviously we have said that 1 represents corpus callosum. So A is going to be the most correct answer in that regard. Then they are saying that the 1.7 is saying which one of the following is a function of part 3. Part 3 is what? Yes, we have seen that part 3 is the cerebellum. Yes, cerebellum is responsible for coordination of voluntary movement. There is a confusion. I always tell my students that don't confuse coordination and control. It does not control voluntary movements. It coordinates voluntary movements. Yes. All right, let's go to the objectives. They said control voluntary movement. No. Doesn't control. You see, they always give you a confusing answer as A. So make sure that you don't rush when you're answering such questions. So it coordinates voluntary movement. So the answer becomes C. So that is the most correct answer. Controls voluntary involuntary actions. That's not the function of cerebellum. That's the function of medulla oblongata. Controls all sensation. Receives and interprets all sensations is done by number 2. So the actual answer here becomes C. Coordinates all voluntary movements. Placenta is formed by. There is a video which I created, and it was showing you the animation of the placenta and how does it form. So here is number 1. They are saying that amniotic fluid and amnion. Amniotic fluid, no. Chorionic villi and endometrium. Yes, it could be the answer, but let's see if we have the most correct answer. Always read all the objectives and find out the most correct answer. They're saying that amnion, no. The moment there is amnion, no. Amniotic fluid and the no. Don't forget that during the last stage of the development of the zygote until implantation, we say that it forms a ball of hollow ball of cells, which we call the blastula or blastocyte. So this blastula forms the outer layer, which we call the chorionic, which we call the chorion. The chorion forms finger-like projection called the chorionic villi, which are used for implantation. And implantation occurs on the walls of the endometrium, or the inner lining of the uterus, which we call the endometrium. Hence, endometrium and the chorionic villi becomes the part of this, forms what you call a placenta. Hence, B becomes the most correct answer. So, let's go to the next question. Oversecretion of hormone produced by thyroid gland may result in a person oversecretion of a hormone produced by the thyroid gland. Which hormone is that? First ask yourself, which hormone is that? Thyroid gland obviously cannot produce luteinizing hormone. Definitely is going to produce thyroxine. Thyroid gland, thyroxine. Thyroid gland, thyroxine. So you have to know that. Yes. So meaning that they're asking the effect of thyroxine when it is over secreted. Don't forget that you have what you call under secretion and over secretion. So in this case is over secretion. I stated it in my book for distinction material very, very, very well. And actually the way they brought it here is exactly how I try to explain it. I'll show you. Let's first find out the answer. Gaining weight because of increase in the metabolic reaction. No. If there is increase in the metabolic reaction, we expect to have low weight. Don't forget that thyroxine is related to metabolic rate. High production of thyroxine, you expect to have a high metabolic rate. And if you have high metabolic rate, it means that the food is being broken down very, very, very fast. Meaning that you might not have food to be stored and then have this gaining. So in actual sense, it looks to be oversecretion of thyroxine will lead a result in a person. So we have said that here is going to be weight loss. Weight loss because of increase in the metabolic rate. So we said that I'm going to show you on our distinction material book. There you'll find it in the at the end. Yes, you'll find it here. Yes. Thyroxine is here. Yes, disorder which we call the hyperthyroidism. So here is the question, the answer of the question. They are saying that overactive of the thyroid gland occurs when the thyroid gland produces too much of the hormone thyroxine. Hyperthyroidism can accelerate the body's metabolism, meaning that metabolic rate is going to increase, causing weight loss. You see, and rapid or irregular heartbeat. Yes, this is what they are saying on this question, that oversecretion of this hormone will, which is produced by the thyroid gland, which we have said that is thyroxine. So it's going to cause weight loss because of the increased metabolic rate. That's what I tried to wrote here. That's where they got that question from. Yes. So I think I'm clear there. Let's go to the next question. they're saying the table below shows the average testosterone level of male of different age groups. Which one of the following is an explanation for difference in testosterone level between the age groups? Yeah, if you look at this, you'll find out that this is as a result of low level of testosterone. And what will make the low level of testosterone is either the person is still young, still low in age, meaning that not yet that age, and then number two, the person maybe is having some infections. All right, let's look at this. Testosterone level are high in which one of the following is an explanation for difference in testosterone level between the age groups? 0 to 10 is 5, 10 to 5, 11 to 15 is 15, and then 16 to 20 is 19. So here they are saying group 1 and group 3 due to group 1 and group 3 due to start of puberty. No. Group 1 and group 3 due to start of puberty. Okay. Let's look at it. And then they are saying that group 1 than group 3. Does level of testosterone too much in group 1 than group 3? Check here. No. So this is out. Group 2, yes, than group 1. Yes, group 2 than group 1 due to the start of puberty. This one is correct, but we need to first find out if there is the most correct answer. Group 3 than group 1 because it needs to be inhibited. No. Group 1 than group 2 because it needs to inhibit. No. So basically the answer becomes 2. Why? Because group 2 is more than group 1 because group 2 has started is just entering the puberty stage. Therefore, the sperms are supposed to be produced in large amounts. Then let's go to the second question, whereby everyone must get all these questions. All these questions must be got right. Okay, number 1. The first question, they are saying that the process of maintaining a constant internal environment. How do you call that? We call it homeostasis. That's number 1. Got. They say organelle found in large quantities in the neck region of the sperm. How do you call those organelles? How do you call mitochondria? Yes, they're saying organelles. Yes, not organelle. They're saying disease characterized by degeneration of the brain tissue leading to memory loss. We call it degeneration of the myelin sheath is called multiple sclerosis. But now here they're saying degeneration of the brain tissue leading to memory loss. Hence it is Alzheimer's disease. The layer in the eye that is richly supplied with blood vessels. How do you call that layer? If you look at it, is even dark in color, black when we are drawing it in most cases. We call it choroid, choroid. Yes, they're saying that the type of development in birds in which the young one is born fully developed and able to move, meaning that born prepared. Pre means prepared. Precocial. Yes, precocial. Then they are saying that the structure in the sperm that contains enzymes to dissolve the outer layer of the ovum. How do you call that structure which contains the enzyme? Acrosome. And then I'm saying the blood vessel that transports blood, which is deoxygenated, meaning that high level of carbon dioxide from the fetus. From the moment they say from the fetus, where the heart is, remember, heart is, to the placenta, meaning that away from the heart. Any blood vessel which transports blood away from the heart is called artery. Artery. But because we are talking about the fetus, meaning that it's going to be umbilical, so it becomes umbilical. Yes, umbilical artery. You see? Yeah, simple. So you have got all those marks without even wasting a lot of time. Then let's go to the next question. A only, B only, A and B, or none? A only, B only, A and B, both A and B, or none? None. So you guys, if you don't write it the way they told you here, yes, the way they told you here, then you are just making your answers to be not correct, and is supposed to be debated about. So always do the way the instruction is telling you to do. All right, let's start. An extra embryonic membrane found in amniotic fluid. Amniotic egg, not amniotic fluid, sorry. How do we call that? Let me know if you have a question. You prepare now you know that paper 1 did not come out the way I expected it. So what should I do with the paper 2? I have to prepare more and more. Yes. So when you sit there in your rooms and then you relax, you think that you still have today and tomorrow. I'll read tomorrow. So when you watch this video, it will tell you that no, I'm supposed to read more. I'm supposed to read more. 2023 must be my year. 2023 must be my year. So, watch it. Know your mistake. After that, go back and read paper 2. Be prepared for paper 2. I know that you will make it. Watch the videos on Thundereduc. You will never go astray. You will never. You will get a distinction. All right, let's continue. It's saying that. So here the answer is both A and B. Is both A and B. So a structure in the ear that absorbs excess pressure. As I'm always teaching you that they like this structure. I don't know why. Why do they like this structure which absorbs excess pressure from the inner ear? And then we say that that structure, it absorbs excess pressure from the inner ear, is called round window. It's not here. So it means that none. Then we go to the structure that transports semen out of the body. Out of the body is a penis. Yeah, that's where those semens are passing. But there is a tube inside the penis which we call urethra. So the answer becomes B only. Yes. Let's go to the next question. I remember I'd gone somewhere for specific research, and then I found the students. I want, whenever I go to any school or what, I want to be in the class. Why? Because teaching is nice. Teaching is nice. When you see that you are changing people's life, it's nice. Yeah, people's life can be changed because of you. Yes. So now I told them this, exactly this. I don't know whether those people have got it right. I hope. All right, let's go. Nervous system. Is either nervous system is either central. If it's not central, is peripheral. Meaning that A is the peripheral nervous system. Yes. So nervous system, the central nervous system is divided into two, either brain or spinal cord. Meaning that B is the spinal cord. Yes. The peripheral nervous system is either made up of cranial nerves or spinal nerves. Spinal nerves. So meaning that is spinal nerves. The spinal nerves, yes. These two, they form what you call autonomic nervous system. autonomic nervous system. Autonomic nervous system divides into two, either sympathetic nervous system or parasympathetic nervous system. So now it's covered. Let's go to the questions and find out. All right, let's continue and find out. They're saying that identify the components of the nervous system represented above. A, we have said it. A is the peripheral nervous system. Done. And then they're saying that D, B, what is B? Where is B? B is the spinal cord. Done. Got it there, right. Name the type of nerve found in C. C, where is C now? Is, remember, is not the nerves which come from the brain or the nerves which come from the spinal cord. That's why you call it spinal nerves. Cool. Done. Give the letter and the name of the component that slows down the heart rate when the emergent situation has passed. Meaning that sympathetic nervous system rises the situation, parasympathetic reduces the situation. I've been talking about this in the distinction material. Let me show you. Let me show you from the distinction material. Yes, even in paper 2, use this distinction material. There is no way you can fail this. This is nothing. This is nothing when it comes to our distinction material book. Let me show you. This is let me show you this. Yeah, it's here. It's not around here. Yes. Is here. Sympathetic nervous system, yes, is responsible for flight or you either fight or flight function. They're saying that the nervous system restores. Check. This one brings the situation to emergence, while yes, this one restores it down when the situation is gone. Restores the body to normal state after the emergent situation. What are they saying here? Let's see. What are they saying there? They're saying that give the name of the component that slows down the heart rate when the emergent situation is passed. That's what they are looking for. Yes. So now I come here and they say parasympathetic nervous system. So the answer is E, and then name is the parasympathetic nervous system. So this, what I'm explaining here is here. Let me show you. This diagram, that diagram is here. Is there. Simple. That's what they're asking. They brought this diagram exactly how you check. Yes, nervous system. Yeah, nervous system, central nervous system. Check. Central nervous system, brain, spinal cord. Brain, spinal cord. Peripheral nervous system. Yeah, where you have the autonomic nervous system and the somatic. Yes, and then now autonomic nervous system is divided. Everything is there. So there is no way how you can fail when you are using this distinction material. Download it from the link below. You will be able to get the distinction material book. All right, let's continue. They're saying that name the neuron, name the nerve cell that is made up of the nerve tissue. How do you call that nerve cell? How do you call that nerve cell? Is called a what? A neuron. Neuron. Yes. So we call it a neuron. Don't forget that a nerve, when you say nerve, it's like a wire. You know, a wire, solido, the wire which transmits electricity. But if you check inside, so this one becomes a nerve. When you check inside, it has small wire. Those small wires, we call them neurons. We call them what? Neurons. That's what they're asking for. Yes. So nerve and neuron, they're the same thing but different scale. Neuron is very small. Nerve cell is nerve cells is a big wire. So name the nerve cell that make up the nerve tissue. So basically that's what they are looking for. State 2 ways in which the brain is protected. This one we have been talking about this. All right. Brain is protected by 3 ways. Number 1, by the cranium. I've been saying that don't say skull because there is a difference between the skull and the cranium. So you must say cranium because the cranium is the brain box. Skull, it includes even the mouth, teeth, the jaws. Basically, I'm talking about the jaws, the All that is a skull. But what they are looking for here, they're looking only the brain box, the part which protects the brain, because the teeth don't protect the brain. No. Yes. All right. Number 2 is, we say that meninges. Any there? Meninges. Yes. Number 2 is the cranium. Cranium. Yes. Meninges. These are the 3 membranes which are found in the brain. Around the brain, which you call the piamara, dioramata, arachnoids. We don't talk about them. Just know that meninges. Then you go to cranium, and then cerebrospinal fluid. Those are 3 ways in which the brain is being protected. Yes, it's simple. Even distinction material says it here. Cranium, meninges, cerebrospinal fluid. Simple. Someone is saying that you missed 1.26. 1.26. Serious? Nadia. Okay, let me check it. Let me check 1.26. Nadia is saying that I missed 1.26. Let me check it. 1.26, 1.2. Where is it? 1.26. A group of cells. Oh, thank you very much, Nadia. You're saying a group of cells in the pancreas, yes, that secrete insulin and glucagon. How do we call those cells? We call them isolates. Let me, this one disturbs the students with the spelling. Isolates of lung, when a penny. Okay, isolates of, I win. Okay, let me check. Now this one is acting. Doesn't know that I'm the best actor. Okay, isolates of lung, yes, Langhans. Yes, we call them isolates of Langhans. Yes, those are the special cells. Yes, we these isolates of Langhans, they have what called alpha cells and beta cells. Yes, but they want the general name because this is terminology. You can't say alpha and beta cells. No, isolates of Langhans. Isolates of what? This is the ear. Yes, we call it the ear. All right, let's go to the ear and then we find out what is it. Label it before you try to answer. Number 1, A is what? Tympanic membrane or tympanum. B, what is it? These are all the 3 oscars, all the 3 bones which you call the oscars. What is C? C, check the way the shape is oval window. Then what is E? E is this one. E is this one. It's the same as this one. This one is the same as this one. They just separate them. Yes, the inner ear, the middle ear, and then the outer ear is that side. So E is a round window. What is D? D is eustachian tube. What is F? F is semicircular canals. Yes. All right. Let's start now. Identify F. We have said it. Semicircular canal. Then give the collective term for bones B. We say that we call them oscars. Yes, oscars. Yes. They're saying that. So we say that these are oscars. Yes. They're saying that give the name, give the letter and the name of the structure that that what equalizes pressure between outer and the middle ear. That is the tympanum. So they're saying letter and the name. Let's go back and find out the tympanum. Tympanum is A. So you can say that the answer here is A. Oh, they're saying equalizes pressure. Oh, no. They're saying equalizes pressure. The answer is D, not tympanum. The answer is D. D, which is the eustachian tube. Yes, the answer is D. Yeah, D. It equalizes pressure on the either side of the tympanic membrane. They're saying equalizes pressure between the outer and the middle ear. Outer, this side of outer, meaning that this side of the tympanic membrane, and then middle, this side of the tympanic membrane. Hence, we shall say that it equalizes pressure on the other side of the tympanum. So, meaning that is D, which is Eustachian tube. Number B is create pressure wave. Creates pressure wave. That is in the inner ear. It creates pressure wave. What creates pressure wave is the oval window, because when this they start to change, it causes this oval window to move in and out. So when it moves in and out, it causes this fluid which is found here, and then it moves. Let me show you using the distinction material. Maybe you'll understand it better. Yes, here, this is what I'm saying. Yeah, here is the ear. Yes, this is what they are saying. This part. You see this part? Yes, this part. It creates pressure wave here. This part. So it creates that pressure wave. You see now the pressure wave is going in. Ne? Yes. So this is the Eustachian tube. They are saying it equalizes pressure on this side and this side. And then which other question? Other question, they are saying that yeah, those are the two questions. Create pressure wave. So the answer is C and the oval window. C, which is equal to oval window. Yes, the paper was easy. Anyway, we shall see what as we are going down. Yes, we shall see as we are going down. Name the receptor that stimulated by the change in the position of the head. If you use the distinction material, what you call the Saidi's model of balance. There we go. Change in position and head. Maculae. Change in speed and direction. Christi. What are they saying? Name the receptor that is stimulated by the change in position of the head. Maculae. Speed, direction and speed of the movement of the head. Christi. Speed and direction. Christi. And then position of the head. Maculae. Done. So when you are going to the paper, they will try to trick you. What? There is no way this book distinction material will never answer your question, will never make your life simple. It will always make your life simple, because I know that humans love simplicity life. Anyway, let's go to the next question, which is section B. It means that now you have 50 marks. 50 marks. Out of 50, you have 50 out of 50. Even if you don't do any other section, it means that you have already passed from the 30%. Yeah, 45. Yeah, you have passed. Out of 150, you have passed the 30%. But we are not looking for 30 marks. We are looking for a distinction. Hence, distinction material book was designed. All right, let's go to the next question. Hey, this is the one. What is this? Obvious. This one knows. If you're a boy and you can't answer these questions, then I don't know why. I know that boys like female reproductive system. And then you find out that girls, they like. If you ask the girls, which system should they bring? They will say, they must bring the male reproductive system, because I know it. How can you fail to know your system and you know someone else's system? And when you ask the boys, which one should they bring? They must bring the female. I hope now all the boys, you have managed to pass all these structures. Okay. A, what is A? Fallopian tube. B, endometrium. C, vagina. That one is obvious. What is the second name for vagina? Birth canal. All right. What is D? D is uterus. Yes. Don't forget that the uterus is, I always say that uterus is divided into 3. The first one, uterine wall. Endometrium, the inner lining of the uterus, which is endometrium, and then the uterine cavity, the space of the uterus. Yes, so basically all of it is uterus, but it's just divided into different components. All right, let's go to the question and see what are they telling us. First question, they are saying B. Identify B. Obvious, we say that. Endometrium. Simple. Endometrium. Yes, endometrium. The second question, they're saying that name the process that takes place in part A. Where is part A? They're saying name the process. So what happens in part A is fertilization. the sperm finds the ovum there. Yes. So it means that when we go to that, we're gonna say that the process here is fertilization. Fertilization. Yes. Describe the process named above. 1 mark. Describe the process of fertilization. 1 mark. It means that you have to make it as simple as possible. Fertilization is when the haploid nucleus of the sperm fuses with the haploid nucleus of the ovum to form a diploid zygote. Simple. You can't exceed that because it's just 1 mark. Yeah, but unless if it was 4 marks, then you can talk about the head of the sperm having the acrosome, which contain the nucleus, which contain the enzymes which digest the membrane of the ovum, so that the nucleus of the sperm enters the nucleus of the ovum to form a diploid zygote. But for 1 mark, you just say that is when the haploid nucleus of the sperm fuses with the haploid nucleus of the ovum to form a diploid zygote. It seems like they wanted you to define what is fertilization. Simple. Think that is clear. Yes. Describe the development of the zygote until implantation. This one has been my song to my students. Yes. Most especially the students who are always on Thundereduc. Yeah, Thundereduc channel. I've been telling you, and those students who have been attending my classes online. Yes. Yes. This has been my song. You can't go to the paper without knowing the development of the zygote until implantation. Let me show you from the distinction material. Yeah, what we talked about, the development of the zygote. Is there development of the zygote until implantation? Even I showed you how do we mark this. Development of the zygote until implantation. Exactly, that's what they are saying. Describe the development of the zygote until implantation occurs. There we go. Development of the zygote until implantation. They even didn't change any statement. There we go. The zygote, you saying a zygote, you do not earn a mark. Why? Because, yes, they mentioned the zygote. If they say that, describe what happens when the sperm fuses with the ovum to form until implantation, then mentioning a zygote will give you a mark. It undergoes, so we shall say that zygote, you're going to start with the zygote. The zygote undergoes mitosis. Yes, that's the first mark, mitosis. Mitosis to form a ball. You saying a ball is a mark cell called morula. Morula is another mark which divide mitotically or repeatedly to form a halo. The word halo is a mark. Ball of cell called blastula is another mark. And then this blastula forms the outer layer which you call the chorion. And the chorion forms what you call the finger-like projection called chorionic villi, which is used for implantation. I explained this one even before. Simple. Life science is easy. If you want a distinction, go do life science. If you want a distinction, don't just do life science. Use distinction material book. Where to get it? Download it in the link below. Yes. Thank you very much. Let's go to the next question. Describe the development. That one, 4 marks. Mahala. Yes. Explaining 2 ways in which structure D is structurally suited for gestation. Now ask yourself, what is structure D? Oh, the uterus. The uterus. How is this uterus structure suited for its function of gestation? First of all, what is gestation? The period of pregnancy. Yes, is what you call gestation. So, how is, don't forget that you start with the sperm. Sperm. Yes, and the ovum. Yes, and the ovum. So, when the sperm and the ovum, they fertilize, you form a zygote. So, a zygote. Now, that is very small in such a way that you can't even see it. Yes, you can't even see it. So, but how big is the baby? Very big. It means that it must have that ability to accommodate this invisible, from invisible to the most visible individual. So, now in this case, it means that the first thing you can talk about here is it stretches to accommodate, is able to stretch or the muscles are able to stretch to accommodate the growing of the baby. That's the first point. Stretching. Why does it stretch? To accommodate the growing baby. You see? Number two, these muscles, they don't only stop there from stretching. Yes? Yes? They also contract during the period of giving birth. So it brings about labor during delivery, so that it facilitates this process of giving birth. So labor, they can contract and relax, creating labor. Yes, helping delivery process to happen very fast. Number two, stretching to allow this space. You know this space? We say that this space is what? Let me show you. Yeah, how do you call this space? We said it's the uterine cavity, the space. So when it's stretching, the space increases. You want to know that the space is increasing, you will only see the tummy becoming bigger and bigger. Yes. So it means that the thing is what? Is stretching. Anyway, what happens at night, we see it during the day. Yeah. So let's continue to the next question. Describe how secretion of prostate gland, secretion of the prostate gland provide protection for the sperm from condition in part C. What is part C? Vagina. Now ask yourself, how about the vagina? Is acidic. So is acidic. Remember, if a vagina is acidic, yes, acidic, yeah, what does it mean? It means that sperms don't like acidic condition. So what should we do? The male reproductive structure, that is prostate gland, is supposed to produce an alkaline fluid. Yes, this alkaline fluid will neutralize. You see, it will neutralize the acidic nature of the vagina, and then it will be protecting the sperms from being denatured. Don't forget that sperms are protein in nature, ne? Yeah. So it tries to neutralize it so that it makes these sperms known to be killed by this acidic condition of the vagina. It is good for the vagina to be acidic, but it's not too good if it is too acidic. Yes, don't forget that anything which is too much is always bad. Anyway, let's go to the next question to do that question. These questions, which are in a passage form, these are questions which I don't usually expect students to fail, because we don't usually bring them back the way they are. We don't. But you have to know how do you obtain information from the what? From the extract. Okay. You have to read the passage, ne? Very well. Ne? Yes. So for the purpose of time, pause the video. If you are not on live, read it, or I hope you have a paper. Then after that, we continue. State one function of FSH. But they talked about FSH here. Ne? Yes. State one function. What is FSH? You won't know what is the function of FSH if you don't know what is FSH. Follicle stimulating hormone. Sorry. We call it follicle stimulating hormone. A hormone which stimulates the development of the Graafian follicle. Simple. The name is stating that this hormone stimulates the development of the Graafian follicle. What is the state one function of that hormone? Its name is stating the function. Is the hormone which stimulates the development of the Graafian follicle. Simple. Done. Don't even waste too much time there. Name one other hormone that is in female, and this hormone is secreted by the pituitary gland during the menstrual cycle. Luteinizing hormone. Yeah, if you use the distinction material book, we have been saying this over and over and over again. Explain how. Under secretion of the hormone you have mentioned above may lead to infertility. So now you have to ask yourself, what is the function of that hormone? If those functions do not take place, will fertilization take place? If no, then you have to link to that question. So the first answer is luteinizing hormone is responsible for triggering ovulation. If ovulation is not triggered, do you have the ovum? No. If you don't have ovum, can you become fertile? Can you become pregnant? No. So it means that explaining how they under secretion of this hormone, meaning that you have the hormone, but it's low. It means that there will be low chances of the ovum being released, or there will be low chances of the ovum being triggered to be released, meaning that we don't have, then it will be low chances of fertilization. You understand? Yes, and if there is no fertilization, of low chance of fertilization, it means that you don't have the baby. What about when this luteinizing hormone, the second function is stimulation of the conversion of empty Graafian follicle to corpus luteum, and then now this corpus luteum, not corpus callosum, corpus luteum is not converted to. What's the function of corpus luteum? Is to produce progesterone. You don't have progesterone, no pregnancy. Because progesterone maintains the pregnancy. Are you fertile? No. Because you can't give birth. Okay. You can become pregnant, but you can't give birth. Are you fertile? I don't think so. So, it means that there will be no progesterone, meaning that pregnancy cannot be maintained. Okay, progesterone will be there, but the chances, because we said under secretion, progesterone will be there, but it could be less. But the major important thing here is the ovum, the chances of the ovum to be released are low, meaning that there will be low chances of the ovum being produced, and then low levels of that person to become fertile, to become pregnant, meaning that the chances of fertilization take place are also low. It's like someone having low sperm count. If you're not above 18, switch off your audio. So above 18, it means that even if you are eating in the morning, evening, supper, night, you can't have a baby, as you have to be every time you are struggling for the baby. When I say eating, I'm only talking about people who are old enough to understand the concept of what I'm saying. Yes, it means that if you are fertile, it means that once someone is pregnant, once, if you are not, you have low sperm count, hundreds of times. Explain why decrease in the maturation of ovarian follicle may lead to reduced implantation rate. Here, okay, here there's a decrease in the maturation of, if the Graafian follicle does not mature, how is that lead to reduced implantation? So you have to ask yourself, what does this Graafian follicle bring about? It brings about this hormone called estrogen. And estrogen, if estrogen is not there, what happens? It means that, what's the function of estrogen? It prepares the uterus for implantation. Check. If it's not prepared, reduced implantation. Prepares the uterus for implantation by making the endometrium wall, by making the uterus thick, vesicular, and granular. I stated it here very well in the distinction material. Yes. You can go to reproduction, or you can come even here. I stated it here very well. Estrogen prepares the uterus. Look, prepares the uterus for implantation. Check. By how? By making it thick, vascular, and granular. It means that if we don't have this, it means that of this estrogen, first of all, first point, estrogen will be produced in less amount. That's point number one. You get a tick. Cool. Number two, you talk about the function of the estrogen. Estrogen will not prepare the uterus fully for implantation. Another tick. How? It will be less thick, less vascular, less granular. I don't know how many ticks are there. Yes, less thick, less vascular, less granular. And then, if the endometrium or the uterus is not ready, there will be less chances of implantation to take place. Yeah. So, I call this book My Baby. Why? It solves all the problems of my babies. When I say my babies, I mean my kids from the other fathers and other mothers. I mean my students. All right. Let's go to the next question. Describe the process of spermatogenesis. Distinction material. Don't forget that the process of spermatogenesis is not the same way the other books, I'm not going to say those books, are stating it out. We modified it based on the new examination guideline. That's why this book is updated every year. So if you have a version for the last year, you have to use the version for this year, so that those small things which we keep on adding, you can do what? You can be corrected. Spermatogenesis is the formation of the sperms. Process. Check what they are looking for. How many marks? 4 marks. Check. Under the influence of testosterone, 1 mark. The diploid cell, another mark. In the seminiferous tube will undergo mitosis to form 4 haploid sperm cells. Simple. 4 marks are there waiting for you. I told you that different color means a marking point. Under the influence of testosterone, yes, the diploid cell in the where are they found? In the seminiferous tube will undergo meiosis to form 4 haploid cells. Even if you say to form haploid sperm cells, correct. Simple. Yes, we no longer using this method. Yes, I was showing you here so that you understand exactly the science behind, but this is what we want. Clear? Let's go to the next question. Frogs. I know some of you like frogs, some of you don't like them. Yes. Frogs survive in water and on land. Most frogs, however, need water for reproduction during breeding season. Males and female frogs release millions of sperms into the water. They're saying 2.4.1. Name the type of fertilization and describe. Name the type of fertilization described above. Fertilization, look, where is it taking place? Millions of sperms are released in the gametes into water, meaning that it's not inside the female. So the answer is going to become external fertilization. Yes, external fertilization. Explain why millions of sperms are released. Yes, why do we have to release millions and millions of sperms? So to increase the chance of these sperms to meet the ovum so that fertilization can take place. Yes. So why do we release? To increase the chance of these sperms to meet the ovum so that successful fertilization or fertilization can take place. That's what they are looking for. State why reproduction in frogs is an example of oviparous reproduction. What is oviparous? Yes, oviparous ovipary means that the development of the embryo is outside the female's body. So it is classified as ovipary. Why? Because the development of the embryo is out. It's not about fertilization being outside. But definitely, if fertilization is outside, do you expect the egg to go back inside the female's body? No. So the development of the embryo occurs outside the female's body. Next question. So those marks must be obtained. The skin. I used to draw the skin, and then some people were saying that, the skin is so simple. Actually, the skin is so simple. Yes, very simple. They're saying that, okay, what is A? A is the sweat duct, sweat gland, duct, sweat. Add the word sweat, add the word sweat, pore, sweat, outside, sweat. sweat pore, sweat duct, sweat gland. Then these are capillaries. All right. Yeah, those are the things which you need to know about the structure of the skin. Give 2 reasons why A is classified as exocrine. Why is A? First of all, exocrine, they have ducts. We call them duct glands. That's what I said here in the distinction material, that we call them exocrine because they have what we call the duct. They are duct glands. Yes, check. Exocrine glands, we call them endocrine glands, we call them ductless glands. And then these exocrine glands, they what? We call them duct glands. Yes. And then number 2, sweat gland secretes the sweat where it is needed, outside the what? The skin. Therefore, the secretion is secreted directly to where it is needed. Simple as eating ice cream, no bones. Yes. Describe the role of the skin in the thermoregulation. How is the skin? Skin receptors? How is the skin receptors? Yes, important in thermoregulation. Basically, the skin receptors, they detect the change in temperature and converts the stimulus into the impulse. Simple. Detect the change in temperature, and then they convert that stimulus into a nerve impulse, which is sent along the neuron. So now, detection is a marking point, and also conversion of the stimulus into a nerve impulse is another question, another mark. Explain why structure B dilates on hot day. Why do we have a big dilation here on hot day? Yeah, why do you see your blood vessels on hot day? Yeah, the same thing I was talking about on the skin. Guys, there is no way in this life science you're gonna fail this bone. There is no way. Yes, what you need to do is to do what I'm telling you. Download the distinction material book, use it, make sure that you get a distinction. I'll be happy where I will be, whether I know you or I don't know you, as long as you're happy. All right, let's continue. They're saying that yes, here, check how they are. They are big, ne? Yes, they are big. You see, much heat is lost, so it dilates so that it can allow more blood to flow near the skin. You see, more blood is flowing near the skin. And as it flows near the skin, heat is lost. That's what they are trying to say. So allows more blood to flow near the skin so that more heat is lost. Yes, that's it. That's why it dilates during day. hot days. Sometimes we can also say that it dilates so that it can supply more blood to the sweat gland, so that the sweat gland can become more active. What are the workers in some factories are constantly exposed to loud noise. Okay, this is just a story for a long period of time. This can destroy the hair. Okay, it can destroy the hair cells in the organ of Corti. They can destroy. Okay, we know that now the loud noise. People who are staying in towns where beep 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 beep, hey, this one is making noise. This one is putting on music. Take note of that. Damage and the auditory nerve, resulting in hearing loss. Okay, survey was conducted in the developing countries. 2024, 2014 to 2018, to establish the number of factory workers who suffer from this hearing loss. Results are shown in the table below. Question number 1. Name the structure where the organ of Corti is located. Cochlea. We call it cochlea. Yes. Calculate the percentage increase. Yes, percentage increase. We like to ask you this. I don't know why. Maybe students, they don't get it right. Yes. Here percentage increase is equal to final minus initial over initial times 100%. Final, what is final? 2018. So my final is gonna be this 130,000 minus initial, which is 85,000. Yes, divide by the initial 85,000 times 100%. So you calculate using your calculators. What is the answer? Around maybe 2.9%. Yeah, so that becomes the percentage increase. Sometimes they can say percentage decrease, same thing, but that might be, yes, it must be maybe in negatives. Anyway, let's go. They're saying that suggest one reason why increase in the number of factory workers with hearing loss caused by exposure to loud noise in this can suggest one reason for the increase in the number of factory workers with hearing loss caused by exposure to loud noise in this country. They said it here. That this can destroy the hair cells in the organ of Corti and damage the nerves. Yes, they said it here. That's why I like the passage. You get the answers from there. Draw a bar graph. Bar graph, you want me to draw? I don't think so. But what is important here is you have to be with a caption with the two variables. Yes, meaning that you have the variable of the year and the number of workers with that problem. And then we use the ID method. You remember the ID method? Remember the ID method? Some of you don't know the ID method. Let me show you the ID method. All right, the ID method is, you say ID X Y, independent variable on x-axis, dependent variable on y-axis. This is the independent variable, and then this is the dependent variable. Simple. And then now it means that number of workers is gonna be on the y-axis here, and then number of years is gonna be here. Simple. And then if you look at this, because there is increase, you will find out that it will have that shape. Don't forget, how do we mark? This must be years, but yes. If it has units, make sure that you put units. If there's no units, the same thing. And then here numbers, you must put the units. If it's there, make sure that the distance between here and here and here and they are the same. Make sure that these bars, they have the same breadth, meaning that how big they are must be the same, or otherwise you're gonna lose marks. Yes, so we mark the caption, we mark the correct type of the graph, because some people they will draw a histogram instead of a bar graph. We mark the plotting, we mark the axis. Yes, we mark the axis, x and y, and then also mark the scale. Scale, make sure that if you start 0, 2, 4, for in this case, it's gonna be what? It can't start from 0. Yeah, why? Because it's not that big. Maybe you're gonna start from 5,000, 50,000, 50,000, 100,000, something like that. Or you will see the best scale you can use. Yes. So that is the question. Hope I'm clear there. Let's go to the next question. Which question is this? Question 3, meaning that now we have 100 marks. Mahala. 100 marks. Yes. Meaning that 100 out of 150, how much is that? Yes. So now you know how much you have. Yeah, tell me, is the paper easy, difficult? Let's go to the next question. They are saying that the graph below shows the concentration of abscisic acid in the cherry tree during the different seasons of the year. They are saying that this tree species loses all the leaves in the autumn and goes into state of dormancy, meaning that this tree, in science we call them deciduous plants, plants which lose their leaves during the period of what? During the period of winter. Yes, we call them deciduous plants. Yes, question 1. Question 1, they're saying that, I need to be a little bit faster so that I finish. The first question, they're saying that during which month was abscisic acid concentration lowest? It's obvious, guys. During which month? Check this is concentration. November. Simple. November. Explain the trend of the graph from March to May. They're saying explain, not describe. Why? From March, they said March, from March to May. When they say explain, you have to give a reason. Yes. From March to May, there is an increase in the concentration of abscisic acid. Why? Because, don't forget, as they say that abscisic concentration, different season of the year, this tree lose all the leaves during autumn, meaning that the abscisic acid is the one which is important for shading of the leaves. So it means that, why does it increase? So that it triggers that shading of the leaves, so that the plant can undergo dormancy. So you mentioning increases, yes, a mark, and also explaining why does it increase, so that it can bring about the shading of the leaves during this period, so that it enters when it is already dormant, does not lose a lot of water during winter, because it doesn't have that water in the system. All right, state one reason why dormancy in cherry trees. Suggest one reason why dormancy in cherry trees during winter month. Why do they shed? Why do they undergo dormancy? So that it minimizes the amount of water loss to the atmosphere. Yes, don't forget that water loss is most especially through leaves. So when you shed the leaves, it means that you are minimizing the amount of water being lost to the atmosphere during this period of dryness. Yes, the next question. Geotropism. Yeah, how about geotropism? If you look at geotropism, what are they looking at here? Geotropism is a plant response to the gravity. Sometimes it's called gravitropism. movement of the part plant respond to gravity. Oh, they have talked about this. Tropism is controlled by auxins. Describe the role of auxins in the roots. Basically, auxins are found at the tip of the root, ne? And auxins, they bring about growth. So the first role is it brings about growth. But how does it bring about growth? High concentration of auxin will inhibit that part which has high concentration of auxin will inhibit growth. So basically, that's what you talk about, meaning that the part which has low concentration of auxin will grow faster, and then to bring about the bending action of the root. Then they're saying that 3.22, when a plant is placed horizontally, okay, you place it horizontally with light coming from all the direction, auxins will accumulate on the lower side of both stem and root. Explain the difference in the response on the root. And okay, here they are asking you that if you have light, you place the two things horizontally. Let me show you here in a different what here. They are saying that, okay, you have a plant, ne? You place here and you also place here. If this is a shoot, and then this is a root, yes. But if you have light from top, yes, from top, what's gonna happen? You're gonna have high concentration of auxin here. High concentration of auxin here. Don't forget that the role of auxin in roots, it is brings about growth. Even here brings about growth, but in roots, high concentration brings about inhibit, and then high concentration in root stems brings about promote. It means that this side is gonna grow faster, bringing about bending upwards, while this one is gonna grow slower and this one is gonna grow faster, bringing about the bending activity. Yes. So basically, in roots, the leaf, the shoot will bend towards the source of light, whereby the high concentration of auxins will stimulate that growth. And then in roots, the root is gonna bend away from the light, meaning that high concentration of auxins in root will bring about inhibiting. So this is what I'm saying of the inotropism. If you look at our distinction material book, yes, that's what they are saying. High concentration of auxin bring about that bending towards, you see. And then in roots, high concentration, check the high concentration is here. It brings, you see, high concentration is here. It brings about the bending. The one which has no high concentration bends, grows faster than the one which has. That's why you see these ones, they are too small, while these ones are longer. Don't forget that growth is elongation of the cell. Yes. So basically the upper part will go faster than why? Because the auxins will be high at a lower side, meaning that the upper side will grow faster than the lower side. So that's what they are talking about there. The second question is, so here what they are looking for is to show us that in roots, high concentration promotes, resulting in the bending of the shoot to a source of light. And in roots, high concentration result in inhibition or inhibiting or limiting growth, resulting in the root bending to the ground or away from the light. Yes, let's go to the next question. The next question is talking about, what is talking about? Yes, independent variable and a dependent variable. Here I'm not going to waste too much time, because we always ask you questions concerning about this. We don't bring the same question, but I'm seeing that my battery is dying. All right, let me just say, name the gland that secretes aldosterone. Let's just go straight to the question without you have to read here, né? But what is most important here is this: scientists investigated the influence of decrease in aldosterone level on the blood. Yes, scientists investigated, yes, aldosterone level in the blood. So this is the most important thing. Yes, so if that is the most important thing, so it means that it can help us to know which one is independent, which one is dependent. Identify independent variable. Aldosterone is secreted by adrenal gland. Adrenal gland. Yes. And then independent variable, they are saying that investigated the influence of increase in aldosterone level on the blood pressure. Blood pressure versus influence of increased aldosterone level. This versus this. So it means that blood pressure is being influenced by this. So blood pressure becomes dependent, and then the influence of aldosterone level is dependent. Then the next question is saying give 2 reasons why results may be considered reliable. The reliability, don't forget that you repeat the experiment. Did they repeat the experiment? Yes. Let's check. Yes, they said that they repeated the experiment. They measured every, this is average. Ne? Is it average? No. They measured every 4 hours. Every 4 hours for 12 hours, meaning that they kept on repeating. And then they say that they calculate the average pressure. That is average. So meaning that they calculated for average, and also they repeated over a period of 4 hours for 12 4 hours for 4 hours for every 4 hours for every hour for 12 hours. They repeated it 12 hours, 12 times basically. Yes. They're saying that explain 2 reasons why there was important for participant for the same diet. Yeah, so that you have the same maybe salt concentration, and then also to keep the same blood pressure, because if you have different types of food, it will bring, because they said that it brings about blood pressure. Yes, somewhere there. So I'm just rushing so that I go to the last question, because that is an open question. This is not that we're gonna bring the same question, ne? Yes, so it's just how do you extract it from the question. They're saying explain why participant blood pressure was measured before the start of the investigation. Whenever you do that, it means that you are looking for the reference point, basically to act as a control, or to have a reference point where you know that, okay, without it, or without it, what will happen, or before you applied the experimental measures, what was the conditions before, so that now you can bring about comparison. So basically is to compare the results. Or reference point. Explain why the level of salt in the urine of the participant expected to decrease after being injected with the aldosterone. Don't forget, the function of aldosterone is to stimulate the nephrons so that there is more reabsorption of this salt back to blood. It means that you have less salts in the urine, and more will be reabsorbed back to the next question. Yes, is the last question, I think. That is the eye. I know you like the eye, ne? You like the eye the way I like it. Yes, I think you like the eye the way I like it. So they're saying that what is A? A is vitreous humor. B is yellow spot. C is blind spot. D is lens. E is cornea. F is iris. So you have to know them. Identify F, we have said it. F, it is iris. And then they're saying state 2 functions of A. Where is A? Function of A. It brings about the shape of the eyeball. Yes, it brings about, ne? Yes, it maintains the shape of the eyeball. I stated it here in the distinction material book very well. If you have the eye, then it means that you have this book, as I told you that there is no way you're gonna fail. Yes, check it here. I said it here. This is aqueous humor. Changes the shape of the near and far distance. No, that's the lens. That's not is here. It gives the shape of the eye. It gives the shape of to the eye, meaning that it brings about that shape of the eyeball. Then number 2, state the function of A Okay, we have seen it. Describe the structure difference between B and C. Structure difference between B and C. B is yellow spot. That's where the clearest image is formed. So it has more rods and cones. Highest concentration of rods and cones are found in B. They are saying structure. And then C has no photoreceptors, has no rods and cones at all. Meaning that if the image forms there, you'll be blind. You won't be able to see that object. That's why you're saying that it is the blind spot. The next question is saying that describe this, okay? Name the visual defect occurs when the curvature of the eye is uneven. When the curvature of the eye is uneven, we call it the curvature of the eye is uneven. So we call it astigmatism. So we said it here, astigmatism is when the cornea or the lens is not evenly rounded in all direction. It means that it's not evenly distributed. So it is called astigmatism. Then they are saying that explain why sight on person, explain how the sight of the person will be affected if cataracts develops. Remember we said that cataracts here is when the eye is cloudy, the lens is cloudy. So it means that light will not be able to go through. The lens becomes opaque, you see. So it means that you will be having this blurry vision. Yes, that's what they are asking you. What will happen? You will have blurry vision because light rays will not go through the lens. Why? Because the lens has become opaque. Check. Use distinction material. There is no way you're gonna fail. Yes. The next question, they are saying that describe the process of accommodation that takes place when the object is less than 6 mirrors. Bafetu. Still, bafetu. This paper, bafetu. Ne? It is less than 6 mirrors. This is more than 6 mirrors. So memorize one and then do the rest. Just have to memorize one. We are saying that ciliary muscles contract, suspensor ligament slacken, tension on the lens decrease, the lens becomes more convex, light rays is reflected to the retina, or more light rays are bent more, and then a clear image is focused onto the retina. I'm rushing because of the electricity is gone. However, my system is dying in the next 3 minutes, yet the electricity is coming back within 7 minutes. So it means that I will be having that time when I don't have electricity. So you guys, I'm going to say that thank you very much for being here with me. Yes, I was discussing the final paper for 2023 Life Science. You saw that this paper was easy. Yes, this paper was really easy. Most especially those people who used my distinction material. Yes, those people who used my distinction material, I know that you got this paper. I hope everyone is fine. Let's start our discussion of the paper we have written today so that we see our small mistakes we did. Don't be frustrated if you find out that you did not get exactly what we are discussing about now. Please focus on paper 2 now. At least you know exactly what you have. You're gonna be getting, ne? Yes. The function of this memo discussion is to make you at least focus. How much do you need for the next paper so that you score a distinction? It is M-side as usual. Let's start without wasting time. All right. Many people are saying that the paper was simple. Yes, it would be. But let's find out how simple was it. Based on our prediction, we found out that 95% of our prediction for paper 1, everything came. And then make sure that you watch the prediction for paper 2 because I've already done it this evening. Alright, let's start with the question 1.1. They're saying that which one of the following parts control the amount of light entering the eye? I said this one yesterday and I showed you how we don't mess it up. Alright, here we say that sclera not cornea, not retina, but it is the iris. Remember, I'm not going to explain that much, just so that you are, remember the eye looks like that, and then you have that. This space is what called the pupil, which is the amount of light which is supposed to enter. But what controls is this 2 iris. So D becomes the most correct answer. The function of umbilical vein is to transport yesterday, and they say that the function of umbilical vein, remember we said that this is the heart, this is the baby, basically baby, and then this is the mother. Yes, the mother. So the blood vessel which takes blood, we call it vein, né? And then the blood vessel which takes blood away from the heart, we call it artery. So automatically, if it's coming from the mother to the baby, then it becomes a vein. But because it is umbilical, therefore becomes umbilical vein. So nutrients are taken to the baby from the mother because it is the mother supplying the baby. Therefore becomes umbilical. The function of the umbilical vein is to transport nutrients. Is transport nutrients from the mother to the fetus. This one becomes the most correct answer. Yes. Then we go to the next question. Got the next question. We will deal with every single question, yes, so that you are not lost. Be patient. We're gonna go slow, but definitely we will reach there. Ne? Yes. All right. We are saying that. Just a moment. Yeah. Because during homeostatic control of blood glucose, we did this question yesterday, and then we said blood glucose. Remember, increase here. The last statement must, because now I want from decrease to increase, so I have to increase the amount of glucose in the body. So it means that I need more glucose. Therefore, I'm gonna convert glycogen into what makes glycogen into glucose is glucagon. Correct answer. And then A, you get the 2. Then we go to 1.1.4. Which one of the following is the correct? Is correct regarding to the homeostatic control of carbon dioxide in the blood. We talked about this yesterday, and then we said that the lungs have. If you look at the lungs, yes, the lungs have receptors. Lungs have receptors, but it does not detect anything regarding to the amount of carbon dioxide in the body. So this one comes out. High level of glucose is stimulated. Is the stimulus? No, it's not. High level of oxygen is high level of carbon dioxide which stimulates. Breathing muscles and effector. Breathing muscles are effectors. Breathing muscle, once the level of carbon dioxide is too much, then you start to breathe too much. So it means that it is the effect when you breathe too much, fast and deep. It shows that it is an effect of high amount of carbon dioxide in the body. That's why if you are running, you have too much carbon dioxide in the body. Therefore, you have to breathe too much. Therefore, the breathing becomes the, yes, this one looks correct. The process is controlled by cerebellum, never, because this is cerebrum, because this is voluntary action, and breathing is not controlled by will. You will say that I can stop breathing. Yes, you can stop, but what about when you're, yes, we continue the next. Then we go to the next question, and then they are saying that the plant hormone that let me check here if there is, okay, there is no disturbance,
Yeah, perfect. No disturbance. To the next question. Let's continue the next question. You're saying that, just a moment. Yeah. They're saying that 1.5, the plant hormone that can be used to kill broad-leaf weeds are, we talked about this yesterday, and then we said that the plant hormone which is used, I hope you guys you got it, né? Yes, the plant hormone here is auxin. However, auxin is a growth promoter. If you check our distinction material, let me just show you this one from the distinction material, because and I told you that whatever we highlight, it means a marking point. Yeah, so let me just show you just a small bit of it so that you become satisfied. The plant defense mechanism, not plant defense mechanism, yes, here, and here is, where is it? Plant, yes. Hey, what is the question? Let me check. Oh, the hormone that kills. So it means that we are looking at the, yes, it's supposed to be next here, yes. The control of weeds using plant hormone. Check. Plant growth hormone auxins can be used to selectively kill weeds, but this is selectively kill weeds, but this contain high, okay, here is trying to show you what is happening, and then this is the answer we are looking at. That's why we put it even in highlight. We say that that's the correct answer. So for paper 2, please use the distinction material, né? Yes. All right, let's go to the next question. So that becomes the answer. Then they're saying that the most correct answer, yes. 1.1.6, a girl is looking at the car away from her, is able to focus on the letter. I told you yesterday that when they say that from 2, so you look at what is 2, né? Yes, that's what you are looking at. So now here they're saying that on the letter on the number plate, meaning that you are looking at the small thing. You are from near to a far object. Yes. Which one of the following is change occur in her eyes? So meaning that we say that when they ask you that, you explain what is last. That's what I said yesterday. And then I say that, okay, here you have to look at far object. So in this case, we see that, remember, in far object, you have the lens. The lens is supposed to be small. Definitely, the suspensory ligaments, they become taut, and then the ciliary muscles or ciliary body, it becomes, it relaxes. Relax, become taut. The tension on the lens decrease, the lens become less convex. All right. Suspensory ligament is lacking out because we say become taut. Then they're saying that the ciliary muscle relax. Yes, this one looks correct. The light ray reflected more. No, because remember it is a far object. And then they are saying that the lens become more convex. It is a far object, it's not any object. Therefore, B becomes the most correct answer. So in such, because this is for far object, for near object, this is for near object, this is a near object. Yeah. Let's continue, guys. Don't lose hope. There are some questions which you're gonna get right. Né? Yes, you're gonna get it right. So let's see how much do we have and how much do we have to focus on to get a distinction. Use the prediction so that you score a distinction in paper 2. Yes. Which one of the following characteristic of sperm faster than it to move faster? This is also, we discussed it yesterday. Then we say that now look here, we say that haploid nucleus, how is that related to movement? Presence of enzyme in acrosome, how is that related to the movement? Absence of the middle piece. If there is no absence of middle piece, then automatically it will be moving slower. So the shape makes it to be moving faster, so that it reduces the resistance. Check. Why is the plane that sharp? Why is the car you are sitting in when you are going to school, when you are coming, or you're driving with your mother and father, something like that? Why is it like that? Yes, all right.
It's bad. A person suffering from long-sightedness, we say that, yesterday we said that when we talk about long-sightedness, we mean that a person is able to see objects which are far, but cannot see objects which are near. That's why we say long sight. A small thing, a small lens, the eyeball is too long. It means that you are able to see things which are far, but you can't see objects which are near. So when they come with a big beam, so this lens cannot reflect the light. Therefore, it ends forming the image at the back of the retina. Now we have to look for this in this statement. The eyeball is too long. It's not too long, it's too short. So this is out. The light ray falls behind the retina. You see, it falls behind the retina. This one looks to be correct. The light ray reflected more by the lens. No, that's why it is not able to be brought here. So it's out. The distant object will appear never, because it is long sight. Means that you are able to see objects which are far. Therefore, B becomes the most correct answer. 1.1.9. Let's look at 1.1.9. The graph below shows the results of the investigation done to determine the effect of light intensity on the size of the pupil. The light intensity, look, the light intensity on the size of the pupil. Meaning that if you're talking about the distance, it means the more you are far, the less the amount of light will enter the eye. Alright. Which one of the following statement is a conclusion that can be made from this result? A distant object, as distance from the light source increase, yes, from 1 centimeter to 5 centimeters, yes, you have to, remember I told you that you have to start with the x-axis, because this is the independent variable, and then you talk about, so this cannot control this, it is this which controls this. So as the distance from the source of light increase, the size of the pupil also increases. Not the size of pupil as it increases, the distance increases. No, that's the reverse. So as the distance from the light source increases, the size of the pupil also increases, so that it can allow more light entering the eye. So this one looks to be the correct answer, but let's first go and find out what makes the other ones to be more correct or wrong. As the distance from the light source decrease, the size decrease. Looking to the sun, and then you're opening the eyes widely. Never. It can't be like that. Yes. As the size of the pupil, now you are reversing as the size. So this goes out. As the size of pupil decreases, still as the size cannot lead to the distance. It's the distance which leads to the size. Therefore, this is out. So A becomes the most correct answer. The following is a list of events that occur in the female body. Okay, female body. All right, let's see what happens. Puberty, ovulation, development of the corpus luteum, and then oogenesis, and then thickening of the endometrium. Yes. Which one of the following is a combination of event that are influenced by luteinizing hormone? So we talked about this yesterday when we were talking about the function of luteinizing hormone, and we say that don't go the paper without knowing it. So in this case, we have to look at two bullets. Why? Because luteinizing hormone has two functions. So if you are talking about 3, 4, then you are wrong. Eh? So now look at what has two bullets before you think about anything. Either one bullet or two bullets. Because it can't be 3, because it can't be 4. So it's either this is out, this is also out. So it is either this or this. What is 3 say? The development of corpus luteum. Yes, development, because it changes the empty Graafian follicle to corpus luteum. So this is correct. So 3 looks to be correct. But now even here is the 3. So now what about 2? Let's confirm with the 2. Ovulation. Remember, luteinizing hormone increases. Once it increases, it triggers ovulation. Therefore, 2, C and D are both correct, but C becomes the most correct answer. You see, that's why I told you that there is the most correct answer. The answer could be correct, but there is one which is the most correct answer. You understand? The following combination of events are influenced by luteinizing hormone. Yes, so C becomes the most correct answer. Yes, guys, who got 10 out of 10, and then so that you get 20 out of 20. And if you got that, let's continue, guys. 20 marks for multiple questions I never knew. All right, let's continue, guys. Let me just check. Someone saying Jesus is coming back. What's happening? Shape of the head plays a role. Okay, goodbye. Okay, okay, I was just reading through your comments. I see that people are going to make it. You're going to have more doctors, more teachers, more. Okay, let's go to the terminologies. Let's see, look at now. Now we are talking about content now. These terminologies are meant to be for content. Okay. Reproductive strategy where young receive nutrients through placenta. We talked about this. VV part. Because they say nutrients through placenta. If you check our distinction material is stipulated very well. Talked about it yesterday. They are saying that the duct that transmit semen and urine to the, we talked about this, urethra. Yes, the part we will check and see which part we didn't talk about yesterday when we are doing the prediction. The part of the neuron that consists of the cranial and the spinal nerves. We talked about this yesterday. Oh my God, it is peripheral nervous system. They're saying that the form in which excess glucose is stored in a liver is glycogen. The structure that serves the I saw someone asking me about this. Okay, let me explain it. The structure that serves as the microfilter during pregnancy, we call it, let me show you guys so that you understand it better, because I saw that some people were confused, but we talked about it yesterday in our distinction material. Yes, it's here. Yes, did we talk about it here? Yes. Your things from entering you is exactly the same processes which are being done by the placenta. All right. So, guys, that is it. That's what you're supposed to. Yeah, and this is the one which they said, which carries oxygenated blood, and you see, this is the other objective we talked about, but I didn't want to come back to the distinction material to show you that. Anyway, just use distinction material for paper 2 so that you don't lose the distinction. At least you still have 2 days. Yes. Then they are saying that the pigment layer in the eye that absorbs excess light. We talked about this yesterday. Choroid. So you talk about here the choroid. Yes, the part of the neuron that plays a role in the speed. We talked about this yesterday still. And then someone tried to give the modified answer. Then I said, no. Myelin sheath is the one which speeds up the impulse. Yes, so here we talk about myelin sheath. Then you're saying that the part of the male reproductive system which stores sperms temporarily. This is epididymis. I think Mutlope, you got this answer correct, because you were singing this, and I told you that I will wait for you when they bring it in the final exam. It was term 1. Yeah, I hope Mutlope you got this correct. If you are here listening, yes, Stembiso, that's what I'm talking about. We call him Yosef Cracker. Anyway, let's continue to the next question. The process that produce so I said this is epididymis. Okay, saying that the process. Okay, now we are here on here, guys. I hope you wrote A only, B only, A both A and B or none. You didn't just write A, B, none. Okay, if you just wrote A, B, sorry, I don't know. So depend on now the discussion of the memo, if they allow you to give you or not. Yes, but I told you yesterday that it's supposed to be A only. All right, let's continue without wasting time. The process that produce four mature. So don't repeat that in the paper too, because you never know. Ne? Yes. All right. The process that produce four sperm, four mature gametes in human from a single diploid cell. 4 mature gametes. You see that statement? 4. They're saying 4 mature gametes. That's where most people got lost, because they talked about production produces gametes. Obviously, it's both A and B. People that's where happy. Unfortunately, no, because they said 4 mature. Therefore, it becomes B only, because the mature ovum, it's 1. Let me show you in the book distinction material what I said about this, so that you are so sure. Yeah, whatever. Here, there we go. You see, you say that mature ovum. Did they say here mature? No, because these are polar buddings. These are polar buddings. So only 1. So the question was saying 4. See, 1, 2, 3, 4. You see, to form 4 haploid sperm cells. So basically, they are looking for that answer. So the answer is B only. A defense mechanism that protects the plant against herbivores. Against herbivores, guys. Don't say that it's only thorns. No, man, it's both A and B. Let me show you from our distinction material what we wrote here, so that you are so sure. I'll only show you in the distinction material on those things which you think that they are not correct, but they are correct. Ne? Yes, that's the only thing I'm going to show you in the distinction material. You see, here we say that herbivore. This is defense mechanism, and then this is basically, okay, now let's start. The thorns, the reason why thorns are used, number 1, the reason why thorns are used, so that these herbivores, they don't eat it. That's number 1, you see. Then number 2, chemical, you see, poisonous, it poisons the herbivores. So the answer is both A and B. So it's both A and B. Yes. The nerve that transmits impulse from the retina to the brain. We talked about this, and even I told you is how do you call that doctor responsible for the eyes? That's what I talked about, and I emphasize about it. All right, the answer is because they said from the retina, so the answer is optic nerve. A only. Who got all of them? Who got here 8 plus 6, so making it 14 out of 14. So there are some people who have got them. So we are running to 150 out of 150. All right. Let's continue to the next question. The next question. All right, we go to the next question. What are we saying here? Yeah, the ear. I hope you made it. This one is the tympanic membrane of a round window station tube. You see the things I told you. Don't go to the paper without knowing this. Don't go to the paper without knowing this. Don't go to the paper without knowing it. I told you. And then say this is the cochlea, and then this is semicircular canals. Okay, identify what is B. B, we say that it is the semicircular canal. What is E? E, we say that it is a round window. Give the letter and the name of the part filled with air, that is the middle ear. They are saying contained organ of Corti, it is C, which is the cochlea. So I think we got it. Remember, they said letter and the name. If you got the letter correct and not the name, we shall give you the letter. You understand? You got the name correct and not the letter, I don't know about it. But you might also give. Okay, saying that give the letter of the part where grommets are inserted. I showed you yesterday. So they are being inserted in the tympanic membrane, which is F. They just letter. Amplify vibration, it is A, which is the oscos. They just want the letter, not even thinking about it. I emphasize this process. I say this is the zygote, mitosis, ball of cell morula, blastula, and then this is implanted. Yes, so it has been implanted. Okay, structure B. What is structure B? B is zygote. Zygote, and then D, where is D? D is morula. You talk about morula, and then E. E is a ball of cells, hollow ball of cells, which is blastula or blastocyte. It's fine as long as the spelling is correct. Name the process taking place at A, that is fertilization. The inner wall of the uterus, the inner wall of the uterus, we say that, remember yesterday I told you that the uterus is divided into three. That is the uterine wall, the uterine cavity, and the endometrium. So the endometrium is the inner wall of the uterus. So process taking place at A, we say that, okay, we say that is fertilization, the inner wall of the uterus where it is implanted. So we say that is endometrium. Endometrium, yes. So you talk about their endometrium. You talk about what? The endometrium. Just a moment. Okay. Someone saying is surrender. Don't surrender. It's not your time. A soldier, so time to surrender. Yes. Alright. Let's continue. We say that how many chromosomes are normally found in H? What is H? H. Remember, it is a zygote. No. Remember, it is an ovum. Therefore, it becomes, yes. Then they're saying that identify the extra embryonic membrane. We talked about it, and I emphasized about it. We say that it's called chorion. F-O-G, so not F-G, it is chorion. So you talk about chorion. Yes, remember I said that's the outer membrane which forms finger-like projection for implantation. Forms chorionic villi, which forms the outer membrane, chorionic villi, which forms finger-like projection for implantation. There is, I don't know whether it's a boy or girl. I was talking about, I think I lost it, but we was talking about, about this question. That egg is external, is internal. Is external, is internal. Okay, some frog species during mating, during sex, the male climbs onto the back of the female. So what happens? And then, so it's a culture whereby a male is on the top of a female, right? Anyway, that's life, man. During this time, the female will release about 6,000 ova. Hey, imagine you a lady, you are releasing all these kids. Yeah, you give birth to the whole country in 10 years. While the male releases sperms onto them. This mating behavior is called, yes. Someone is gonna tell me, why didn't you read it? Why don't you read it? Questions are the they might differ the way how you put things on the paper. Yes, so don't panic when I say something which changes the English but the meaning is the same. Definitely you'll get a tick. Name the type of fertilization that occurs during reproduction. Obviously, sperms are outside a female's body, so it is external. Yes, someone is saying yes. Explain why the fertilized egg of the frog do not survive on land. Why are the fertilized eggs of the frog do not survive on land? Basically, they do not have a shield or a shell, a protective layer to prevent desiccation. Okay, let me make it a little bit simple. To prevent dehydration. Yeah, they don't have a remember, these frogs, they don't have these amniotic eggs, which can survive on the harsh condition. So their membrane is just a simple membrane. Therefore, that's why they are basically found. This reproduction stuff is found in water. You understand? So that they don't dry up. So the moment they go on land, they dry up. So they don't have a protective layer to prevent. Or you can say they don't have a shell to prevent dehydration, or you can say to prevent desiccation. Explain how this gentleman increased the chance of fertilization. But they talked about this gentleman. So this amphlex, you're saying that during 1,000 of while the male release sperm onto them. This mating behavior is called, whereby, yeah, it's like the female has to, yeah. So one of the, maybe the correct answer could be that it's because of it can release a high number of eggs. You see? Yes. Let me check here. It said explain how this increased the chance of fertilization. First of all, it produces high number of eggs. That's number one. Yes, because if there is high number of eggs, so the chance of fertilization is high. That's number one. Number two, the males release the eggs, the sperms directly onto the eggs. That's why it is on top here. Yes. Someone is reminding me. This time. Yeah. The male releases the sperms directly onto the eggs. Imagine we are also having the same style. So there is no way how you want to become pregnant, because we release the sperm directly onto the eggs. But now in the vagina, they have to swim. Some they die by the time they reach there. Maybe you have 500 million sperms, only millions, maybe 10 millions will survive to reach there. And then even when they reach there, only one is going to fertilize the ovum. Yes. So the sperms are being released directly onto the eggs, so they increase the chance of fertilization. From the information above, explain one other strategy that can contribute to the reproductive success. So now it depends on what you have said here. Reproductive success of the frog species. Yes, so it depends on what used here. Number one, if you use sprinkling the sperms directly to the eggs. If you use the other one, then you can swap, depending on what you used. These questions, they look almost the same. Yes, two or any other, as long as it is correct. When the examiner reads it, it gives you the idea of what you're trying to say and is correct. Yes, so that's why I say that this question, such questions, they strictly too much. It can be adjusted depending on how the student has phrased the answer. All right, looking good so far. Yes, Busi, Tamo, Tomo. Yeah, good. Frogs were busy here. Yes, Baba. Frogs were busy about. Hey, who is this? Leah. Hey, frogs were. Frogs, they lost virginity there. All right, let's go to. And after that, the frogs now they bring the zobza here. Oh my God. All right, the diagram below represents the male reproductive system. All right. I explained to you how you're supposed to deal with it, and I showed you very well. Name the part A. The first gland. So it is seminal vesicles. Yeah, seminal vesicles. Hormone B. Hormone. They are not looking for what is this, but they are saying hormone B. Testosterone. Yes, testosterone. Make sure that the spelling is correct. Explain one function of the fluid secreted by prostatic gland during reproduction. So seminal vesicles produce alkaline fluid, which neutralizes the acidic nature of the vagina. Alkaline fluid which neutralizes the acidic nature of the vagina. I saw some books talking about something else. I don't know, but I don't think it's correct. This is the perfect one which we are looking at. If it is so, maybe they will look into it and then they credit it. But this is the perfect answer we are supposed to talk about. Producer is common in most common is one of the most common type of cancer among the men. The table below shows the number of men per 100,000 men different age that were diagnosed with prostate cancer in certain country over a period of 14 years. Oh my God. All right. Okay, we see here. All right. According to the table, so you don't give answer beside the table. They say or outside the table. Which age of the man is most likely to develop prostate cancer? Is most likely. So they are looking at the one. So you have to come here and then you check which one has the highest number. Yes. No. This is greater than this, but this is not. So this becomes the most correct answer. So the age they are looking at 70 to 74. They draw the bar graph. Oh, not the bar graph, the histogram. They had spent enough time. Do you hear my statement? Enough time. And there are several years without bringing a histogram. But it looks like the bar graph. But something is crucial here. It said 64 to 79. 64 to 79. Meaning that you plot only this. Remember I told you I, D, X, Y. So definitely now you know the histogram. This is x-axis. You talk about the age, talk about these ranges here. Then you start to draw the bars. The bars, they must not have spaces. You know, this bar must be equal to this bar must be equal in width, must be the same. So you draw, you put here number of the prostate cancer per 1,000 men, and then put the caption here. Yeah, so we come here, we say that caption, correct type of the, if there are no spaces, correct type of the graph, we give you a tick. And then we say that plotting, we give you a tick, maybe 2 marks. Axis, we give you a tick. X and Y, 1, 2 scale. And then the scale, we see leave spaces in between. Question 2.3. We are almost killing the paper. Eh? Guys, who is killing the paper? Where do we get the distinction material? You just check on the link, you say join. When you say join, then we'll be able to see the book. Yes. We are not. Yeah. Okay. Guys, we go to the next question. Go to the next question.
All right. Grace Jamie. Oh, sorry. Okay, now I've got it. All right. The ovarian cyst influence female. And then they're saying the ovary cysts are fluid-filled structure that develop inside the ovaries of some women. The two most common of cysts in women of reproductive age is follicular cyst and the corpus luteum cyst. Follicular cyst develop when the Graafian follicle fails to rupture. It fails to rupture and releases the follicular cyst to grow, continues to grow because of the continued hormone secretion, right? The corpus luteum cyst develop when the corpus luteum does not degenerate, and even when when you are picking it from the extract. Yes. They are saying that a woman often show no symptom and the cyst disappear, but in rare cases the ovarian cyst keep on increasing in size, and a very large cyst can cause intense pain and may rupture, leading to the internal bleeding. Such cyst will require surgical removal. All right, number 1. Identify from the extract the true structure of the cyst that may develop into cyst. So we say that this causing it to have follicular cyst and the corpus luteum. So we talk about the Graafian follicle and the corpus luteum. Yeah, they talked about it. Follicles develop when the Graafian follicle, yes, Graafian follicle, and then here corpus luteum. So those are the two answers we are talking about. State or give 2 symptoms, not signs, associated with very large cyst. Here, what are you supposed to talk about? Very large cyst. Okay, a very large cyst. Very large cyst. Okay, a very large cyst cause intense pain and may rupture. May rupture. You see, so it is pain, intense pain, and may rupture, rupturing of the what? Rupturing of the corpus luteum, leading to internal bleeding. So it can also lead to internal bleeding. You see, so you can have answers from there. And then they're saying that, so they only want 2 symptoms. Name the hormone that is responsible for growth of Graafian follicle or follicle under the normal conditions. That is follicle stimulating hormone, the hormone which stimulates the development of the Graafian follicle. That will be high in concentration in the blood when the follicle cyst develop. That will be high when the follicle cyst develop when the Graafian follicle fails to rupture. When the Graafian follicle is rupturing, we call it ovulation. So when the Graafian follicle ruptures, it's ovulation. Which hormone triggers ovulation? That is luteinizing hormone. I don't know why they have brought the same hormone here asking the same question, because they brought it before. So it means that if the person doesn't know this, then automatically he has lost 2 questions, 2 answers at the same time. Anyway, I don't know, but it means that now is 2 answers having the same, 2 questions having the same answer.
Yeah. They're saying that what will the high concentration of blood, okay, I think we are done with this. Name 2 hormones that will have a high concentration. Yes, we say that it's luteinizing hormone. Give a reason why this, because luteinizing hormone triggers ovulation. Yes, and then this one comes as a result of failure of ovulation to occur. Yes. So it triggers ovulation basically. Explain why women will not be able to fall pregnant if she has corpuscular cysts that continue non disappearing. Hey guys, it's 5 marks. So basically I told you that this is negative feedback mechanism or homeostatic control of progesterone. So basically if there is the corpuscular did not generate, it means that it's going to produce high amount of progesterone. You see, it's going to produce high amount of progesterone, and then the level of follicle-stimulating hormone will be kept low. Then it means that the level of follicle-stimulating hormone, the moment there is high level of progesterone, then it means that there will be low level of follicle-stimulating hormone. And then the moment follicle-stimulating hormone is low, therefore it means that there will be no new Graafian follicle developed, or no new Graafian follicle developed. I say the blood not ovaries. We say that past will come. It's estrogen. I don't know which question you're talking about. Okay. They're saying that which concentration of blood woman will. That, okay. Someone is saying estrogen. Why is talking about estrogen? Name the hormone that will be high in concentration in the blood of a woman where the follicle cyst, where they're saying that will. I don't know why you have a confusion there. Let me see if I can detect the confusion you're having. Saying, name the hormone that will be high in concentration in the blood of a woman where the follicular cyst develop. Now you come back here and find out, when does the follicular cyst develop? They're saying that the follicular cyst develop when the Graafian follicle, look, when the Graafian follicle fails to rupture. When does the Graafian follicle fails to rupture? Let me show you in the distinction material so that you understand better. Because I told you the distinction material, there is no way they're going to ask you a question and it will never, or it will fail to answer it. So let me show you, because now I see many comments and then people, it seems that they got confused there. Let me use our distinction material so that you see exactly what happens. So this is the mature Graafian follicle. You see? Now, when this fails to rupture, rupturing is this. You understand? Which you call ovulation. You understand? Yes. So when it fails to rupture, at this point, which hormone is high? Here, that's what they're asking you. That they're asking you here, name the hormone that will be high in the concentration in the blood of a woman where the follicular cyst develop. You understand? Where the follicular cyst develop. Not what is being produced by that follicular cyst. No. They're saying the level of hormone in the blood. Definitely the brain has to release the hormone, and if you come back here to our distinction material here, you check here and then you see that this is luteinizing hormone. And then at this point where the rupturing takes place, which hormone in the blood is high? So this one will fail to happen. Therefore, this level is luteinizing. This hormone is luteinizing hormone. And then this fails to rupture to do ovulation. So the answer is luteinizing hormone, not estrogen. I hope you have got answer there. But as I told you, that the distinction material book, there is no way how you're gonna get a question and it can't be answered. Can't be answered. And even when you look at this question, I didn't want to show you this question, still you find it here, being here. You see, this is what they're looking at. What exactly they are looking at here. So yeah, let's go to the next question. So that I'll only refer you to the distinction material if there is a challenge you find in the paper, or you don't understand a bit what I'm trying to say, or there is some bit of debate. Okay, obviously A is cerebrum, B is cerebellum, C is spinal cord, D is medulla oblongata, E is the what? The hypophysis or the pituitary gland. We don't mark master gland. No, we don't mark master gland. Let's continue, guys. The next question. Sorry. Okay, someone is still arguing about the hormone. Okay, let me show you again. Okay, I was showing you this. Check, this is estrogen, check, check the level. It's down, man. It's down. Yeah, it's down. Not this, that's not the estrogen. Estrogen is here, it's going down, you see. Yes, so it can't be the one which is having the high level of concentration. High level of concentration is this. And number two, it's not luteinizing hormone which causes the what? The rupturing not to occur. No. Because and it's not the ovum, the Graafian follicle producing luteinizing hormone. The brain is on which produces luteinizing hormone. Luteinizing hormone starts to be produced some few days before the rupturing. You understand? The rupturing time. So by the time it's time for rupturing, the luteinizing hormone is already there. You cannot open a door when you're too far from it. You have to first come closer to the door so that you can open. How will luteinizing hormone trigger the ovulation, yet the level is not there? So the level must be high so that it can trigger that ovulation. But don't just watch the video concerning about this. I designated for menstrual cycle. Yes. Anyway, let's continue to identify part C. What is part C? What is part C? What is part C? Where is part C? Part C is, we say that is spinal cord. Part D is medulla oblongata. Part B is cerebellum, and then part A is what? Is the hypophysis. Sometimes we call it pituitary gland, but we don't call it master gland. We don't give it a tick because master gland is not a name, it's just a description of what it does because it controls most of the glands. Yes. Give the letter of the part of that controls voluntary action. Voluntary actions are being controlled by this. They saying the letter. They say the letter name? No. They don't want the name, they just want the letter. Just copy there and then paste. Describe the location of corpus luteum. Here you can describe the way you want it to describe as long as it brings about the idea of this found in the center, which, yes, actually between the left and the right hemisphere. You understand? Remember, the function of corpus luteum is to allow communication and to connect the left and the right hemisphere. So where is it located? In the middle, between the left and the right hemisphere. You understand? Yes. So a learner suffered from brain injury during rugby match. He could still He could still breathe properly, but he experienced occasional loss of memory and balance. Occasion loss of memory and balance. Explain why the learner could still breathe properly. Look, they are saying that occasion loss of memory and balance. What does it mean? What does it mean by memory? It means that it is this part A, which is being damaged. And then what does it mean with the balance? It is cerebellum. So then I was saying, explain why the learner could still breathe properly, because this is not controlled by these parts. No, it's controlled by medulla oblongata, meaning that the medulla oblongata was still working properly or fine. Yes. Is it possible for the injury to affect B? Is it possible that the injury affected B? Is it possible? Yes. But why is it 2 marks? Yes. Why? Because sometimes the individual experiences occasional loss of balance. Don't talk about memory, because memory is not controlled by this. Do you think this injury affected B? Yes, it affected B. It could be, because not that sure, but it could be. Why? Because of the balance is being affected. Therefore, the person experiences occasional loss of balance. Then question 2.4.C or C, hearing of the learner could also be affected because of the injury. Yes, hearing could also be. Explain why. Explain. The moment they ask you to explain, you have to tell us exactly. Explain why the hearing could be affected. You come here and then you tell us hearing could be affected because they say that explain why the learner could also be affected because of hearing of the learner could also be affected because of the injury. Explain why the hearing could also be affected. Why? Because hearing is a sensation, and then it shows that cerebrum was affected. Why? How do we know that? Because they say that there is occasion loss of memory. So now this time we talk about experiencing occasion loss of memory. See? Yes. Occasion loss of what? Memory. So the answers were here. This one, the first one, it was talking about breathing because it's breathing properly. Then the next one was talking about occasion loss of balance because it is cerebellum. Then occasion loss of memory, which is cerebellum. So basically, they were just trying to see if you know the functions of the brain. Yeah, question 2.5. Question 2.5. I explained this and I told you not to go to the paper without knowing it. Someone's asking me hearing and memory. It will depend. Maybe they will just mark what is right and leave what is not right. Yes. All right. Let's go to the next question. What are they saying? They're saying that efficiency and the speed of the knee-jerk reaction is very important for the balance and the movement. The stimulation of the this tendon just below the knee cap causes the contraction and relaxation of quadriceps and muscles. So there are 4 of them, because if there are 3, try. If there are 2, try. Sharp muscles in the upper leg. The diagram below represents the reflex arc for the knee-jerk reaction containing only one synapse, maybe junction between two or more neurons. The arrow indicates the transmission of the impulse. Even if they don't show us arrow, still we can know. How do I know? I told you yesterday that the moment you see the swelling and the synapse here, the swelling and the cell body, automatically that's the sensory neuron. Definitely the neuron moves, the impulse moves like that. What is a reflex action? We defined it yesterday nicely. Say that a rapid automatic response to the stimulus. Rapid automatic response to the stimulus, or you can talk about involuntary. There are so many ways how we can define it, but it must show that it is very fast. Fast automatic rapid automatic response or involuntary. We need to see that what is that you don't control it and it's very fast. Yes. So state one reason why the synapse is significant. We talked about it. We said that it allows impulse to move in one direction. So you can think about any other significance, but that is the most correct. State what is the importance of the ninja. The importance of the ninja is to withdraw. What did they say? What did they say? That the ninja reaction is very important for the balance and the movement. Okay, ninja. So based on this, they're saying that it's very important. It's very important for balance and the movement. So that one is simple. Also, now they say that describe the path of the impulse in the reflex act to bring about the ninja reaction. Basically, as I told you that, okay, that's what they said in the extract. However, they didn't say that from the extract. You see, they didn't say that. State, yes, say state. So it also helps to withdraw the leg from a painful. So in this case, we have to look at what was the stimulus. You understand? Yes. So this I told you what to do. It was a very simple thing, and I told you how to master this. I told you just say Mr. M, Mr. M, and then Mrs. W, and then you talk about a bow tie. They have bow tie, and then maybe a bow tie has a button, and then you have two samosas on the side, and then you bring the sensory neuron, it enters. That's what I drew yesterday, and then I showed you. And then you have the muscle here, and then you have the sensory neuron here. So now you start to explain this. The impulse moves here. Talk about the neuron. It enters through the ventral root, the dorsal root. Then here you have the ganglion. The ganglion. Then it connects to the synapse, the connector. Then another synapse. Then the motor neuron. All we are talking about the impulse. Then moves out of the ventral root into the effector, which is the muscle. In this case, is the ninja, and then a reaction is done so that balance can be brought and speed. So that's how you're supposed to explain. So they are looking at 5 marks, but it's 5 marks, you can get them all. Yes. It's good to be you. Yeah. All right. We go to the next question. Guys, the paper is over. Stop. No. We are preparing for paper 2. Yes. We are preparing for paper 2. Alzheimer's disease. Question 3. The last question. This question is too much of reading. Reading. So I may not read everything. So it means that you have to read, but I will just try to extract what is important. Step 1, change in the nerve tissue of the brain that can cause Alzheimer's disease. I have to read it now. Step 1, change in the nerve tissue of the brain. Nerve tissue of the brain that can cause Alzheimer's disease. So here we are saying that as a result shown on improvement, a high order thinking ability and increased blood flow to the cerebellum. They say nerve tissue of the brain. Automatically, state 1, change in the nerve tissue of the brain that can cause Alzheimer's disease. So the moment, number one, also saying it here, Alzheimer's disease, this is because it improves the blood flow. So it means that here is the age and historic. Okay, sharp. Here is them. You have to reverse this. Saying the result showed the improvement of high order thinking ability, even there you can get it, and increase the blood flow to the cerebrum. So this can help you if you reverse it. Saying state 1, change in the nerve tissue of the brain. If they are damaged, basically it leads to damaging of the nerve tissue that can cause Alzheimer's disease. Once the tissue are damaged, then automatically you're gonna have Alzheimer's disease. But also reduced blood flow to cerebrum, which lead to Alzheimer's disease. Because once you increase the blood flow, then you tend to start forgetting about this Alzheimer's disease. You understand? Yes. But the moment the blood flow reduces to the cerebrum, then automatically the person is going to suffer from Alzheimer's disease. Yes. They're saying that extract stage. So good enough that this, they didn't say that stage 1 change in the nerve tissue of the brain that could cause Alzheimer's disease. They didn't say that from the extract. No. So anything outside the extract or in the extract, still it works perfectly. You understand? You can state any other, yes, and then as long as it's correct, then you'll be credited. From the extract, now here they're saying specifically from the extract, name one symptom of Alzheimer's disease. So the symptoms here, there are a lot of symptoms here. They say that Alzheimer's disease worsening, saying that the most common symptoms of Alzheimer's disease is worsening ability of remember new information. Understand? So you can talk about it, or you can read if there is any other symptom. State 1 from the extract, state a genetic factor. Genetic factor. You come back here. They say that age and family history are the known risk factor of Alzheimer's disease. Age can't be genetical, but family history is genetical because you obtain it from your parents. So the answer here is supposed to be family history here. Yes. Then they are saying that state 2 functions of hippocampus or hippocampus, whatever. 2 functions of hippocampus. Then you come back here and you find out what is hippocampus. This is okay. They are saying that regular exercise may help to reduce the risk of developing Alzheimer's disease because it can improve the blood flow to the brain and helps to maintain the volume of hippocampus. Hippocampus is located deep inside the cerebrum and plays a major role in learning ability and orientation. So what is the function? Plays a role in learning ability. See, it improves the learning ability and orientation. So basically that's what they are looking for there. Then they're saying that state 2 functions. Okay, we're done. State 2 factors that were considered when selecting. There are so many factors here, maybe they could even reach 7, but they're only looking for 2. So basically I can talk about the factor. You have to look at the age. You can look at the age, you can look at the family history. Yeah, you see even here they talked about the age. Yeah, you can look at the gender because they say they used 37 female, so they didn't talk about males here. So you can talk about that. Yeah, so explain ways in which scientists improved reliability. You remember we said that You repeat the experiment and then you increase the sample size. How did they repeat the experiment? In this case, they repeated the experiment. How did they increase the sample size? They used 37 female participants. Yes, 37 female participants between this and this. So they used 37 female participants. And then I saw somewhere where they say that they conducted the investigation 3 times a week for 3 months. You see, even this one, it is to increase the reliability. They conducted the experiment 3 times a week for 3 months. So this is for reliability and this is for reliability. Then we go to the next question. Explain why the investigation cannot be. You concluded that exercise reduce the risk of getting Alzheimer's disease. Cannot remember, some of them are basically genetical. How will it reduce the risk of it's genetical? You understand? So you basically is because some of it is as a result of genetical. So basically, what does this exercise do is to reduce the symptoms of Alzheimer's disease. Yes, but you getting it, you might be having the character from your parents. So it's genetical. So it only prevents the symptoms or early exposure or early showing of these symptoms. So it does not prevent you from getting it, for example, if it is a genetic one. Yes. Then they're saying that explain 3.1.6. They're saying from the extract, explain why it is expected that regular exercise can reduce the risk of the Alzheimer's disease. So basically here, it's because it can reduce the risk of Alzheimer's disease, because you see the risk, not that it prevents. No, we can't conclude it but that it prevents. It can reduce the risk of because it improves the blood flow. So check here. They're saying that it improves. Those are show that it improves the higher thinking ability and increase blood flow. You see, so because if you're able to think, you have ability to think, to remember and process, then automatically you won't be able to suffer from Alzheimer's. Remember, this disease is caused by forgetting. You can't remember, you can't think. So now you doing the exercise, then it will help in these symptoms not appearing. You understand? That's why we are saying that, explain why it is expected that regular exercise can reduce the risk. It can reduce. It's not a mandatory that it's going to reduce, but they are saying can. However much that's English, yes, it can. It may not, or sometimes it can. Yes, most especially it's not genetical. Yes, so because it improves improves in higher order thinking ability and increase the blood flow to cerebrum. Yes. Question 3, they're saying that no. Someone saying that didn't want to get less than the 70 expectations. No. Sometimes you see these questions, these questions which are extracts. Sometimes it depends on how you have reasoned them. So these 14 marks only, I think 2 or 3 5 marks, I think, are the one which you don't have to read too much. You have to get it from the extract. So don't lose that hope. You will make it. And then we have now to focus more on our paper 2. Yes. Let's go to question 3.2 so that at least we wind up. We are almost done, man. Almost done. The diagram below shows the location of the adrenal gland in a human. This is adrenal gland. Identify organ X. Organ X is a kidney. Obviously, everyone, I think, kidney. Everyone wrote this, I think. Yes. I think no one wrote a bean. No, you might find someone wrote here bean. I'll call you Mr. Bean. Okay. The system to which the adrenal gland belongs. Adrenal glands belong to endocrine glands. Did I say the system? Endocrine system. Yes. Yes, so we're done with that. Let's continue to the next one. State 2. Name 2 characteristics that of the type of gland that belongs to this system. The system, endocrine gland or system endocrine gland. First of all, it is a ductless. Ductless. You can talk about something else. A ductless gland. Number 2, produce or let me just say secrete enzymes. Secrete enzymes. Did I say enzymes? No, man. It's not enzyme. Secrete hormones to the blood, which is transported by the blood to the target organs. So we're just explaining what happens to endocrine system. Yeah, that's what they are looking at. Describe now these 5 marks, and these 5 marks. I think so many people were asking about this, and then I designated a full video live for so many hours trying to explain the same thing so that you don't lose it. I hope you didn't lose it. All right, let me just interpret, and then we continue. We might not write that much. Maybe I'll just use the distinction material, and then yeah. Describe the interaction between the adrenal gland and the gland X. Let's go back. X in the maintaining homeostasis and when salt level is low. Remember, I told you that you have salt normal. When you say low, the last point must be increased. The same thing. Then the gland, and then the gland, which hormone does it produce, and then the function of the hormone, then automatically goes back to normal. So this is what I was saying. Let me just do like this. Where are you? Sort. You see here. Yeah, it's just here above. So this is what we are looking at when low. So they wanted you to write this. That's it. Normal level of salt in the blood, the salt. Okay, now the salt level, when it decreases, the adrenal gland will secrete aldosterone. Yes, the aldosterone will make the membrane more of the nephron be permeable to sodium ions, and then reabsorption will take place. So once it takes place, then it increases, the salt level goes back normal, and then yeah. So you write it, you write the one which has decreased when the salt level increases. No, so basically they want to write it like that. So when the salt level in the blood decreases, the adrenal gland is stimulated to secrete more aldosterone. Aldosterone increases the absorption of sodium ions from the renal tubule in the kidney to the blood vessel, and then the salt in the blood increase and return back to normal. So basically this is what they want, but not exactly like this. Don't say that, no man, I didn't write it like that. No, as long as you wrote in your English, but you talked about this, you talked about this, you talked about this, you talked about this, then the rest is correct, man. Then the second last question on this, they're saying that explain the effect that secretion of the pituitary gland will have on organ X when the person is dehydrated. So basically they are looking at ADH because pituitary gland, then they are looking at gland X. They're saying for the person experiencing dehydration, it means that there is low water in the blood. So basically you explain osmoregulation. So that's what you're supposed to explain, osmoregulation, when there is lower level of water in the blood. So this is what you explain exactly like that. Lower level of water in the when there is low level of water in the blood, pituitary gland secreting more ADH. The permeability of the collecting duct, or this ADH, is going to cause the permeability of the collecting duct and this circumflex tubule to increase, and then more water is going to be reabsorbed back into the blood, and then it goes back to normal. So basically that's what you are supposed to explain, this and that. The way how you explain this, it's fine as long as you talked about the key points which we are looking at. If you check here, the key points are also indicated in there. Yes, so in this case you explain that. So I hope you got those marks. Then the second last question, yes, the second last question, they're saying that a person, a 12-year-old boy participates in the physical exercise for 45 minutes, followed by 15 rest period. The skin temperature of the boy was measured and results were recorded. Diagram below represents the skin of the boy before the exercise. Anyway, I talked about this and I was singing a song for you. Hopefully you guys, you did not let me down. The graph below shows the increase in the temperature over a period of what? By a period of time. They are saying the skin temperature over a period of time, explain. So basically this time they brought it in a different version, but if you check our distinction material, the way how I put those questions, they are basically trying to answer what it is there. Yes, you see this? Yes, see this? Is trying to show you. I explained it yesterday, but I hope you got it right. So P is the sweat gland, and then Q is blood capillaries. The homeostatic mechanism that bring about the change in the temperature. How do you call that? We call it temperature thermoregulation. Bring about the change in the skin temperature. The thermoregulation. We call it thermoregulation. They're saying the part of the brain that is responsible for the mechanism named above. Which part of the brain is responsible for thermoregulation? It is the hypothalamus. Yes, so we know that. Then they're saying that identify from the diagram, identify the parts. So we say that P is the sweat gland, while Q is the blood capillaries. Calculate the percentage decrease. We talked about this. We say that percentage decrease is equal to final minus initial over initial, not over final, is 100. Talked about this very well. I hope you have done it. You have not disappointed me. So we are saying that in this case you have final minus initial, over initial. So it's gonna be 35.4 minus 37.4 over 37.4 times 100. However, the answer you're gonna get is gonna be a negative, which shows is percentage decrease. Yes, hope you got a negative answer. And some people, they got a negative answer and then they crossed it. They say But see, even if you swap it, it's gonna be the same figure, but now it's gonna be percentage increase, won't be percentage decrease. Explain the role of P and Q in the change in the skin temperature before the exercise. So basically P, what you need to talk about P, what does it work? How does it work? It becomes, P is a sweat gland. So the sweat gland becomes more active and then more producing more sweat. This leads to evaporation of the sweat leads to the cooling of the body. So basically, you just explain the thermal regulation of, but only a specific point. And I told you when I was explaining this that you need to take note of this, because so they are talking about the sweat gland. Yeah, so more blood is gonna be sent to the sweat gland. The sweat gland becomes more active, and then the more sweat is released. Evaporation of the sweat leads to the cooling of the skin. So basically, that one only wanted that, while the other one is saying that Q is blood vessel. So automatically blood vessel, you have to explain it that impulse will be sent to the blood vessel. Okay, the blood vessel become dilated, and then this is called vasodilation. More blood will flow to the skin, and more heat is lost from the skin. So basically, that's what they wanted. And to get your marks, those 6 marks, at least they want 3 points, and the 3 points are already highlighted in there. See, they highlighted in there. More than 3, and then you get a marks. And I hope you guys, you made it, you made it. Okay, then they're saying that now we go to the next question. The last question, they're saying that, what are they saying? Someone is asking me, sir, that's not math. Nothing worse than seeing the answer that you scratched. Oh my god, I knew that. Oh my god, many people try to scratch that. There's nothing we can do, but that's how we calculate the percentage increase and percentage decrease. Yeah, please, guys, you need to be sure. There's someone is asking me that there is no such as a negative percentage. That's why decrease means what? Decrease means percentage. Decrease means decrease. No one is saying there's no such. I didn't calculate. You have to calculate here, and you see. If you find it's a negative, then that's the answer, because it is a decrease. A negative slope. Negative slope. What does it mean? Do you get is final minus initial? Yes. Do you get a positive answer? No, you get a negative answer. And then a positive slope. Check the slope. Even here it shows you. This is a negative slope when those people who are doing physical science or who are doing pure maths. I don't know math lit, but I think positive slope is increasing automatically, final minus initial. You see? So it means that the answer is gonna here on this one is gonna percentage increase, while percentage decrease is supposed to be negative. So yeah, it's supposed to be like that, my friends. But let's focus now more on paper 2. I know that we're gonna make it, and those marks, which please don't rush. I told you, don't make the examiner to be fools. What does it mean? It means that you finish the paper in 10 minutes, and then in the paper is 2.5 hours. And then you want to sleep, and they won't allow you to go out, so you become bored. Oh man, please write after writing, go through the paper. I know that it's boring to go through what you have written, and sometimes people even scratch. But if you're not so sure about the answer, don't scratch it, because in most cases 95% of the people I've seen, they scratch the correct answer and they put the wrong one. Yes, that's the most cases. So if you're not so sure about the answer, you are scratching, you have just forgotten, or you just wrote it somewhere, please don't scratch it, because in most cases this so-called Satan will tell you, man, just scratch it, and then you start being irritated, you scratch. After scratching, you feel good, can't is there, is laughing at you. Anyway, let's continue, guys. An investigation was done to determine the effect of oxygen. So basically his oxygens, so I'm not going to read too much, but I know that we did this experiment very well, and we try to master it. Yes. Anyway, let's start. They're saying that the results show the table. Okay, saying identify the independent variable. It's easier to find here, here, or you can come here. The first statement, I always tell people that you got the first statement. An investigation was done to determine the effect of oxygen on. So now you see independent variable effect of oxygen, and then the dependent variable on. You see the growth of lateral branches. Growth of lateral branches. Yes. So the lateral branches, these branches becomes the dependent variable, while the growth the effect of oxygen is what? Is the what? The independent variable. Yes. Some people, they wrote the type of the plant, hopefully, but I'm not so sure about it. So it depends on the discussion they will do. All right, and explain why the plants were exposed. Explain why the plants were exposed to the same environmental conditions. Why did we expose the plant to the same environmental condition? Yeah, remember, the moment they talk about environmental condition, the same, is to talk about the validity. Talk about what? The validity. So to ensure validity, that the results we obtain are valid. You understand? Imagine some people, they write with the books open, and others they write without books. Don't you see that it won't be valid? The other one won't be valid. Why? Because you are not exposed to the same environmental condition. So everyone must be monitored, everything, so that you write in the same standard environment, so that we know that, okay, the results you get are valid. Explain why agar without oxygen was used in C. Agar without oxygen. Remember, agar is a substance which helps in diffusing those other substances, so that, yes, it's like a sponge. Yes. And C, why was it used? Agar without what? So it can act as a control experiment, or to see the effect of because this one agar without oxygens and agar with oxygen, to see the effect of oxygens in D. You understand? Or you can compare the results in here and the results in here. So it means that whatever happened here, increase in the lateral branches, was as a result of oxygen, because this is agar without oxygen and agar with oxygen. Automatically, what happens here, it will be as a result of oxygens, because they are the same plant, the same environmental conditions, but now the results show that this one is more than this. You understand? Yes. So basically, is to compare the results, or to create a reference point, or so you can explain it any way you think is right. Explain why agar without oxygen is used in C. Yes. So we go to the next question. Explain why agar without oxygen is used. So we have done that. Then the next question, they're saying explain why the plant were exposed to environment. So we answered that. And then lastly, they are saying that state the conclusion for this investigation. So investigation, look guys here, there is something which I see here. You see this A, there is increase, but not that much, and then B, there's too much increase, and then C, there is too much increase, and then D, there's small increase. So let's look at A and D. The agar, the oxygens were there. This had oxygen, and then D also had oxygens at the tip. So the lateral branches do not grow that much. You see, while this B and C, because they said without oxygen, they didn't. Hello guys, thank you very much for joining us. Let's talk about the memo discussion of life science paper 1. Yeah, if you look at the paper, we shall see if the paper was a little bit easy or was a bit complex. Let's first go through it and then see what is really happening or what happened. All right, the same side as usual. Sometimes when I'm rushing, I forget some things, ne? Yeah, or I might skip a question. Please let me know if I've done so. Okay, the first, I'm not going to go through the instructions. Which one of the following, um, which structure protects the entrance of the vagina? So the vagina is being protected by what you call the vulva. So that what gets the 2 marks. Human fertilization usually takes place in the fallopian tube. So you get 2 marks there. We explained this yesterday. Which part of the brain is responsible for voluntary movement? When you talk about voluntary movement, it is different with voluntary actions. So when you say voluntary movement, it is cerebellum. So the answer becomes B. So get 2 marks there. Then you're saying that which disease occur when the blood sugar level are high? So blood sugar level are high, we call it hyperglycemia. But now, based on our level, we don't have it. Here it is diabetes. So remember, diabetes, yes, it can be sugar is too high or sugar is too low. So it's still diabetes. So we can say it as diabetes. So they're saying that 1.1.5, the structure of the structure that joins 2 hemispheres together. So we talked about it. We said it is corpus callosum. So you get 2 marks there, you get 2 marks there. So I think now here you got all those 2 marks, and then it means that you got 10 out of 10 in that small section. Then we go to 1.6. The pupillary reflex is ability of the typical human eye to adjust different light intensities in an environment. Which combination of processes will occur in a typical human eye when the light intensity changes from dark to, so we are saying from dark to bright. So I told you that you explain what is last, which is bright. So it means that you're gonna look at it. Remember, it's bright, we say that is R with R, C with C. So you have to look at radio muscles relax. So you have to look at it. So this one is out, and then radio muscles relax. So this one, get it, and then sacral muscles contract. Sacral muscles contract. So this one is also correct. Then if you are looking into the sun, that's the example I used. I said that if you look into the sun, you close you try to reduce the how eye is open. So it means that the the pupil constrict, you understand. So 3 becomes another point. So it means that then the light enters the eye, but it's not there. So it means that it's gonna be 2, it's gonna be 3, and then it's gonna be 4. So the answer becomes this, which is 2, 3, 4, which is A. So you get 2 marks there. 1.7, they're saying that which of the following can be used to treat severe middle ear infection? When you talk about severe middle ear infection, it means that the middle ear has been damaged. That's the meaning. But they're saying infection. It's not that it is an accident, it's an infection. So we say that we use what we call grommets. So you get 2 marks there. The person experiences the following symptoms: loses weight easily, is always hungry, never feed, never feels cold. The most likely explanation of this combination of symptoms is that the person is secretes too much of growth hormone, no, has overactive thyroid gland, probably diabetic, just have no, has underactive, no. B becomes the most correct answer. Why? Because if you have overactive thyroid gland, you're going to produce TSH, and TSH is responsible for metabolic reaction. You understand? Did I say TSH? You're going to produce thyroxine, and then thyroxine is responsible for metabolic reaction. And if the metabolic reaction is high, it means that you're going to be, what happens? Yes, you're going to be, if the metabolic rate is too high, it means that you're using the food you have had in the body. You understand? So it means that you are losing weight. You're always hungry because the food is being used up at a very high speed, and then you never feel cold because there is too much heat which is produced as a result of metabolism. So you understand? So the answer becomes B. Secretion are released into a cavity or onto cavity, means a hole or space, or onto the surface through a duct in the body. So how do you call that secretion? The secretion, what yesterday I told you that you need to know what is endocrine and what is exocrine. So in this case, endocrine, they secrete substances or these hormones into where they secrete them into the bloodstream. So that's what they are saying. And then if it is just it takes to the direct organ, then it becomes exocrine, which has the tube. So the secretion released onto the cavity or onto the surface through a duct, so it becomes exocrine. So you get 2 marks there. Which one of the following occur when the sympathetic nervous system is more active than the parasympathetic, meaning that you are preparing for emergency? So increased digestion, no. Constriction, no. No. So A becomes the most correct answer, as increase in the breathing rate, so that you are able to prepare for emergency. So it means that you guys, you got 20 out of 20. Let me know if you got 20 out of 20. Yes. They're saying that give the correct terminology, biological terms. So sharp structure found in the plant for protection. So this one we also discussed about it, and we said that these are thorns. Yes, so these are thorns. So these are thorns. So that one is gone. The type of vision resulting from having 2 eyes. 2 eyes, they're not talking about depth perception. They're saying just using 2 eyes, which is binocular. So if it's depth perception, then you can talk about stereoscopic, but here binocular can also be correct. I'm saying that a hormone that produced by pituitary gland that stimulates the milk. Milk, we say that it is prolactin. We talked about yesterday. And saying that a condition where the cornea is uneven. Yesterday I was even highlighting about this uneven distribution of the cornea. We say that it is astigmatism. Responsible or response of the stem towards light. Response of the stems towards light. If its response is tropism, and then light is photo. So it becomes phototropism. Yes. The halo ball of cells formed, yes, we talked about this, and then we say that it is blastula. Then they're saying that, so I hope you got 6 out of 6. It means that now we have 26 marks. Now they're saying that hormone that is secret, hormone that is in excess in abnormal tall people, yes, is a growth hormone. So the answer is A only. So if you didn't write word only, you are most likely to get it wrong. Correct lens for long-sightedness. So remember long-sightedness, what happens? You see objects which are far, but you can't see objects which are near. Yesterday I told you that objects which are far, you see them as small. It means that even the lens is supposed to be small. So the image, when it comes, it falls onto the retina. But the one which is near, it comes as big. So it ends up forming the image behind the retina. You see, behind the retina. So how do I correct it? I have to put on a concave lens, so that there is a concave convex lens, so that this light can be diverged before it reaches here. By the time it reaches here, it will be like this, and then it will be able to be focused onto the retina. So basically it is convex lens. So the answer is A only. A only. Oh, here I said B only. Why did I say right A? This is B only, then this is A only. Then they're saying that a disease of central nervous system. Both these, even I shown you, is that both are central nervous system. Yeah, guys, make sure that you always be on our preparation before the final exam, before the any exam. Then you'll be able to score high. Why? Because we try to show you that this is most likely to come. Focus on it too much than this, because of this and this. Yes. All right. This question, it is from reproduction in vertebrates. They're saying that label and name the part of, yes, label and name the part, letter and the name. All right, protect the developing embryo. So here we are saying that protect the developing embryo. Obviously it is a shell, so that's mostly to be the correct answer. And then here, protect the okay, provides nutrients to the embryo during development. Provides, meaning that it brings the nutrients. So the answer, the most probably, the answer is yolk sac. Yeah, so it's a yolk sac, which is coming from the yolk. That's the yolk inside, and then F becomes the yolk sac. So it's yolk sac. And then they're saying that allows this for storage of wastes from the embryo. It is allantois, and then E looks to be allantois. Yes, so the first one is, we say that shell, it is a shell, and then this one is a yolk sac, and then this one is the allantois. Yes, so that is it. Diagram, they're saying the diagram below different stages of development, saying atresia development. If you look at this one can walk, you see it, but this one the eyes are closed and stuff. So the answer is diagram A. Yes, and then they're saying that the type of development where small amount of yolk was available to the embryo. I explained this yesterday, and then I said that they are closed because the eyes are they have small amount of what? They have small amount of small amount of yolk. So that's why they don't have enough food nutrients to make it develop. So the answer still becomes diagram A. Yeah, this one had is a large amount of food in its yolk, therefore it is able to develop fully, while this one has small amount of yolk, therefore it couldn't develop fully because the nutrients were not enough. Yes, so the answer is A. Then we go to the next question. Here they're saying you have all these labels. Yes, they're saying identify the structure number D1. Number D1, one looks to be the amniotic sac. Yeah, if you follow it up, it looks to be amniotic sac. I don't know whether they are pointing it straight here because it is in the middle. It looks to be amniotic sac because this is the amnion, and then a layer on just outside there, just there, it looks to be amniotic sac. Then you're saying that number three, if you look at it, let me zoom it out. If you look at it, it shows that all this, check it, so it is part of the mother. You see, it is part of the what? It is part of the mother. Therefore, I'll call it the uterus. It is the uterus. And then five, it is an obvious thing. It is the vagina. And then they're saying that six, it is the How do you see this? Is this an embryo? it looks to be old enough, ne? So I don't think that is an embryo. It's better to depend on the marking line after discussion, but it's better to call it a fetus because after 12 weeks, it looks to be, this person looks to be old, ne? Yeah, so it's better to say fetus. If you wrote embryo, then it will depend on the discussion which will be done. All right, name the structure that act as a birth canal. Obviously it is the what they're saying, name the structure that act. Oh, here they're saying name, they're not saying using the numbers, so automatically it is the vagina. And then they're saying secret hormone that maintains pregnancy. We call it the placenta. Remember we said that yesterday that the placenta, it takes over the function of the corpus luteum before 12 weeks, but after 12 weeks then the placenta is the one which is being used. So corpus luteum produces progesterone from the time it is formed until 12 weeks. After 12 weeks it is the placenta which takes that function. So the answer here is the placenta. Then they're saying that, so you get the 1 mark there, placenta here. They're saying that transport oxygen and nutrients to the developing fetus. Transport oxygen and nutrients, they're saying structure. So if you are saying transport to, we said yesterday that when you're saying transport to, then it means that you are talking about the vein which takes the, so it because since it is umbilical, so it is umbilical vein. They're saying that name, so the answer here is umbilical vein. Yes, so based on, they're saying just name the structure. Yes, they're not saying that get it from here. All right, they're saying that what are someone asking, what about umbilical cord, what about placenta? They are saying that structure which transport oxygen and nutrients. So if you are looking at only what takes oxygen and nutrients, then it is umbilical vein. Name the tissue of the uterus that contract to enable the woman to push the baby out during birth. So name the tissue. They're saying the tissue of the tissue of uterus. So uterus, if they did not say the uterus, then it would have been the cervix, because it is the cervix which dilates and push. But because they're saying uterus, then automatically it is the endometrium. It's the endometrium which, because the uterus is divided into 3. Yes, I'm not talking about the other parts of the uterus. Yes, based on our level. So we talk about the uterine cavity, the endometrium, and the uterine wall. So if they are talking about that, then the answer becomes the endometrium. But if they are not talked about the uterus, then it would have been the cervix. So cervix is not a part of the uterus. All right. They're saying that several functions are listed below. Okay, these are the functions. Which of the following function, yes, is or are applicable to the amniotic fluid? I say that you can go, but don't forget to talk about the functions of amniotic fluid. Number 1, yes, this is placenta, allows free movement. Yes, this is number, it's correct. Does sex change the fetus? No. They're saying that protect the fetus from desiccation. Yes, this is correct. Provide meaning? No. Secretion of hormone? No. Shock absorber? Correct. Thermoregulation? Yes, correct. So the answer is 2, 4, 7, and 8. So these are the function. How to mark? I don't know. Maybe 2 they give you a mark, 2 they give you a mark. Yes. So what if you just got 1? So it will depend on the discussion which will be done in that regard. So I think you got 50 out of 50 in that regard. So let's go to the next question, which is section B. They're saying that menstrual cycle. This is a menstrual cycle. I explained this very well and then showed you what exactly they're gonna ask you about this. So they say that the hormone which shoots direct on day 14 is LH. We talked about it. Then we say that the first hormone to increase is FSH. We said it. We said that the hormone which increases around day 7 is estrogen. Estrogen. We say the hormone which increases immediately after day 14, we say it is progesterone. You see now the cycles there. We say that if you want to know that if fertilization took place or not, you look at this, you look at this, you look at this. If you don't see the blood, then it means that fertilization did here, don't use it. So that's it. Let's go. Give the name, number, and the name of the hormone that number and name of the hormone, okay, that stimulates the development of the follicle. Stimulates the development of the follicle. So it is number 1. Why? Is follicle stimulating hormone, therefore is FSH. They're saying that maintains the endometrium between 7 and 14 days. So it is estrogen. Remember, we said that prepares the uterus for implantation by making the uterus thick, vesicular, and granular. Therefore, the answer is 4. And then it is estrogen. Then they're saying that explain the function of corpus luteum. The major function of corpus luteum is explain the function of corpus luteum. The major function of corpus luteum is to produce progesterone, which maintains pregnancy. How? They're saying that describe how corpus luteum is formed. So it maintains, so how? By making the endometrium more thick, vesicular, and granular. So the function of corpus luteum is produce progesterone. You understand? Then, I think that's 1 mark. Then you tell us the function of progesterone, which is to make the endometrium more thicker, more vesicular, and more granular. How is corpus luteum formed? Corpus luteum is formed after ovulation. The Graafian follicle releases the ovum on day 14. You understand? So the remaining Graafian follicle, which called the empty Graafian follicle, forms corpus luteum. Do you think just like that is enough? Then you tell us under the influence of luteinizing hormone. So basically, the empty Graafian follicle, yes, is converted into corpus luteum, yes, under the influence of luteinizing hormone on day 14 or after day 14. So basically, that's how you're supposed to explain in that regard. They are saying that give 2 visible reasons using the information from the diagram above to explain why women are not pregnant. Yes, I talked about this. First of all, there is degeneration of corpus luteum. You see that this corpus luteum is what? Is degenerating. Yes, degeneration of corpus luteum. And then number 2, the decrease of progesterone. The level of progesterone is decreasing from 21 to 28. The level of progesterone is what? Is decreasing. So those are the 2 reasons. Menstruation. If this part of menstruation was here, then you would have also talked about it. But you can't talk about it because it is before the 14. Yes. Then we go to the next question, which is 2.2. 2.2, they're saying that the diagram below represents the human male reproductive system. So of which you have this. They're saying that identify the part labeled A. Part labeled A. So I told you follow. Yes, so A is the vas deferens. Then B, please don't call this sperm duct. Then E is the penis. Alright, explain the function of G. G is a scrotum. So basically, the scrotum protects the testes from external or mechanical injury. Yes, that's number 1. Number 2, it allows the testes to move up and down so that they're able to regulate the temperature of the testes. Yes, so it's basically for thermal regulation, and also you talk about protection against mechanical injury. Then they're saying that name and describe the process by which gametes are formed. Guys, I told you that when it comes here, name the process is oogenesis. You understand? And then I told you when we are talking about this that the things you need to focus on when it comes to this. And I told you, don't waste time. Don't waste time going to different things. Yes. This is what I told you, that when it comes to spermatogenesis, you just write this. So basically what they want, they said name, so basically it is spermatogenesis. That's the first thing you give. Yes, then after that you say under the influence of testosterone, the diploid cells are in the seminiferous tube undergoes meiosis to form haploid cells, or to form 4 haploid sperm cells. That's it. That's what I told you guys. Make sure that, and I say that please make sure that you do that. All right, those who were in my class before you wrote, I think you got it right and perfectly. So this one is also done. Then they're saying that diagram, draw the diagram of the gamete from, oh yes, okay, so this one is done. Draw the diagram of the gamete formed. I also explain that, and I say that here when you talk about, you just draw the structure of a sperm. So here the structure of the sperm, but I say that draw it like this. And I told you, when you're drawing, don't just draw a head like this and then you do like this. No, you don't have a round head. The head must be pointed, you see, and acrosome is, and then it must be proportion. And then after that, label it, label everything, give the title, then label everything: acrosome, nucleus, middle piece, then you put the mitochondria, and then you say the flagellum or tail. That's it. And then you say the structure of gamete, this gamete what? Gamete F, or structure of a sperm. That's it, or spermatozoa. Then draw the flow diagram to show the path of the sperm cell during ejaculation. Here they're saying path of the sperm cell during ejaculation. Flow diagram, when they say draw a flow diagram, basically they're telling you right. Because there is nothing you're going to draw there. It's just asking you to do what? To do the writing. Okay, let me show you. It means that you start from epididymis, you go to vas deferens. So epididymis, you write epididymis, you go to the vas deferens, then you go to the urethra. That's it. Epididymis, talk about epididymis, then you talk about the vas deferens, then you go talk about the urethra. So that's what they are looking at, showing the arrow that that's the direction. Simple. Then we go to the question 2.3. Question 2.3. This one, they're saying that students studied the effect of various plant hormones on the growth of corn. I say that this one is going to come as a result in investigative question. So they're saying that they're considering, okay, the height, use this, okay, 4 groups. Yes, they're saying initial height of the seedlings is 1 centimeter. Each group received the same amount of water. You see, this is very important. Same amount of water. That could be the validity. Same amount of water. The height. The number of each group is 10. This is not 8. Same number. You see, so those things of same. After 15 days of each group, calculate the average. So the average increases the liability. Ne? Okay, which plant hormone produce the tallest plant? So this is the height. So we see that it's gibberellin which did that. So the answer is gibberellin. So that's the answer there. Name 2 ways in which students ensured validity of the. So it's the same thing we are talking about. There are a lot, but you can look at each group received same amount of, you see, initial height of all this were 1 centimeter. You see, they took 4 groups, but each group has the same number of plants. You see, so all those are validity. They're saying that name 2 functions of abscisic acid. So here when you talk about abscisic acid, you can go back to what I talked about yesterday, or you can talk about abscisic acid is responsible for dormancy, seed dormancy, and also shedding of leaves during or towards winter. Yes, most especially for those plants which call the deciduous plants. Yeah, it's responsible for what? For shedding of these leaves. They're saying that draw a bar graph to represent the data in the table below.
name two functions of okay. Draw the bar graph to show the data. This one I also talked about it and said that when they say data here, this one is gonna go on x-axis, this is gonna go on the y-axis, x y, whereby id independent variable, dependent variable. Therefore here you have to make sure that the bar graph, this one is gonna come here, the scale must be the same. The lowest is 19, the highest is 40. So maybe I can say 0, 10, 20, 30, 40, then 50. You'll find out that it goes in. So you'll find out that this one 20, the first one is 21, so maybe it's around there. And then this one is 19, maybe it's around there. You leave a space because it is a bar graph. Then the 22 is around, maybe around there, and then 48, then 48 is around there. So basically like that. And then now you write this water plus what, then this one is acetic acid plus water, then you say oxygens plus water, like that. You understand? Then you give a title here, you give the information here, what is it. This is various hormones mixed with water, and then here you have what, height of seeds in centimeters. Here there has no units, but in the caption please don't put on units. So that's how it's supposed to be. So we give you the correct type of the graph, the space correct, the bars are correct, scale, axis, correct plotting, all those, we give you marks for that. So that is it. The diagram below shows the longitudinal section of the eye. Okay, cool. They're saying that give the name of the part that number one, name of the part that maintains the shape of the eye. This is exactly the same thing I said yesterday, that when they come to the eye, say know everything, but make sure that before you go to the paper you know this. So the first one is the shape of the eye is this which you call the vitreous humor. Carries impulse to the cerebrum. Then you talk about this H, which is optic nerve. Then they are saying that explain one feature shared by B and D. Name one feature shared by B and D. B, where is B? B is the lens, and then D is the, basically both of them they are involved in refracting light, but both of them they're saying one feature. So it means that here you talk about both are transparent to allow light to go through, so that is focused onto the retina. Both of them are transparent, which allows light to go through, so that is focused onto the retina, or they bend the light. Both of them are, yes, they are transparent, and then they are solid in it. They have this refracting power. Yes, but since they said a feature, so it's basically, it's better to say transparent to allow light to go through, so that is focused onto the retina. They are saying that how is part G and H? How is part G? I think I should show you. Let me show you. Yes, let me show you the eye. Let me go to the eye. Yes, reset. So this is what I'm saying. This is the, you see this part, and then this lens. Both of them are transparent, so it allows light to come and then into the what? Into the retina here. You see? Yes, that's what they are talking about. Then they're saying that tablet give to how G and H work together to bring about the vision. G and H. Let me check and see. G and H. How is G and H work together? So basically G is what you call the fovea. Yes, the yellow spot. I emphasize this. I say that why is the clearest image formed there? Because it contains high concentration of rods and cones. Yes, so since the high concentration is there, then it's able to detect anything, you understand, which falls on it. So what the answer here, what you're supposed to give here is, you say that G and H, they work together. G
receives the light, which is the stimulus, which is converted into a nerve impulse, you understand, and then sent to the cerebrum for interpretation via these auditory nerves. So basically, they just wanted to see the relationship that G, yes, receives the stimulus, which is light, and converts it into a nerve impulse and then hands it over to H, which is optic nerve, and then takes that information, that impulse, to the cerebrum for interpretation. That's it. Then they're saying that tabulate the structure difference between, they're saying structure difference between the health eye of object, which is 6 mirrors, and then that of, so when they are saying tabulate, you have to draw a table, and then you tell us that this is 6 mirror, and then this is more than 6 mirror, meaning that far and then near. Then after that, you give the differences. So here you just come here, what you talked about, that suspensor ligament, relax. You see, so ciliary muscles, relax. Then the other one, ciliary muscles, contract. Suspensor ligament, tighten or become tight. Become taut, or yeah, and then tight. Then the other one, it's slacken, or you understand. And then then you talk about the lens becoming less convex. Then the other ones become more convex. You understand? Yes. So they're saying structure. Yes. Can I see the tension? I don't see the tension. I only see this one is a structure. Ciliary muscles relax. This one is a structure. Symphysis ligament. You see that they are. You understand? You see them. But I can't see the tension on the lens. But I can see that the lens has become less convex. So I'll look at this, I'll look at this, and I'll also look at that. Clear image is focused on the retina. It's not a structure thing, because they say the structural differences. You understand? So basically, you look at this, you look at this, and then you look at this. Those are the 3 points you need to look at, because they say structure, unless they say the functional or the differences without talking about that one thing. Then we go to the next question. They're saying investigation was conducted to observe the time taken for blood. Look at this question. The time taken was observe the time taken for the blood alcohol level to return to normal after consumption of various volume. You see, after consumption of various volumes. So the investigator, so meaning that the time taken will depend on how much alcohol you have consumed. So meaning that the time is dependent on the volume you have consumed. You understand? Yes. So the investigator, okay, 4 people to participate. The investigator invited. You see, this is a preparation phase. He invites those people. It's not just by force to participate in the investigation. Each participant was asked to read. You see, it's also a preparation. You ask the participant to read the governmental warning label about the consumption of alcohol. You see, yes. So this is the one. They are saying that each participant was given volume of alcohol to drink. So this is the one. Okay, they're saying that alcohol consumption was measured before the participant drank the alcohol every 30 minutes, and therefore until the blood alcohol consumption returns to 0. Yes. Question number 1. Let's go to question number 1. What are they saying? How many hours does it take for the person to be legally able to drive after consumption or consuming 180 milliliter of alcohol? 180 milliliter, it's this one. And then they're saying this is the normal range, meaning that this person, when drunk here, yes, it took him to reach this mark around maybe 2 hours 50 minutes. Yes, meaning that 2.8 hours, something like that. Yes. Then they're saying that maybe they will give a range of answers there. They're saying that for investigation, identify but you put hours because maybe the unit is also another mark. For this investigation, identify the dependent variable. What is the dependent variable? We talked about it here. We said that because now you have this and then you have this, so you end up not have. So they say that the investigation conducted to observe the time taken for the blood alcohol level to return to normal after consuming of various volume of alcohol. So meaning that you go back to normal, yes, the volume will determine the time taken for blood for blood to be free of alcohol, meaning that the independent is volume consumed and then the time taken is the dependent. Therefore the answer here becomes time taken to recover. You understand? Yes. I think I'm clear here. Identify the dependent time taken for a person to recover to the normal levels, meaning that zero alcohol. They're saying that suggests two reasons why the investigator would ask the participant not to consume alcohol for 48 hours before. Basically, this is want to see the control. It's like a control experiment to see that whatever happens after consuming alcohol, it will be the effect of that alcohol. You understand? Yes. So it's like a baseline mark, or it's a control experiment to show that okay, whatever happens, it's as a result of what? This alcohol which has been consumed. Then they're saying that for this investigation, describe two safety precautions. So what did they do to do the safety precaution? They told them to read. You understand? So that they know. That's number one. You understand? Um, so they had to know the warning that according to this, okay, women should not drink. If a woman who is pregnant must not drink. You understand? So that prevents all those things. And then number two, yes, they must not drive. You see, consumption of alcohol behavior impairs the ability to drive. You see, yes, they must not do this driving when they're having, so that they don't cause accidents. So you are trying to bring about the safety of these people who are under this investigation. So you cannot allow them to. So they had to be below this level so that they can drive. You understand? Yes. Then they're saying planning conditions. We say that we educate. You see, we talked about them, educated them. Yes, we said educated them. Send them an invite so that they can come. It just didn't go and then take everyone. No, he sent an invite. This investigator sent what? An invite, so that they are planning, so that everything, meaning that asked permission for them to participate, you understand, in this investigation. Then based on the table above, are investigator results reliable? Based on the table above, which table? On this table, to me, I will say no, they are not reliable. Why? You can't use one participant, one person. No, you need to have a large sample size, so that maybe make them in groups. You understand? Yes, at least. But you just use one. What if that one person has issues with that specific thing? How will I know that it is that a result of that? So to me, it's not reliable. Yes. So meaning that the sample size used was small. Yes, they used fewer number of people. Yes. So number two, did they repeat the experiment? They did it how many times? Volume. They say that okay, before participants, that means, and after they did not like do the experiment many times, so that they see that what they got is really reliable. So basically, the sample size, the number of individuals they used are few for each group. All right. Actually, even there's no group. They're saying that based on the above, okay, give a reason. So that's the reason I've said. Suitable conclusion for that. If you see here, the higher the amount of alcohol you take, yes, the the longer the time is gonna take to recover. You understand? So this one took this took how many hours? 6 hours or 7 hours, and then this one took 5 hours. So the higher the amount of the amount of alcohol you take, the higher or the longer it's gonna take you to recover to normal. Yes. Then we go to question 3.2. Question 3.2. What are they saying? AirPods are wireless listening device that fit into the ear and direct sound users to. Okay, I was talking about that. Take note of the ear. It will come right. So these are the earpods they are talking about. Smartphone has feature that can monitor the volume of music being played through the earpods, giving the warning of notification if the volume exceeds this. Okay, this bars. Okay, Fred and Teboho are listening to the same music. Diagram 2. Okay, okay, meaning they use the same music, but one is louder, one is okay. Meaning that above 34 decibel, then it means that it is not good. Name the part of the ear that vibrates due to direct effect of sound. Direct effect of sound, that is the tympanic membrane. Contains receptor cell that detect the sound stimulus. It is the cochlea. So it is the tympanic membrane. This is the cochlea because the cochlea is found in there. That's what we talked about. We are talking about this. They're talking about this. This is the cochlea. That's where you find this. You see, even we say that it has the what? The organ of Corti. Then they're saying that another question, equalize pressure on air in the middle ear. We say that is station tube. Equalize pressure on the either side of the tympanic membrane, meaning that in the middle ear. They're saying that explain to, so we are done with that, channel sound wave to the middle ear. Channel the sound wave into the middle ear. The one which brings sound wave into the middle ear. You see, it is the auditory nerve. They are saying that explain 2 ways in which iPod could prevent a person from hearing other environmental noise. Basically, if you look at it, it is fit into the ear. You see, meaning that there is no external sound which is gonna come. Then number 2, I can say based on the technology, they have this technology which reduce or isolates the noise from you understand. Yes, so they prevent, meaning that another thing is that the sound is directed to the ear from the iPod direct into the ear, meaning that it doesn't go out. You understand? Yes. So your answer is supposed to be related to that explanation. 3.2.3, use the diagram 2 and 3. Answer the following question. Who is more at risk for damage their sound receptor cells? So between this and that, who is at risk? Between who? 3 and 4. So 3 and 2. The answer is this one because it is louder, therefore it's easy to damage those cells. Then number 2, explain your answer. Yeah, why do you think that number 2, this one, first of all, the sound is too much, so it hits the tympanic membrane. You see, when it hits the tympanic membrane with a great force, then it means that the vibration is going to be a little bit higher. Not a little bit higher, it's going to be higher. And then it's the same thing, the same vibration will be transmitted equally to the cells in the organ of Corti, actually the organ of Corti. So these cells, they have specific amount of vibration they can accommodate. So if it's too much, then it's easy for them to be damaged. You understand? That's why we say that it is that individual in diagram 2. Then we go to the next question. They're saying that Explain 2 ways in which the earbud prevent the person from hearing. So we are done with that. We are done with that. They're saying, question 3.3. So this question is asking, I told you what to do when it came to this. Yes, I told you very well. Yes, all right. We say that is the pituitary gland. This is a thyroid gland. This is the pancreas. This is the adrenal gland, and these are the gonads. Specifically, those are the testes. The ovaries are above that. All right. Name 2 hormones secreted by adrenal gland. It is aldosterone and adrenaline. So it's done. Name 2. So both is A. A. Adrenal gland, aldosterone, adrenaline. Yes. They're saying name the hormone secreted by D. D is the testis, which is testosterone. So you have to tell us that is testosterone. Yes. Name and describe the role of gland A when the hormone secreted by gland B increase. Meaning that here you are talking about the negative feedback mechanism of thyroxine. As I told you yesterday that so this is what they brought. Yes. So as I told you that here they won't bring the carbon dioxide because they brought it in the what? In the they brought it in the project. All right. So what they look at here, they are looking at when there is high level of thyroxine. They want you to explain this. I explained this yesterday and I said that it's simple. Once you have high here, you're gonna have here low, and then here you talk about this. And that's it. You get 2 marks here, mahala, and then you just know which gland and what's the hormone produced there. Meaning that when the thyroxine increases or is high, the pituitary gland is going to release less TSH, meaning that the thyroid gland is going to be stimulated less, and then the thyroxine level is going to drop, then it goes back to normal. That's what they wanted. Nothing else. Yes. So meaning that, yes. What will happen if there is too much thyroxine in the body? Yes. And then now we go to the next question. The next question is saying that okay, identify, name the hormone Aubrey received at X on the graph. X, because now they say that Aubrey is having diabetes. Yes, it's diabetic, and then this one is normal. So meaning that if there is too much sugar by Aubrey, you have to introduce here insulin. Meaning that they introduced insulin in there. Provide a suitable reason for your answer. The level of glucose was high, therefore when you introduced insulin, insulin stimulates the conversion of glucose into glycogen, and then the level of glucose dropped or went back to normal. Then they're saying describe what is homeostasis. This is keeping internal environment in a null limit or constant. Yes, describe the negative feedback mechanism that occur between point Y and Z. Point Y, and Z. So what are we trying to explain here? We want to see that the level increases, meaning that at point Y, the level of glucose decreases. So I have to explain the negative feedback mechanism of glucose so that I bring it back to normal. So meaning that you explain when the glucose level is low, and then so what happens? So you can explain using this. Glucose level decreases, the pancreas secretes glucagon, then now glucagon stimulates the conversion of glucose to glycogen to glucose, and then the level of glucose increases and then goes back to normal. That's it. Yes. So you see guys, this paper was not that difficult, just that you had to open your eyes and ears and everything so that you're able to smash the paper. I told you we will smash the paper, and I know that now people are busy smashing the paper. Thank you so much for smashing the paper. Yeah. At least you were not smashed by the paper. You smashed the paper. All right. What part of the brain is responsible to change in the body temperature? It is the hypothalamus. Describe the change in the athlete's body between 20 to 40 minutes. What is 20? 20 to 40. So meaning that the temperature was too high. So I'm explaining when the temperature, yes, is too high. So I am explaining when it's going down. You understand? Yes. So it means that I want to explain this. How did it come from here to here? Do you understand? Yes. So meaning that I explain thermoregulation, thermoregulation. When I told you that, hey, you can't skip this, and I told you that, and I explained exactly this hot environment whereby hypothalamus stimulated sends impulse to the blood vessels, and then the blood vessels dilate or become wider. This is called vasodilation. More blood vessels flow through the skin, more heat is lost from the skin, more blood is sent to the sweat gland. The sweat gland becomes more active, more sweat is released, evaporation leads to the cooling of the body, and then now the temperature goes back, you see, there. So it was a little bit simple. Explain the cause of increase in the body temperature during strenuous activities. Why is it that an increase in the body temperature when you are doing vigorous activities? You can think about any vigorous activity you do. All right, here you can talk about yeah, high rate of when you are doing vigorous activities. It means that there is high rate of metabolic reaction, and then this high rate of metabolic reaction produce high rate of metabolic reaction. Yes, what happens? It produces it produces a high amount of heat. If there is high metabolic rate, actually let me just say it like high respiration rate result in high production of heat, because the end product of respiration or metabolism is heat. So this heat is going to cause the body to increase the temperature. Hence, when you're answering here, you're supposed to say that high rate of metabolic reactions, which result in high production of heat in the body. Hence, the person's temperature increases. I think, guys, it was a wonderful paper. Thank you so much, you guys. We're gonna meet again on Saturday. We're gonna meet again on Saturday. I repeat, we're gonna meet again on Saturday so that we discuss paper 2, and I show you again what you're gonna expect in paper 2. You know, our predictions are always 90% correct, and we don't miss. Thank you so much. It is M Saidi. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share. See you again in part 2. 2023. We see how did this paper was done, or what we expect in terms of answers. Yeah, so that you can prepare for the next exam. All right. So basically, they're asking you a question here: which structure in the amniotic egg collects nitrogenous wastes and assists in the gaseous exchange? Don't forget that when you talk about the the amniotic egg, we are talking about membranous eggs which has membrane. So in this case, the answer is going to be B. So here you get 2 marks, which is allantoids. They're saying that the color vision in human human eye is a function of photoreceptor. When you talk about photoreceptors, yes, we say that photoreceptors, we are looking at the cones. So here we are trying to say this is the answer. So why? Because cones are used in the bright light. You understand? Actually, during the day. So all this is the same thing. And then rods are used during night. That's why these animals which are nocturnal, they cannot see color. Yes. Why? Because they see very well at night. So still sometimes we can say that roads are responsible in dim light. So I think now it is clear. So the answer here becomes the cones. Fovea is where the sharpest image is formed. Blind spot, no image is formed. Okay, the target organ of aldosterone. Where is aldosterone working? Don't forget that aldosterone is being produced by the top part of the kidney, which is adrenal gland. So once it's produced, it travels through the blood and then enters the kidney. So basically, in the nephron. But because they didn't talk about the nephron here, so and they're talking about the organ because the nephron is not organ. Nephron is a part of the kidney, which is the organ. Therefore, the answer becomes D. So here you get 2 marks in that case. Then we go to, they're saying that so this question from this is based on this. All right. Yeah, we see that this guy is too tall compared to other people. Yes. The man conditions is most likely caused by over secretion of. So what caused this? This person is growing too much, meaning that there is over excretion of growth hormone. So the answer becomes A. Therefore, we get 2 marks there, as growth hormone is causing this gentleman to overgrow. Then we go to the next question, which is which gland secretes the hormone responsible for man's condition? So where is this hormone being produced from? It's being produced from the hypophysis, or sometimes we call it pituitary gland. Don't forget that the pituitary gland produces a number of hormones. Among these hormones, we have what you call the growth hormone. Therefore, the answer becomes B, and then you get 2 marks there. Then we go to the brain, the structure of the brain. So in this case, I told you that, guys, that whenever they bring a question regarding to the structure, make sure that you label everything, and then you'll be able to answer those questions. So this is the cerebrum, then this is the hypothalamus, thalamus, and then this is the cerebellum, and then this is medulla oblongata. Don't forget that medulla oblongata is next to this first swelling, which called the pons. So that is medulla oblongata. Anything below medulla oblongata then becomes the spinal cord. I think now you are clear with that. The part that is labeled C is called, you see, now C is called the cerebellum. Cerebellum. And then as the structure that control the breathing is the structure that control breathing. Did I say okay? Breathing is being controlled by medulla oblongata. Why? Because you don't have control over it. The initial, the breathing rate. Yes. Someone can say that I can stop breathing and I can continue breathing. But when it comes to night, I don't know whether when you are sleeping, you have control over your breathing. You don't have control over your breathing. Therefore, the answer is medulla oblongata. Therefore, you get 2 marks there and also get 2 marks there. I always tell students that there is no way you can leave an objective unanswered. Please always answer the objective. If you don't know, at least guess. At least you have 25% chance of getting it correct. So certain species of fish are mouth brooders. Brooders is like keeping the baby. You understand? Yes, you are keeping the baby. When it hatches, you keep the baby. Yes, so that until it is ready to face the external environment. So the mouth brooding is the strategy where the parent keep the newly hatched fish in their mouth. So newly hatched, this is not related to reproduction. It's not at all. So it's only related to care. You're trying to care for these kids you have given birth to or you have hatched. You understand? Yes. Should I say that?
Mouth brooding is an example of internal fertilization. No, it's not about, there is no involvement of sperms here, of vivipary. It would have been, but it's not in the mother's womb. So it's also out. So parental care, this is the most correct. And then vivipary, definitely no, because they hatched them a long time ago. And whenever you talk about hatching, you talk about ovipary. So basically that is it. So yes. So this is not in. So the answer, the best answer is C, which is the parental care. Basically, that is what is happening in there. The structure in the male reproductive system where sperms are stored and mature is called sperms are stored for temporary maturity. So that structure is called epididymis. Epididymis. So the answer was supposed to be epididymis. I think you guys are getting it. Getting it right. Saying that which one of the following is only type of embryonic development that is possible for organisms that have external fertilization? Which of the following type of embryonic development that is possible for organisms that have external fertilization? The moment you talk about external fertilization, definitely because of vivipary or viviparous, it is internal fertilization, and viviparous is internal fertilization. Parental care is not a strategy. So we are looking at here as the ovipary or oviparous. So basically external fertilization is linked with this. Why? Because the sperms are sprinkled on the eggs when the eggs have already been laid. So the answer, the most correct answer here is going to be A. Then we go to the terminologies. Terminologies, you guys, in most cases, we always bring the terminologies which you have already done. Yes, we don't have anything which is new. External opening of the vagina. How do you call it? It's called what? Vulva. So we call it vulva. The opening, the outside part of the vagina. We call it what? Vulva. The gland that secretes aldosterone. We say that this is the adrenal gland. And then they are saying that don't mind about my handwriting. That's why I always talk about the answer you have. So let's rush to the next question. They're maintaining a constant balance irrespective of change in external or internal environment. So how do you call this constant? Constant is homo. So whenever you say constant is homo, so it becomes homeostasis. So this is homeostasis. The visual defect that occur when the transparent lens becomes cloudy. I've been saying this over and over again. If you check our distinction material, I didn't want to talk about the distinction material, but it's called cataracts, but I want to show you so that you see it clearly. And then yes, you see it has become cloudy. So when it is cloudy, yes, when it's cloudy, you see the normal lens is supposed, the normal eye is supposed to look like this, but once it becomes cloudy, you see that the light cannot go through. So if light cannot go through, therefore it becomes what? Opaque. Therefore here it gives you the answer to be cataracts. So the answer here is gonna be cataracts. Cataracts. I know the people who use the distinction material. Yeah, you got distinctions. Yes. They're saying that introduction of pins into the vagina, followed by the discharge of semen. How do you call that? We call it copulation. It's copulation. Someone can say, what about sex? It's better to say it in science, copulation. Fertilization. How do we call this? Fertilization. Site for fertilization is the fallopian tubes. Yes. So it's the fallopian tubes. The gas that is stimulated, that stimulates the change in the breathing rate and the heart rate. How do you call this? Heart rate. We say that
is carbon dioxide. We get this in the negative feedback mechanism. I told you that they like this carbon dioxide. I don't know why, but the rate at which they like this carbon dioxide is too much, in such a way that they feel it not good to explain the whole thing without talking about the carbon dioxide. Yes, okay, I've passed it. It's here. Yes. So this is what they're asking, that the gas that will stimulate. Check here. They say that muscle is the diaphragm and the intercostal muscles, the rate of breathing, and then the mass of breathing and the heart muscles will increase, meaning that they're being stimulated. So this is what they are asking you here. They're saying that the gas that stimulates the change in the breathing. You see the breathing, and then the heart rate. This is what they are saying here. There is increase in the diaphragm, check, yes, and then that's the rate of breathing, you see, and then the heart rate, you see, that's what they are. That's where they got the question from. Then they're saying that enlargement of the thyroid gland. So how do you call that thyroid gland? When the thyroid gland has enlarged, this is what they are looking at. Yes, what you call the goiter. Yes. So we call it goiter is the enlargement of the thyroid gland. Yes. And then they're saying that due to under secretion of thyroxine. So basically, when the condition of under secretion is called hypothyroidism, and if there is too much, we call it hyperthyroidism. But when there is enlargement, when the thyroid gland now starts to enlarge, yes, because you can have hypothyroidism or hyperthyroidism without the neck swelling. Maybe you are still in the initial stage. So, but once there is enlargement, then that enlarged throat or neck, let me just say neck because throat is more to talk about. Yes, the neck, then we call it goiter. So the different stage of embryonic consists of the ball-like. Here we are talking about the development of the zygote until implantation. Yes, that's what they are asking you here. If you check here in the, they got it from here. This ball of cell. This is, you see, that's what they are looking at, or that's what they are asking you. So the answer becomes the morula. So that's, and I didn't want to talk about this distinction material book, but guys, I've been saying it. There is no way how you're gonna use the distinction material book and you fail to get a distinction unless you have not used the book correctly and you have been playful. But if you want a distinction, there is no way. Okay, anyway, let's go to the next question. They're saying that increase the abscisic acid. If you go still abscisic acid, you will see this. So abscisic acid is responsible for dormancy. So in this case, so the answer here is gonna be the answer here is gonna be none. Why? Because there is no dormancy here. Seed germination, and then here is dormancy. So basically here you say none. Yes. And then they're saying that the outermost structure of developing embryo, the outermost structure of the developing embryo. How do you call the outermost? Remember that when you're talking about that, we say that it forms chorion. Check. It forms the outer layer called chorion, which forms finger-like projection called chorionic villus for implantation. So this outermost layer is called chorion. So that's what they're asking you here, that how do you call the outermost layer? So the outermost layer is A. So A only. These words, what only must be there. Haploid cells are produced by meiosis. Yes. When you talk about haploid cells being produced by meiosis, so what does it mean? Here they're asking you that the haploid cells are produced by meiosis. How do you call those haploid cells? So we expect to have the ovum, and the sperms, or spermatozoa, and then ovum. But here they are saying the haploid cell. They're not talking about the process. Yes, I know that this is oogenesis, which results in the ovum, but they're saying haploid cells. They're talking about cells. The key point here is cells, which are haploid. So Even spermatogenesis result in the gametes, which are haploid, but they are not giving you that sperms or spermatozoa. No, it's haploid cells. So here the answer becomes none. So that's the reason why that answer is none. Then when you come here, look at label A, what is the placenta, B is the amniotic fluid is inside. Yes, the amniotic cavity, if there is no fluid, but the fluid is there because the baby is still there. So amniotic fluid, then you have the umbilical cord, then you have the cervix, and then you have the vagina, and then sometimes you call it the birth canal. Which nutrients diffuse here, where nutrients diffuse? Name here they're asking you. Here students lose marks when they ask them this question, because letter and the name, they only give the name or they only give the letter. So you are losing marks. They're saying that where nutrients diffuse from mother to the fetus. So the nutrients they diffuse from the mother to the fetus is there here, from the mother to the fetus. So it means that is A, and then the answer is placenta. And they are saying that they stretch or dilate to allow the fetus to be expelled during birth. It is the cervix. However much even the vagina stretches, but this one stretches more than the vagina. Therefore, the answer becomes what? D. And then they're saying that that protect the fetus against temperature changes. That's the amniotic fluid. So where is it? Is B. So it's amniotic fluid. So guys, you see that the paper was not that difficult. Yes. Then when we go to the next question, here, what they are saying is the diagram below represents the part of human nervous system that involves impulse traveling via the spinal cord. Yes. So basically, what is behind here is the reflex arc. So it's the reflex arc. Since it's a reflex arc, so now it means that you are able to understand. So what is F? F is interneuron. A is the spinal, the dorsal root or dorsal root is a receptor, and then the sensory neuron or the dendrite, and then it's the motor neuron, and then it is the effector or the muscle. So I'm saying that name the path of the impulse represented in diagram above. Yeah, basically that's what they are looking at. Name the path of the impulse represented by the diagram above. So how does the impulse move? Moves from B to E. So it's basically is B to E. And then we say that this path is basically the reflex arc. You're saying give only letter of the part that contains sensory neurons. Which part contains sensory neuron? Sensory neuron. So it's gonna be, you're saying give only the letter of the part that contains sensory neuron. They're not saying so. Yes. So basically, it's going to be what? It's going to be C. Remember that there is a difference between a nerve and a neuron, but it's almost the same thing. But one is a little bit bigger than the other. You understand? Yes. It's like a wire, big wire, and then small wires inside. So the answer is going to be C, because that's where the sensory neuron is passing. Or that's exactly the sensory neuron. They're saying that they're saying that I was talking about the ears, and then this sensory neuron it connects to the receptor where the sensory neurons are coming from, and then they go to the muscles where the motor neurons are being connected. So basically, B is where the structure is being what? The structure of the sensory neuron is being what? connected, and then it continues like that. Yes, meaning that we don't find any other neuron in this from the diagram other than the sensory neuron. Then they are saying that give only the layer of the part that produce the reaction. So this is the one which produce the reaction or the effect. That's why it's called the effector. So it brings about the reaction. And then you're saying is responsible for converting the stimulus into a nerve impulse. So it converts the stimulus into a nerve impulse. So the answer becomes B. You understand why? Because it converts. Once the impulse comes, once the stimulus comes, it's being converted into a nerve impulse, and then the impulse moves along the neuron to where it is needed, maybe to the central nervous system, that's the brain, or the central nervous system, that is the spinal cord. So it depends on what is it. Give the letter of all structures that are responsible, that represents neuron. So if you look at, meaning that you have three types of neurons or classes of neurons. You have the sensory neuron, so it's going to be C. We have the connector neuron, it's going to be F, and then we have the motor neuron, that is D. So the answer for this case is going to be CFD. Yes, you can check. Name the part of the neuron which transmits impulse towards the cell body. The part of neuron which transmits impulse towards the cell body is called the dendrite. Yes, so the dendrite. So this question is not really saying connected to this. So it will depend on the final memorandum. It's not really connected to the that use the letters here. But if it is the case, if using the letters, definitely C is going to be the answer. Why? Because C connects to the cell body, which is here at the ganglion. So it means that this first part is the dendrite. Or some, or is talking about the dendrite, which is dendrite. Yes. So basically, C, which is the dendrite. So name the two structures which protect the spinal cord. Here we're talking about the vertebral column. Yes, vertebral column. Yes, or the vertebrae. Sometimes we call it the vertebrae. Yes. Yeah, and then also the cerebrospinal fluid. If you check it here in our distinction material, you will always find the answers there, just that we don't want to talk about it too much. Here is the vertebrae, the spinal cord only, and then the cerebrospinal fluid. This and this cerebrospinal fluid is being protected by the brain, and also that's why it's called the cerebrospinal. Yes, it has the brain and then the spinal cord. Yes, so basically those are the two structures which protect the spinal cord. Which part of neuron affected by the myelin sheath? So the part of the neuron which is affected by the myelin sheath is the, sorry, did I say myelin? Which part of the neuron is affected by multiple sclerosis? Here we know that in multiple sclerosis, you have there is the damaging of the myelin sheath. Yeah, so it's this. So that is the answer. So it's being indicated there, and then even highlighted it in bold. So you guys, I repeat, and then I'll keep on emphasizing it, that use the distinction material book. You'll be able to get distinction. There is no way how you can fail if you have used this book. Is simple, clear, and then all the marking points are written in different answers. Even if they will set a question tomorrow, still the marking point in that book will remain the same. Yes. Here is a passage you're supposed to read. Scientists found that there is a high sweat that you guys have to read. You pause the video and then you read it, so that I'm not going to read it too much because I need to save time. Yes, so that I make the video a little bit shorter. So The first question, but basically they're saying that water loss through sweating for 29 individuals during summer and winter. So basically what I found here is that if the scientists have found a high sweat rate over a prolonged work periods, meaning that there is too much work which is being not long work hours, then the workers, they tend to sweat, to lose water to the environment. So the scientists had to do an experiment or investigation to find out how much water is being lost in summer and how much water is being lost in winter. So they're saying that use the text and then state one effect. Use the text and state one effect of dehydration of the body. So if you look at this extract, you'll find out that the answer is being indicated there. They said it here that which cause reduced mental. They said it here that this eventually leads to dehydration, which cause the reduced mental and physical performance and may pose a serious risk to the health. So basically, the answers are supposed to be scooped from that point. So from there, yes, that's where the answer is supposed to be scooped from. Give the water loss arrangement range that the largest number of male fell into under summer. So here you have to look at they consider the male. So under summer, you'll come back here and it's just read and get the answer from there. So that is the answer because they're saying under summer, and then this is summer. So you see that this has the highest. So the answer becomes 0.4 to 0.49. Yes. Then they are saying that the next question, they're saying that describe how the body of the health person will prevent dehydration of water level in the blood decrease to below the normal. Meaning that now they have sweat a lot. Ne? So how are they going to prevent? How are they going to prevent this this what? How are they going to prevent this loss of water? How is the prevention? How is water being lost? How is the water being lost? So basically, you come back here and then find out. This is what you're supposed to explain in that regard. If they say that describe how water of a healthy person will try to prevent dehydration, is how is this body of the healthy person will try to prevent dehydration when the water level in the blood decrease below the normal, meaning that you explain what happens during hot environment. So if you check our distinction material book, you will always get the answer there. And then the answer you're gonna get there, yes, we covered it here in the what? In the homeostasis. So this is cold day, and then this is a hot day. So hypothalamus is stimulated and then sends impulse to the blood vessels. The blood vessels dilate, they become wider. This is called vasodilation. More blood will flow into the skin. More sweat is lost. Yes, more sweat is lost, and then the more sweat is sent to the sweat gland. The sweat gland becomes more active, and then more sweat is released. Did I say? Let me check, guys. Wait a moment. To prevent, no. To prevent dehydration. Describe how the body of the healthy person try to prevent dehydration with water. Oh, sorry. No. It's not supposed to be thermoregulation. So I was linking this to the upper question. If I was a student, then I would have failed it. All right. So no, this is not the answer. Here you're trying to explain how water is being limited from being lost to the surrounding. So in this case, yeah, you go to osmoregulation. Yes, osmoregulation, the amount of water. So here you explain using this regulation of water. So in this case, we are trying to reserve, meaning that water level have decreased. So you explain this. Yes, this is what you explain, that water level, if it's decreased, the pituitary gland will secrete more ADH. The ADH will be transported to the nephron and makes the collecting duct and the distal convolutive to become more permeable. Yes, meaning that more water is going to be reabsorbed, and then the water in the blood will increase, and then it goes back to normal level. So basically, that's what we expected you to write here. Not thermoregulation, osmoregulation. Then the next question is asking you that explain how the change in the average water loss of average water loss. Yes, explain how the change in the average water loss through sweating from winter to summer affect, yes, the body temperature. So how do you explain this average water loss from winter to summer will affect the body temperature? Basically, this water loss will bring about the normal functioning of the body by cooling the body. Yes, by cooling the body. So how does it? Because they're saying explain how. They're asking you the how question. So meaning that you explain how does it lead to the cooling of the body. So in this case, you come back here and then you look at the thermoregulation, whereby because you are from winter, they're asking you here affecting from winter to summer. You understand? Meaning that if it is summer, it is too hot. So the heat is supposed to be what? Lost. So meaning that you explain the hot day. That's what I was explaining. And then, so basically what happens here is this you'll find out that the sweat gland will become more active, meaning that it will produce more sweat, and then this sweat will be evaporated, and this evaporating will lead to cooling of the skin. You see, so they are trying to explain to you that how is this sweat? They're not talking about all the control, how is heat is being lost. They are looking at specifically the sweat. How does it lead to cooling of the what? Cooling of the body. So basically, that's what you explain in that regard. So the next question is about the so this question is saying that the diagram below shows the endocrine gland involved in regulating the blood glucose. It shows the hormone it releases when the blood glucose level are high, and one of the target organs of the hormone. All right, they're saying that. So now we need to know, as I told you, that you always you think which gland is this? Is the liver, and then which gland is this? Is the pancreas. So now it means that the hormone is from the pancreas and then goes to the liver. But remember that we have two kinds of hormones. We have the glucagon and then the insulin. So yeah, basically that is it. Then they are saying that identify each of the following. Number one, organ A and organ B. So you have said it, organ A is the liver, organ B is the pancreas, hormone C. They're saying that now you have to find out whether it's glucagon or insulin. Because they say that regarding the blood glucose level, it shows the hormone that is released, or yes, when the blood glucose are high, meaning that too much glucose, they meaning that you have to convert glucose into glycogen. So it's the liver which is converting that under the stimulation of the insulin, meaning that insulin here, this hormone is insulin. Insulin will stimulate the liver to convert glucose to glycogen. So what hormone? What is a hormone? So here, basically, a hormone is a chemical messenger. Yes, they are being released by a gland, and then they go to the target organ so that they bring about the basically the normal functioning of the body. These hormones are protein in nature. You understand? Yes. So they are basically chemical messengers. Yes, protein in nature, and then they have a specific area they affect, meaning that they target organ, and then they're being released by the gland. So basically, you can define the hormone in that regard. Explain how lack of hormone C affect blood glucose level. If you don't have hormone C, which hormone C will affect the blood glucose level. Basically, first of all, hormone C, we have identified it is insulin. If it was not identified here, then you identifying it hormone C, that is insulin, you'd have got a mark. But because they have already said that what is hormone C, therefore you don't get a mark for identifying that hormone. So meaning that basically the glucose level will increase. Yes, when they increase, let me just write it slow, will increase. Yes. Will increase, yes. And once they increase, then automatically you will suffer from diabetes mellitus. Diabetes, yes, mellitus. Mellitus. So the diabetes of sugar. Don't call it sugar diabetes. Don't call it sugar type 1, type 2. No, diabetes type 1, type 2. No, call it diabetes mellitus. That's the best answer you can get. Basically, you suffer from what you call the diabetes mellitus, but strictly a condition called hyperglycemia, because we have what called a hypoglycemia and then hyperglycemia. So in this case, on your level, it's better to say diabetes mellitus. List 3 other hormones that can directly or indirectly affect the blood glucose level. So basically here, you're going to have what you call the glucagon. This one increases the blood glucose level when it's low, meaning that it stimulates the liver to convert glycogen back to glucose. That's number 1, glucagon. Number 2, you can maybe talk about thyroxine. Why thyroxine? Because thyroxine it brings about the metabolic rate. Yes, it increases or reduces the metabolic rate. Yes, and then the metabolic rate, metabolism, yes, respiration or metabolism require energy, and energy, yes, is obtained by breakdown of glucose. You see, it has an indirect effect on glucose, you see. So because it is linked to ATP, which is the energy, and energy to be produced, you require the glucose. Therefore, it will affect the glucose indirectly. Another one is maybe you can talk about the adrenaline. Adrenaline also affects how, because remember, it prepares the body for emergency, and then in this case, it tries to stimulates the conversion of it triggers the conversion of glycogen back to glucose in terms of or in case of what, emergency. Yes, so basically it also has an effect on what, on glucose level. Then we go to the investigation. The saying the investigation was conducted to determine the effect of plant hormone and the light on the plant's growth response. Investigator placed there 9 plants in group in dark box with light entering one hole or one side, which we call the unilateral light. And then the plant were all at the same height as at the start, same height at the start of the investigation. In group A, remove the apical meristem, meaning that it has no head. And then in group B, covered by, yes, is the apical meristem is covered by the foil, meaning that it doesn't allow light to go through. And then the third one is the apical meristem remains untouched, meaning that nothing is happening to it. Yes, they're saying that give the term used to describe the plant response in being investigated about. So basically, this is phototropism. Why? Because it's phototropism. Yeah, why? Because it's about light. Yes. So they are saying that plant response to
light, which is phototropism. Name the hormone. The hormone involved in the growth response mentioned above. Basically, this hormone is auxin. And then you give the letter A, B, or O of the group which are not affected by unilateral light. Which letter is not affected by unilateral light? Give the letters of the groups which are not affected by unilateral light. So in this case, you're going to look at B because of the covered meristem, and then A because the tip was removed. So this A and B. Let's explain why plant in group C bent towards the source of light, meaning that here you explain there is high concentration. You explain, let me just show you so that you don't waste too much time from the distinction material. And then, yeah, you are able to answer. So remember, this is the phototropism. So basically, when the shoot is exposed for unilateral light, that's why they say there from the question, as I told you, that there is no way how you're going to fail. Yes, they said it here. They expose this to unilateral light. Yes, what happens? The next step is they're saying that auxins move or diffuse to the dark side, meaning that auxins move to the dark side because of the auxins are sensitive to light. And then the auxin concentration on the light of side, the auxin concentration will be high on the side of the dark side than the light side. And then the dark side will grow faster than the light side, and then the shoot will bend to the source of light. So they are basically trying to explain this. So the 4 marks are coming from here. Yes. Then they're saying that explain one way in which the removal of the apical dominance of the plant is financially beneficial to citrus farmer. Citrus are plants like orange, lemons, those which can give vitamin C. Yes. So basically, when you are having the tip, the plant will just grow straight. But now, if the tip is cut, so you are trying to bring about lateral dominance or lateral branches. So it will promote the lateral branch, which will increase the buds. Yeah, when you talk about the buds, you're talking about the heads of the plant. Yeah, that one which grows. Yeah. So when it increases, it will bring about those beds, and those beds will bring more vegetative parts. You understand? More vegetative parts, and then there will be more flowers, and then you have more oranges in that regard. So it means that when the plant grows to a specific level, you cut it. When you cut it, then now it means that it's going to have more branches, and each branch will have oranges. Instead of growing tall, then it will have more branches there. Then they're saying that Horner syndrome is a condition that is negatively affects the part of the sympathetic nervous system in the face and the eye of one side of the body. It is caused by disruptive nerve in the brain. The condition may lead to decreased pupil size and drooping eyelids, and also decreased sweating on the affected side of the face. Horner syndrome, however, does not affect the person's ability to focus on the object. Yes, so meaning that doesn't affect on the person's ability to see near and far object. So now they're asking you, the first question is that which side of the face shown above is affected by this syndrome? Which side of the face? Basically, it's the right side. Right side. Why? Because it's showing the properties they talked about here. Give one reason for your answer. Yes, check the condition lead to decrease the pupil size. Check it is too small compared to this. And then dropping of the eyelids. Check they are dropping. Sorry. Yeah, the eyelids are dropping, but here they are standing, and then they're saying that sweating is decreased sweating. You see, here you have a sweat, and here you don't have sweat. So basically, those are some of the reasons. You can, maybe you just have to give one. They said one reason. Name the part of the brain which is that interprets what you see. That is the sensation. Remember, that is vision, which is the sensation, and sensation is being controlled by cerebrum. Yes. Name the part of the nervous system which control the pupillary reflex.
So in this case, what are you talking about? They're saying the part of the nervous system. They're not saying that which part of the brain. So they're saying the part of the nervous system which controls the reflex. So this is the autonomic nervous system, the sympathetic and parasympathetic, which allows the control of amount of light entering the eye. In most cases, during dim and bright light. So basically, here is the what autonomic nervous system. You have to write it in full. Describe the risk of decreased pupil size in Horner syndrome that may lead to driver at night. Definitely, if the pupil size is small, it means that it's going to have less light entering the eye, and then there will be less vision, or the vision will not be as clear as expected. But in this case, if you look at it, basically what's going to cause the reduced vision, not all the time that near of object. No, the reduced vision is going to come up if there is the darkness, how dark the place is. Some people can see in much more dark area, and some people can't see. So this person won't be able to see in a much dark area because the people is already small, and then less light will be entering the eye, and then it's already dark, meaning that less light, once it enters the eye, they definitely you won't be able to see because you have already less light, and then on that less light you have allowed less light to enter, meaning that the chances of you seeing, so you're going to have total darkness before even total darkness has happened. Yes. So meaning that you won't be able to see in slightly darker areas compared to other individuals. Yes, tabulate two differences between adrenaline and the sympathetic parasympathetic nervous system. So basically, remember, adrenaline is as a result of sympathetic nervous system. So basically, they are looking at the difference between the sympathetic and the parasympathetic nervous system. As I explained it before, yes. So basically, that's what you are supposed to look at. This is what they are looking at. No. It's far. This is what they are looking at. The differences. This, you see. Remember that we said here that that the sympathetic nervous system work together with adrenaline, meaning that where there is sympathetic nervous system, we put adrenaline, and then you have parasympathetic. There is so increased heartbeat. It's the same thing, constriction of blood. So you just have to get two of this. Yes. And then you are able to get those marks. Name and describe the process which allow the person with the Hunter syndrome to to focus on clear on object which was far, and then now it is less than 6 meters. So here you explain the nearby object. Yes, nearby object. And then when you talk about near object, this is called accommodation. So mentioning accommodation could be a marking point that this is called accommodation for nearby object. Yes, accommodation for nearby object. And then you have to explain accommodation. And then don't forget that when the object is near, meaning that you see it big, meaning that the lens is going to become more bigger. And what makes the lens to be big is the relaxation of these muscles. The suspensory ligament, they become slacken, and then it means that the ciliary muscles will what? Will become, will contract, the suspensory ligament will slacken, the tension on the lens will become less tension on the lens becomes more convex, and then light rays can be bent to the retina, and then you are able to see the object. So basically, they are looking at this. They are looking at this. This is what they are looking for, and then yeah, this nearby objects, ciliary muscles contracts, suspensory ligament slacken, the tension lens decrease, the lens become more convex, the light rays are reflected more, or they are bent, meaning that the refracting power of the lens is high, and then a clear image is focused onto the retina. Yes. So you go to question 3, the last 50 marks.
Here you have to read again testosterone. So this paper was much more of reading, too much reading. And then some people, they don't want to read. And then this makes them to fail. Yes, they don't want to read, but the paper was not that difficult. Let me know in the comment section how was the paper? Oh, how is this paper? I know that if it is a past paper, is always easy, but how is it? How is it? Testosterone is responsible for a number of secondary sexual characteristics in male, including growth of beards. Group of learners hypothesized that great density of beard growth will be found in men with an increased concentration of testosterone. They got male volunteers with the different facial hair density and then measured amount of testosterone for each. The results of the study are shown below. So here you are trying to see the results. Step 2, secondary sexual characteristics. Here you talk about secondary sexual characteristics. They didn't talk about depending of the voice, enlargement of the penis. So there are so many you can talk about. Yes, here they talked about facial beards. Is it? Yes, density of the beard. They didn't talk about the beard, facial beards. Yeah, density of the hair growth follicle. They didn't talk about it. Say state the main aim of this investigation. Whenever you talk about the investigation, guys, you're supposed to study word 2. Yes, the aim. Whenever you talk about the aim, you must start with the word 2 to find out how this testosterone has an influence on the follicle, influence on the hair growth, something like that. So density of, meaning that how much testosterone is needed for this specific follicle to grow, or how much, yes, how many follicles are going to grow in that specific area under the influence of this testosterone. So that's so when you are designing the aim, you have to compare these to the independent and the dependent variable. State 3 variables regarding to the male that learners should be kept constant in to increase the validity of investigation. So here there are so many, but maybe you can think about maybe the males, maybe the age of the males, or the males. You don't mix the females, meaning the sex of the individual. It must be kept constant. Maybe the type of character. Look at the character you're looking at. The hair. You don't go for other what? Other factors. Then maybe you can also talk about the size. If because here they say they are measuring per centimeter squared, meaning that if it's 1 centimeter squared, you don't say 1.5 and then you count that. So you have to keep this area you are looking at, how many hair are inside that 1 centimeter squared. So there are so many factors you can talk about. You keep constant so that you have the same results at the end of the day. Calculate the average testosterone level. Show your working average, meaning that you have to add this, 2, 3, 4, 5, then divide by 5 because there are 5. The answer you get, yes, and then it must have the units. Yes, it must have these units. So that's how you can calculate for the average. Yeah, guys, you know me. I don't usually write each and everything there. Was learner as hypothesis accepted or rejected? Explain your answer. How was the hypothesis? Look at where is the hypothesis. They say that the learner say that a group of learner hypothesized that the greater density of beards will be found in men with high increased. Do you have men with high increased? Do they have too much testosterone? Yeah, you can say yes, because we see that there is some bit of increase and decrease. But if you compare 60 and 70, yes, there is an increase. If you compare this and this, yes, this is a decrease. But if you compare this and this, so basically this and this, it shows that there is increase. People with high concentration of oxygen, they will have
auxin, testosterone, they will have high density of hair. But if now you look at it critically, it can also be is almost is constant. So your explanation will mark what you either you accept it or you decrease, because if you look at it increase and then decrease, then it goes back to normal. So it's almost is constant. Doesn't matter how much concentration do you have, then the hair will almost be the same. So it depends on how you have explained it, then you get a mark. So the next question is about the ovarian cycle. Ovarian cycle here. What are they asking you about? Asking you, so label everything. This is mature Graafian follicle. I always tell you that you call it mature Graafian follicle because it's not Graafian follicle, is mature Graafian follicle. Call it, yes, it's still developing. So it's immature Graafian, even this one is immature, but this is the mature Graafian. This is corpus luteum, when empty Graafian follicle has released the ovum, so it becomes corpus luteum. Then you have even this one is corpus luteum, but is shrinking, and then this is ovum. So you're saying that identify structure C. C, we say that C, we see. C is immature Graafian follicle. Name the cycle shown in the diagram above. This is ovarian cycle because this is an ovary. Arrange letter A to E in correct sequence of appearance in the cycle. So it's basically you start with 1, you go to 2, you go to 3, is correct, and then you go to 4, yes, and then you go to 5. Yeah, so it's C, B, A, E, and then D. You understand? Not DE, but ED. Yes. Draw the diagram to show the female and identify the caption. Basically, here it is the ovum, the gel-like layer, jelly-like layer, and then it has this membrane, which called the cell membrane. And then it has the nucleus inside, and then it has the cytoplasm there. So cytoplasm, nucleus, membrane, cell membrane, then gel-like layer. So basically, that's it. Don't talk about this zona pellucida, radiata, zona radiata. No, don't talk about that. The way we gave it to you in the during the teaching period. So basically, that's the way how I drew it here. You see it, cytoplasm, gel-like layer, nucleus, and then yes. So exactly how it is supposed to be drawn. And then you give it a structure of a mature. They're saying give it a name, draw of gamete, structure of maybe an ovum or structure of a mature ovum. Yes, because we are looking at an ovum which is mature, because even this is still ovum, but it's not yet mature. And then you're saying that high concentration of which two reproductive hormone will be supplied by X. Where is X? X is bringing, meaning that is from the brain bringing here. So it means that it's going to be follicle stimulating hormone, and luteinizing hormone. So those are the two hormones, and then taking it, meaning that these two, remember this one produces estrogen and this one produces progesterone. So meaning that Y, let me see if it's Y. Yes, Y is going to be estrogen, and the progesterone. And then X is going to be, we say that X is going to be luteinizing hormone and the follicle stimulating hormone. Explain how the formation of structure D will lead to the start of the next menstrual cycle. How is this structure D? Let me see what structure D. Check how is this one going to lead. First of all, she has degenerated, and then this means that there will be decrease in production of progesterone. And then if there is less progesterone, then this will stimulate the follicle stimulating hormone to be produced, and then the cycle will continue. You understand? Yes. So, but
Now, they said structure D, and they have not talked about the structure here. We have not identified structure D. So please identify that structure D is corpus luteum. That's a mark. It must be a mark. You will check your marking guideline when they're out. Yes, it must be a mark. And then after identifying it, then you tell us that, yes, it has shrinked. And then what does it mean? It means that less progesterone is going to be produced, and then this will stimulate the or this will trigger the follicle stimulating hormone to be increased, meaning that now the cycle will again continue. Then we go to the next question. The next question, they are saying that question 3, hearing loss, it's too big, ne? Okay, guys, you have to read there, and then we find out the answers. Normal is this, and then mirror is this. Okay. Never do this. You must always read. Yes. I'm saying this because I tried to read before. Yes. They're saying that name the part of the ear that amplifies the vibration. So that's the oscars. Yes, it's oscars. So the answer here must be oscars. Yes, oscars. And then contains the receptor for hearing. Receptor for hearing is cochlea. Yes. Then explain how hearing loss is caused by damaged eardrum. How is the hearing loss caused by damaged eardrum? How is this hearing loss caused by the damaged eardrum? So basically here, you need to explain, because if the eardrum, the tympanic membrane, let me show you here. If the tympanic membrane is damaged, so what is next? So basically they're asking you hearing process, but in a negative way. Yes, they're asking you this hearing process. So they're saying that this is out, trap sound vibration, and okay, directs into the other. The tympanic membrane vibrates. So now you will say that the tympanic membrane will not vibrate and transmits the vibration to the oscars, meaning that less and transmits less, you see, less vibration to the oscars. Oh no, you understand? Then the oscars will not amplify the vibration. Yes, the over window will not vibrate. If use not, use not. If use less, use less. Or the over window will vibrate less. Depends on what you have used. Yes, the pressure wave will not vibrate to cause the pressure wave in the inner ear. The cochlea will not vibrate. Yes, will not vibrate. And then an impulse will not be sent. An impulse will not be sent to cerebrum for interpretation. Therefore, the person will be deaf. So basically, they just cut off the first one, and then they brought this, and then they want you to write it in a negative way, not in a positive way. So basically, that's what they were looking at in that question. Then they're saying that give evidence to show that increase in amplification of hearing aid improves the person's hearing after 12 months. So after 12 months, yes, what happens? Yes, after 12 months, you see that the person can still hear. The intensity which is less than, which is 15. Because at 3, it was stopping on 78. At this, it stops on 48, 41. At 9, it stops on what? On 30. At 12 months, it went to, meaning that it kept on trying to, the person who is able to hear even at what? At 15 decibels. You see? Yes. Meaning that here, yes, the person can hear actually in this range, is falling in this range. At before, it was falling in severe hearing loss, you see. And then here in 41, moderate hearing loss. And then in 30, check mild hearing loss.
And then normal is 0 to 25. The person is now normal. So the hearing aids are able to help them, because the person, this is an evidence that the person can still hear at 15 decibels, or can hear between 0 to 25 decibels. You see? Yes. Use the graph and then the information, and then in the table plot the graph. So this one I'm not going to waste too much time here. You guys, you have to draw. Yes, we say that this is ID. This is X, Y. Independent variable on X-axis, dependent variable on Y-axis, meaning that I'm going to bring time in month, year, month, and then I'm going to bring this one, the whole of it, then I put it here. Don't make it shortcut. You know, you don't want to write. Don't make it shortcut. If students must be there. Yes. So don't make it a shortcut. And then after that, you start plotting that. You plot because they say that plot a bar graph. So meaning that at 3 month, the 3 month maybe is here. Then you plot that 70. You make sure that it is 0, 10, 20, 30 until 70, then maybe 100. So now you keep on now drawing the graph. You draw for that, you draw for that, like that. So when we will come and say caption, we give you a mark. That's the title. It must have both variables. And then you go to scale. We're going to correct type of the graph. Type of graph, we give you a mark. And then we see plotting. Maybe we give you 2 marks there. If the spaces are correct, the bar graph, yes. And then we come here on the axis. Then we see that axis, maybe we give you a mark. How many marks are that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And then we see that have you labeled it? And then we say scale, we give you mark, yes. Maybe 2, 4, yes. And then have you labeled these axes? Yes, we also give you a mark for that, maybe 4, 5, and then you make 6 marks. So, but the actual mark will depend on the final memo discussion, and then, but yeah, that is it. So based on my view, that's how it was supposed to be done. And then here, please label everything before auditory canal. Yes, semicircular canal. Yes, auditory nerves. Yeah, then cochlea. Saying label the layer of the part that transmits impulse to the brain is C, and they're saying that produce wax is A. They're saying layer. They're not saying name. How has structure that are arranged at a right angle each other is B. That is, yes, they're in a right angle, so that you can cover all the plane. Explain how. Describe the role of middle ear in equalizing pressure. Role of middle ear. Basically, you know that this is the eustachian tube equalizes pressure on the either side of the tympanic membrane. But now they're saying the role of the middle ear in equalizing air pressure. So they have talked about that. They have given you the function. They have given you the function that equalizes pressure. So how does it equalize pressure? It equalizes pressure by allowing air in and out of the middle ear. But what allows this is the eustachian tube. So you'll say that eustachian tube allows air to move in and out of the middle ear. That's how it equalizes pressure. I like this question, guy. I like this question. Ne? Yes. So they're saying that explain how B, what is B? B, okay, of the inner ear is involved in a restoring balance when the person tips over the brick, meaning that there is a brick, ne? Trips the brick. Yeah, that's position. So basically you have to explain the balance, the balance of the body. You explain the balance of the body. This, when there is change in the position of the head of the body, then you have to explain maculae, one in the circulars, impulscent. Yes. So basically, you have to explain the process of balance, but you link it to this question. So basically, that's why the question, I think, Those who use the distinction material, you got a distinction. Let me know in the comment section. Yes, don't forget to like, subscribe, and then share to others so that you don't miss. Don't forget to tell your sisters and brothers in lower levels that we are now ready to go for even lower classes so that we can serve you and we have better marks in our country. So I'll say thank you very much for joining me. M. Saidi, as usual, stay blessed. Welcome back to our class. Today we are going to be looking at preparatory exam, Life Science 2023. We see. Thank you very much for joining our class. Today we are going to be looking at National Senior Certificate Examination, Life Science Paper 2, 2022. Let's go through objectives and most of the questions which are likely to have some challenges, and then we try to crush or smash those challenges so that when it's time for you to write your final exam, you can still answer these questions. Let's go straight to the objectives without wasting time. Which one of the following statement is correct for oogenesis? So when you talk about oogenesis means, oogenesis means the beginning of the ovum, or the process by which ovum is being formed, or formation of the ovum in humans, or formation of the ovum. So oogenesis comes from the word oo, which means ovum, then genesis means beginning, to begin something. So it is oogenesis. So which one of the following is correct? So one diploid cell mature is one diploid. So the ovum cannot be diploid. So mentioning the word diploid makes it to be wrong. Remember, all the gametes are supposed to be haploid. It means that one end. Therefore, mentioning diploid makes the statement to be wrong. One haploid, yes, haploid mature ovum is formed. Remember, in oogenesis, let me show you here. Remember, in oogenesis, you have one cell. One cell divide to form two cells. Then the two cells, they divide to form four cells. This is the normal process of meiosis. But when it comes to oogenesis, or formation of the ovum, what happens? One cell will divide to form two cells, but this cell will degenerate. It's going to become too small. So it means that's why you call it a polar body. And then these two, also you form two here, yes, but one will not develop. So it means that it is going to become a polar body. So it means that when this one also undergo meiosis, they're going to form small cells. So these ones are just minor cells. Only one of it will develop into an ovum. That's why, and this, because it is a gamete, it's going to be haploid. That's why we say that you form a haploid, one cell, only one cell will develop, and this cell must be haploid. That is the meaning. So when we go back here, we shall see that one haploid cell, yes, one haploid mature ovum is formed, which is correct. Then they are saying that the structure in which the eye, the structure in the eye that contain high concentration of blood vessels and provide oxygen and nutrients to the retina. How do we call that structure? So if you look at the eye, the structure of the eye, yes, the dark part of the eye. Let's go to our book and see exactly what I'm trying to show you or trying to mean. So this is the part we are talking about. This part which you see, which we call the choroid. That's the part which you're talking about. It has a lot of functions. Among the function is to have blood vessels which provide oxygen and nutrients to the retina, so that now the retina can function properly. So the answer becomes B. That part is called choroid. Then we go to another question, which is the vagina. Transports urine to the outside. Vagina, does it transport urine to the outside? No, it's not the vagina, because the outlet of the urine, for the case of the female, it is just next to the outside. It's just the outside part of the vagina. And then they're saying that it is a place where fetus develop. It can't be, otherwise you'd have seen the baby developing outside. Produce progesterone. No, vagina does not have glands which produce hormones, act as a birth canal. We usually know that the second name for the vagina is called the birth canal. Therefore, that marks it to be the correct answer. Then question 1.4, they are saying that the list below gives the characteristic of some young birds immediately after hatching. If you look at after hatching, eyes are open. Okay. They're saying can move around, cannot feed themselves. Cannot feed themselves. Cannot feed themselves, no feathers. Which one of the following combination represents the characteristic of precocia? So when you talk about precocia, we are talking about when the bird is born, when it is prepared. It means that it can walk, it can fend itself, it can have all the features which can make this bird to live in environment. So you will see that because it's born prepared, the eyes must be able to see. So this point is correct. And then number 2, can move around. Even this one is correct. These two are correct. And then cannot feed them. This one is wrong. This one is also wrong. So if where I have 1 and 2, then it means that that is the correct answer. Whereby I have 1 and 2, which is C. So the correct answer is C. Then they are saying that cornea, 1.5, the cornea and the lens are both. If you look at the cornea is the outside part of the eye. If you go to our book, you see that this is what you call the cornea. You see it, the outside part of the eye, and its function is to refract light rays from the object. And then the lens is this, which is a solid part and is very important. Yeah, both of them are transparent. That's why they allow light to go through. So let's go back to our question. They're saying that cornea and the lens are both opaque. So it means that that one makes it to be ruled out. They cannot be opaque when they allow light to be to go through. Both are transparent, definitely. They are both transparent, both are elastic, and both are inelastic. The lens is elastic, but the cornea is not elastic. Therefore, it means that this one marks to be wrong, and then this one marks to be wrong. So now it becomes transparent to be the correct answer. So we give you 2 ticks there. Then they're saying that which one of the following is true for a person who has an underreactive thyroid gland. It means that the thyroid gland is not active. The thyroid gland is not active, meaning that the thyroid level will be, if the thyroid gland is not active, it means that TSH, which is being produced from the brain, yes, what will happen to it? It means that if it's inactive, it means that the TSH, the thyroxine will not be produced, because if it is inactive, then it means that the thyroid gland cannot produce thyroxine. So you have to know the function of the thyroid gland, that if the function of thyroid gland is to produce thyroxine. Yes, to produce thyroxine. So if it produces thyroxine, it means that now it is inactive. It means that no thyroxine anymore. So therefore, it means that now the thyroid stimulating, this hormone which stimulates the thyroid gland will not be produced. And then now it means that if the thyroid gland is not functioning, then it means that thyroxine will not be produced. Therefore, now we come high level and low metabolic rate. High level of thyroxine, the thyroxine level will be high. Why? Because the thyroid, the brain will keep on producing TSH to go and stimulate the thyroid gland to produce thyroxine. But unfortunately, the thyroid gland does not work. Therefore, it is going to make the thyroid stimulating hormone to be produced more, to keep on producing, because there is no response. The brain keeps on producing. So the level of thyroid stimulating hormone is going to be high. However, what is the function of thyroxine? This one controls the metabolic rate. But now the thyroid gland is not working. Therefore, thyroxine is not being produced. Therefore, it means that the metabolic rate is going to be low. Why? Because we don't have thyroxine in the body. Hence, high level of thyroxine. And then, because the brain is going to keep on producing more thyroid stimulating hormone, and because the thyroid gland cannot produce thyroxine, therefore the metabolic rate is going to be low. Hence, A becomes the correct answer. And then number 7, 1.1.7 is going to be, they're saying that the diagram below represents the visual defect. Visual defect, with what is the visual defect? Now, if you look at this, yes, let me make it a little bit bigger so that you see it clearly. If you look at this, the image is supposed to be formed here at the retina, but now it's forming in front. So if it forms in front, yes, what does it mean? It means that this lens is too thick for the light coming from a far object to light coming from a far object to reach here, because it comes with a small beam. Therefore, it means that instead of reaching the retina, because the lens is too thick, is too convex, then the image is going to form in front of the retina. Therefore, this individual will be able to see objects which are near, yes, near, but objects which are far cannot be seen. Therefore, because you see objects which are near, we say that this person is having what you call short sight. Remember, if it is more than 6 meters, it becomes far. Less than 6 meters, it becomes near. Now, let's go to the question, because you have seen the defect. Which of the following is correct statement of the visual defect shown above? So if you look at it, they're saying that the glasses with the biconvex lenses, glasses with biconcave lenses, surgery to replace the cornea, and then surgery. What caused this? What caused this is not the cornea. What caused this is this lens. It cannot change from a more convex to a less convex. Therefore, we need lenses which is going to divert this light so that when it reaches here, it must go in this direction, in that direction which is a little bit bigger, so that now it can be, yes, brought to the retina. You see, we need so that it has a big field of view. Instead of the image forming here, then the image must form here. So what lens can do this? Now, let's go to our answers, and then we see biconcave lenses, biconvex lens. Now, let's look at what is a concave and what is a convex. Convex looks like this. So when the light comes, it converges it. And then concave, it looks like this. It's a diverging lens. So when light falls on it, it makes it a little bit bigger when it comes out. What do we want? Let's go back and we see. So it means that we want this light. Remember, the original light is here. So we want this light to be a little bit bigger. So it means that we're going to put a lens here, so that when the light comes like this, instead of taking this route, it's going to take this route, so it is a little bit diverged. And this lens is called a concave. Yeah, it's called the concave lens. Therefore, we go to the question and now see where is the concave lens. It is here, but they are saying by. Yes, it is by, because this side is concave and this side is concave, hence to become the word by concave lens. Yes, so the answer becomes B. Then we go to 1.8. The list of some component of the nervous system is provided below. Then they are saying that the brain, the cranial nerves, the spinal nerves, and then the spinal cord. Which one of the following combination applies to the central nervous system? Central nervous system is composed of two things, that is the brain and the spinal cord. So you look for where there is the brain and where there is the spinal cord. So let's go to where there is a brain. The brain is part 2, part 1, and then the spinal cord is part 4. So you go for 1 and 4. 1 and 4 only, which is B. And then we go to what about these other ones? These other ones, they belong to what you call the peripheral nervous system, the nervous system of the sides. And then the last question on objective, they're saying that which one of the following is the part of the eye which with the highest concentration of cones. Cones are we have the what called the rods and the cones. Cones are very important for light which is bright, and the color, while rods are very important for dim light or in darkness. Yes. So now they are saying that where do we find this? These are the photoreceptors. These are photoreceptors which are found on the retina. And then we have the highest point where you have the sharpest image. Where is it formed? It is formed at a point called fovea or yellow spot. Yellow spot. So we go to the here and then we find yellow spot to be our answer. If you go to our book and we see where is yellow spot found, we shall see that in our book the yellow spot is there. And then if you look at it, we say that forms the clearest image. So that marks the beginning of the end of our section A in terms of the objectives. Let's go to section A in terms of the terminologies. Structure in the eye, in the ear that absorb excess pressure. Wave from the inner ear. How do you call that structure of the ear which absorbs the excess pressure from the inner ear? That structure is called round window. It absorbs the excess pressure from the inner ear. Yes, sometimes we say that, sometimes we say that it absorbs excess pressure from the inner ear, or sometimes we say that it releases pressure from the inner ear. So as I told you that this book you cannot find any question and cannot be answered. So whenever you have challenges, go back to the booklet, it will help you out. All right, then they're saying that the structure in the sperm that contains the enzyme. If you look at the sperm, it has what called the head. Let me just draw a rough structure here. It has a head, a middle piece, and a tail. If you look at here, it has these enzymes. And then this structure is the one which they are looking for, which we call the acrosome. So we call it acrosome. So the answer here is going to be acrosome. Site for fertilization in female. These are fallopian tubes. Fallopian tubes. Yeah, there are tubes. Then they're saying 1.2.4. They are saying that visual defect caused by uneven curvature of the cornea. This uneven curvature of the cornea, if it is not the lens, then it is astigmatism. Astigmatism. And then they're saying that the nerve that transmits impulse from the eye to the brain, where the moment you talk about the eye, anything related to the eye, it is optics. So it becomes the optic nerve. Optic nerve. The disease characterized by degeneration of the brain and memory loss. So this disease is called Alzheimer's disease. So you must mind about the spelling of Alzheimer's disease. So it is Alzheimer's disease. So this is Alzheimer's disease. The way you call it, as long as the spelling is what is correct. Then the inner layer of the uterus that thickens during menstrual cycle. The inner layer. Remember, if you look at the uterus, yes, you find out that it looks like this. It's a simple structure. Yes, if that's the vagina, and then you have something like this, you have something like this, and then something like that, and then you have something like this, you have something like this, then you have this wall. So they're looking for these walls. So how do you call this? We call it endometrium. We call it endometrium. A hollow ball of a cell forms during embryonic development. How do you call that? We call it blastocyst or blastula. Make sure that you know blastula. Yes, we call it blastula or blastocyst. Sometimes people don't know, don't give two answers, just pick one. Yeah, blastocyst or blastocyst. So that's how we pronounce, not blastocyte. Yes. They're saying that period of development of secondary sexual characteristics, we call this one puberty. Yes, we call it puberty. And then they are saying that the type of vision where both eyes are able to see, which we call the binocular. Bi means two. Bi means two. Nocular means vision. So nocular means vision, and then two means bi means two. So you are seeing using the two eyes. Then lastly, on this subsection, it is the plant hormone that stimulates the germination of seeds. Whenever you talk about germination of seeds, we are talking about the gibberellins. Why? Remember, germination occurs in summer. Yes, it occurs in what? In summer. And then this one occurs in winter. So it means that abscisic acid works in winter, gibberellin works in summer. So whenever you talk about summer things, that's where germination occurs. That's where the plants are developing again. So that is gibberellin. So the answer becomes A only. Don't forget that I said it must be O, A only. Only. The word only must be there. 1.3.2, they are saying that the part of the brain that connects the left and the right hemisphere, corpus luteum. This is not in the brain. Don't think even about it. Yes, this is not in the brain. This is in the reproductive system. So the answer becomes corpus callosum. And then 1.3.3, the liquid found in the front of the eye, front of the lens in the eye. How do you call that fluid? So the behind part, we call it vitreous humor, while the in front part, we call it the aqueous humor. So the answer is going to be B only, and then also here is going to be B only. So those are the answers, so that now you can get those 6 marks. You guys, check these sections. They're simple, well clear, stated, and then you can answer them and you get the marks very well without any stress. Okay, they are saying that the diagram below shows the eye under different conditions. Okay, all right. What makes them to be different? What makes them to be different? Okay. What makes them to be different is the lens. You see the lens here? Yes. And also the lens. However, this, and this, these are two different conditions. No, yeah, it's the same condition. This and this are also the same conditions. However, this is too thick. It's like showing a near object, meaning that it's more convex. Less convex is showing for the far object. Yes, these two. While this space shows that more light is entering. So it could be for dim light, while this one shows that less light is entering, which could show that is for dim light. It means that this person is dim light near object. Dim light, no. Bright light near object, bright light near object, and then dim light, far object, dim light, far object. So don't forget that if you are talking about accommodation, you talk about the sacral muscle, the ciliary muscles, suspensory ligament, and the lens. And when you're talking about the purely mechanism, talk about the sacral muscle, radial muscles, and then the iris. All right, now let's start to answer the question. Name the process that occurs. When the curvature of the lens changes to focus a near or a distant object. Definitely, how do you call that? We call that accommodation. We call that what? Accommodation. So it means that the answer here is going to be accommodation. It's going to be accommodation. And then they're saying that the pupil size to regulate the amount of light. If they are talking about the pupil size, then it's going to be pupillary mechanism. Pupillary mechanism. Then they are saying that give the letter of two diagram A, B, C, or D. A, B, C, or D. That represents what? It represents in dim light. Dim light is gonna be B and D. Why B and D? Is because if you look at this space and this space, they are big, while this space and this space, they are small. So here, more light enters, more light enters here. So it means that this is dim light, this is dim light, also this is dim light. I explain. Dim light, but near object, dim light near object, dim light far object, because the lens is less convex. Okay, they're saying that give the letter of 2, so the answer is gonna be D and B. Yes, or B and D, the same thing. Then they are saying that focusing a distant object, because we are looking at the lens, the shape of the lens, so it's going to be A and B. So the answer is going to be A and B. And then they are saying that give the letter of the 2 diagram, yes, that represents the eye whose ciliary muscles whose ciliary muscles are contracted. A and D, A, B, C, D. Ciliary muscles have contracted. So if the ciliary muscles have contracted, ciliary muscles. So the answer is going to be, when the ciliary muscles contract, what happens? When the ciliary muscles contract, yes, what happens? The suspensory ligament becomes slackened. So meaning that it becomes relaxed a bit. And then now the tension on the lens will decrease. When the tension on the lens decreases, the lens will become more convex. So now we come back here and then we see which one has the lens which is less, is more convex. Then we shall see that it's going to be C and D. So the answer is going to be C and D. The answer is going to be C and D. Answer is going to be C and D. And then radial muscles relax. Radial muscles relax. When the radial muscles relax, remember that test R with R, C with C. Radial muscles relax. Radial muscles relax. Circular muscles contract. And then since we have not mixed them up, therefore it becomes bright light. So it becomes bright light. If it becomes bright light, so what does it mean? Now it means that the diameter of the pupil becomes smaller. So I will go back and look for the diameter of the pupil when it is small. So I'll see that the diameter of pupil is small here, and the diameter of the pupil is also small here. So I'm going to say the answer is A and C. The answer is going to be A and C. Yeah, that's how you can answer such question if you know exactly. These questions cannot make you go down. Yeah, why? Because you don't need to cram. I told you in life science, we don't cram, we understand the concept. Let's look at reflex arc and the neuron or the nerve. The diagram represents part of reflex arc, and diagram 2 represents the neuron. They're saying that you must know how to label all this. Ne? Yeah, you must know how to label all this. This one comes from where? This one goes from where? Yes, because you have here a ganglion, therefore it becomes sensory neuron, becomes connector neuron, it becomes motor neuron, and then this space becomes the synapse. All right, and then this one, it becomes the myelin sheath, and then this one becomes, because this is the direction of the neuron, then this one becomes direction of the impulse there, and this is the cell body. So the part which takes the impulse away from the cell body, it is the axon. So this side becomes the dendrite. All right, now let's start answering. Layer E. Layer E, we have seen it is myelin sheath. Structure F. Structure F, it is axon because it is after the cell body. Which neuron A, B, C represents the type of neuron shown in diagram 2? Because it is the cell body is along the neuron, therefore it's going to become the sensory neuron. So it's going to become the sensory neuron. They're saying which neuron A, B, C is sensory neuron. Sensory neuron. So the sensory neuron is this part, which is A. So which is A. They're saying that if damaged, when a person can feel the stimulus but cannot respond, it means that the sensory neuron is working. That's why you can able to feel, but the motor neuron cannot work. That's why you can't respond. For example, when you're going to remove a tooth, the doctor injects you, and then you don't feel pain, but if the doctor asks you to open the mouth, you're able to open the mouth. It means that you don't feel the pain, but you can respond with the those muscles. So the answer is going to be C, which is the motor neuron. And then lastly, give the letter and the name of the part that ensures one direction flow of impulse. One direction flow of impulse is being done by the synapse. So the major function of the synapse is not to collect the two neurons. The major function is to allow the impulse to move in one direction. To move in one direction. And then we go to section B. Section B, we're gonna just hit up some few questions, and then we continue with those questions which are likely to be in your paper. All right. Okay, let's start the question 2. They're saying the diagram below shows the part of the brain. Obvious, you can see it. That's the part of the brain. Okay. What are they asking? They are saying that identify part A. What is this part A? You can identify all of the parts. For example, part A is cerebellum. Cerebellum. Part B is medulla oblongata. Part C is pituitary gland or hypophysis. Part A is hypothalamus. Sorry, this is hypothalamus. And part D is cerebrum. Now, state 2 function of part D, which is cerebrum. It has 3 functions. The first function is the center for higher thought processes, which is memory, judgment, and reasoning. Number 2, it coordinates all voluntary actions. For example, raising the hand, sitting, standing, things you do on your own will. And then lastly, it receives and interprets all the sensations. For example, seeing, hearing, tasting, all that. Those are sensations. So those are the functions of cerebrum. Name the hormone that's stimulated by gland C that has an effect on, number 1, long bones. That is growth hormone. It is growth hormone which has the effect on long bones. It brings about the growth of these bones. And then now they're saying that mammary glands, that is prolactin. Prolactin, if you look at a hormone called prolactin, you know the word lactogen from ShopRite. That's milk. So lactin is milk. So lactose is milk sugar. So anything related to it means that is milk. You must think about milk. So the answer is prolactin. And then they're saying that state 1 way in which the brain is protected. It's protected in 3 ways. By the 3 layers, which we call the meninges, the cerebrospinal fluid, and then also by the cranium, the cranium. So it is this cranium, not the whole skull, the cranium, because the skull, when you talk about the skull, it includes also the jaws. So you better use the word cranium. Remember when you're talking about the brain size, how is the brain size? And the cranium, we said that don't talk about skull, talk about cranium. Then they're saying that describe the role of hypothalamus in regulating. How is hypothalamus able to regulate thermoregulation? Remember that how does it control thermoregulation? What is thermoregulation before you know the function of hypothalamus in this regard? Thermoregulation is when the temperature is being kept constant under a narrow range. So how is the hypothalamus able to do this? So when you talk about hypothalamus must work together with the skin. How? Now, this hypothalamus, it will receive and interpret. It will receive, and once it receives, it will interpret the impulse being received. And then, where is this impulse coming from? From the receptor. Where the receptor, it could be the skin or in the blood vessels, depending on where the temperature is, but mostly on the skin. So it receives and then interprets that impulse obtained from the receptor, which is the skin, and then sends the impulse to the blood vessel. So when the blood vessels, when it sends the impulse to the blood vessel, it will depend on whether the blood vessel will constrict or it will dilate. Because they said thermoregulation. They didn't say that in cold conditions or in hot conditions. So when it sends the impulse to the blood vessels will either constrict or will dilate. And then it will not stop there. Yes. It will also influence how much blood is flowing under the skin. So if it is dilated, it means more blood. If it has constricted, it means that less blood will flow under the skin. It does not stop there. Remember, thermoregulation involves the skin and the sweat gland. So now it will also influence the sweat gland, either by the sweat gland producing more sweat or by the sweat gland producing less sweat. So it will influence the blood vessel, the blood which flows on the skin or in the skin or under the skin. And then also it will also influence how the sweat gland will work. So basically you can say that it receives and interprets impulse from the receptor, that is the skin, and also now it sends the impulse to the blood vessels, either to of the skin, either to constrict or to dilate. You understand? And also influences the sweat gland, either to be more active or it becomes less active. Basically, that's what you need to know, because they didn't ask you whether it is cold conditions or in under hot conditions. Part B is involved in homeostatic control of the carbon dioxide concentration. Yes. State the location of the receptor that is stimulated by the increase in the carbon dioxide concentration in the blood. Where is part B? Let's first see what is part B. Part B is the medulla oblongata. So what is the receptor? Where is the receptor? The receptor are found in the blood vessels, which we call carotid artery. Carotid artery. These are blood vessels. Carotid. Yes, carotid arteries. These are arteries. Where they found? You are found at the upper part of the human, basically the neck, the chest, the neck. Yeah, moving from the end of the neck to the chest to the part of the head. That's the lower part of the head. Yeah, we call them carotid artery. So that's where the receptors are found. And then B, they're saying that name the two effectors that part B sends impulse to. Where is part B now? Part B or receptors. If you look at it, there are two things which it sends impulse. It sends impulse to the heart so that the heart can either increase or decrease. Basically, the heartbeat increase so that it sends blood to the muscles and then picks up carbon dioxide. Number two, the diaphragm and the intercostal muscles. Diaphragm is also another tick, and intercostal muscles, so that the breathing rate can increase and the depth can also increase so that carbon dioxide is pumped out of the body. Carbon dioxide, we don't need it in the body. That's why it's supposed to be pumped out. We don't have the other way of the negative feedback mechanism for it. Then they are saying that another question is about reproduction, and that is the female, that is the male. You have A, which is vas deferens, B, which is epididymis, and C, which is testis. Identify A, we have seen it, which is vas deferens. They're saying that state the function of B. What is B? What is B? That is the epididymis. The function of the epididymis stores sperms for maturation. Yes, stores sperm for maturation. And then they're saying during vasectomy, that is cutting. When you talk about the vasectomy, is the cutting. Ne? Yes, the cutting of the vas deferens. A is cut and tied as shown in the diagram. Semen will not be released during copulation. Explain the composition of semen after vasectomy. Yes, basically semens will not contain semens will not contain sperms because now it has been blocked. If you look at it here, the sperms are here. They have been blocked. It means that they can't go up. So basically, they won't contain sperms. Why? Because they won't be transported. And if they are not transported, it means that what will contain in the semen, it will be only the fluid coming from the accessory glands. And what are the accessory glands? Accessory glands are the prostate gland, vas deferens, prostate gland, Cowper's gland, and seminal vesicles. Those are the three accessory glands which are supposed to be there. Then they're saying that explain how this condition may affect fertility. How this will affect fertility. Which situation now? Oh, okay. In some cases, male are born with the part C located inside the body, which it will fail to descend into the scrotum. Where is C? Oh, the testes, which produce the sperms. So explain how this will affect. Basically, it will affect because the temperature of the testes inside the body will be too much. And then if the temperatures are too much, the sperms will not be produced on the high quantities. Remember, for fertilization to take place, you need a high number of sperms. And then now, if it has produced less sperms, it means that the sperms may not be enough to carry out fertilization. And then now, what happens? Definitely, it means that fertilization, you have problems with the fertilizing. Like you see people having, for example, two couple, they are looking for a baby for a long period of time, but the problem could be if not the side of the lady, side of the men, one of the problem could be that the men produce less sperms so that they can travel. Remember to swim from the vagina to the fallopian tube where fertilization takes place. It's like swimming across Indian Ocean. You have to be with a lot. Imagine the people in this country, South Africa, for example, and then you put all of them to swim across Indian Ocean. Very few will survive to the end. And there will be so many obstacles during that course. You understand? So very few will swim across the Indian Ocean. So it means that you have to be with a large number of sperms so that at least some can swim to the end and then they carry out fertilization. So if you have less number of sperms because the testes are up and they can't provide favorable temperature for the sperm production, that's why they're hanging, so that they can provide favorable temperature for sperm production. Then it means that the sperms will be few in numbers. And then if they're few in numbers, they are most likely not to reach the fallopian tube to carry out fertilization. If they don't reach there, it means that the consequence will be less ability or less probability of the egg to be fertilized. That's the meaning. Describe the process of spermatogenesis. Spermatogenesis, we have to explain the way how we are supposed to explain in the modern way of our examination guideline. So it's not like the way we are explaining them in the previous books. So in our book, you can see exactly how you're supposed to explain it, but this is how you're supposed to explain it. When you talk about the process of spermatogenesis and oogenesis is almost the same. So you can say that under the influence of the testosterone, the diploid cell, which is 2N, the diploid cell, which is 2N, yes, will undergo what we call meiosis. And this diploid cell is found in the seminiferous tube. So it will undergo meiosis to form the haploid sperm cells. Basically, you have one cell divided into 2, then divided into 4. These are the one which form, so under the influence of
Testosterone, we give you a tick, you mentioning the word testosterone. The diploid cell, this diploid cell, which is 2N, will undergo mitosis. When it undergoes mitosis, it forms, which is found in the seminiferous tube, and then it forms, you saying the word meiosis, it will undergo meiosis. It will also a tick. So testosterone is a tick, meiosis is a tick, and then where is it located in the seminiferous tube is another tick. So those are 3 ticks. And then to form the haploid, the word haploid, 1N, yeah, haploid sperm cells is also a tick. Basically, that's what we want, nothing else. Don't put too many words. We don't want them. That's what we want. When you're marking, that's what we are looking for. Go to our book, download it, and then try to use it, and then you see if you want to get a distinction. All right. They're saying that describe how the development of the embryo is protected and nourished in the oviviparous organisms. How is the development of the embryo nourished and protected? So they're saying that describe how the developing embryo is protected and nourished under oviviparous animals. So these are animals whereby you have ovi, which means the ovum, and then vivi means inside. So it means that the ovum is developing inside the mother's body. Yes, but it does not obtain nutrients from the mother. It obtains nutrients from the ovum. That's why it's called ovoviviparous. So how is it nourished and protected? Basically, you have 2 questions which you are supposed to answer. So you are supposed to look for way forward for protection, and you're supposed to look for way forward for nourishment. So protection, you look at the amniotic egg, the way the layers, what you call the extra embryonic membranes. The first one is the allantois. This one protects the embryo by removing the waste product. Allantois is basically for waste product. You understand? And then you talk about the amniotic fluid, which is very important for shock absorber. It helps in the shock absorber. Then you can talk about the shell, which is very important for covering and for protection, brings about the protection. These shells, they have holes, small holes to allow the air to go through. Yes. And then you can also talk about it is inside the mother's body. That's why it's vivi. It's inside the mother's body. So it means that it won't be eaten by the predators. To eat that egg, you have to eat the mother. Yes. It's like a gate. To reach the eggs, you have to eat the mother, and then you reach the eggs. So it is being protected by the mother. So you can talk about something like that for the baby. But you saying because it is viviparous, you need to talk about is being protected by the mother first, at least. Yes. Then number 2 is nourished. How is it nourished? The embryo receives nutrients from where? It receives nutrients from the egg yolk, not the mother. I said it. That's why you have this word ovo. Not the mother, from the egg yolk. And then also it also receives nutrients from the albumin. That is the outside part, that white part. When you eat the egg, that white part you eat is what called the albumin. So basically, that's what you need to answer on that. Question 3.4. This is the structure of the ear. You need to know exactly what is this. They are saying that the diagram below represents the part of the human ear with the middle ear infection. Middle ear infection. What is the A? You need to know pinna, auditory canal, tympanic membrane, the oscars, because there are 3, semicircular canal, oval window, and then eustachian tube, which is filled up with the fluid. So that's why it is middle ear infection. Identify part B. We've seen it. We have seen it, which is auditory canal, and then part D, which is oscars, which are the 3 bones found in the ear. State the one function of A. This one is collect and direct sound waves to the auditory canal. it collects sound waves from different directions, and then does not only collect, it directs all of it which has come there. It's being directed to what? To the auditory canal. That's the meaning. And then saying that another question is explain how the middle ear infection could affect hearing. How is this middle ear infection affect hearing? Which is it means that there will be a problem with the part D, these oscars to move freely. So basically you can say that part D, or what called the oscars. The oscars will not vibrate freely because of the fluid which is inside there. Will not vibrate freely, and then this will cause the over window not to receive enough vibration. So the over window, because this one is not vibrating freely, the over window will not receive enough vibration, and then there will be no pressure which is being built inside the cochlea. So if this one is not moving, then there won't be enough pressure which is built inside the cochlea. And then what happens? It means that there won't be enough impulse which is going to be sent to cerebrum for interpretation. Hence, this person will become deaf or hearing loss. Remember, deafness is which can be partial deaf or complete deaf. So basically, we are just explaining the transmission of the sound in the negative way. There won't be enough movement of the oscars. There won't be enough pressure built in the movement of the of a window, and then there won't be enough pressure built into the cochlea, and less impulse or no impulse will be sent to the cerebrum for interpretation, and then this will cause the person to be deaf. And then another question, they're saying that name the small device which is being used to treat the middle ear infection. Remember, this device to be used is supposed to cut here, and then we suck all the fluid which is inside here. We suck it out, and after that we put that small device so that it is able to drain and make the middle ear to be dry. So we call them grommets. So we call them what? Grommets. There's grommets is not supposed to have the E. Yeah, we call them what? Grommets. Remember, middle ear infection is being caused by a bacteria. So you can also apply antibiotics. But they didn't ask you that question. They only asked for the device. Then they're saying that, oh, I've skipped one question. Describe the role of eustachian tube. The role of eustachian tube, remember, eustachian tube connects to the mouth. So what is the function of the eustachian tube? The function of the eustachian tube, it is to equalize the pressure on the either side of the tympanic membrane. So this is the eustachian tube, which connects to the mouth, is to equalize the pressure on the either side of the tympanic membrane. Then lastly, but not the least, they're asking you to write the letter of the part which where the small device named above, which is the grommet. We say that these are grommets, which is where is it supposed to be? Where is it supposed to be inserted? It's supposed to be inserted in the tympanic membrane. And then if you look at this, it is part C. And then lastly, describe how part E. What is part E? The semicircular canals. Whenever you talk about the semicircular canal, we are talking about balancing. So describe how part E is involved in maintaining balance when there is a change in the speed and direction. Whenever you talk about speed and direction, now you're talking about the cristae. Whenever you talk about this, cristae, or which is called cristae. Remember, the other one is the maculae, which is the position of the head. So meaning that change in the speed and the direction of the head will stimulate the crystal found in the, where is crystal found? So crystal is found in the ampulla of the semicircular canal. Yes. And then the impulse which is being received is converted, the stimulus which is being received is converted into enough impulse which moves along the auditory nerve to cerebellum for interpretation to restore balance. Or you can say that crystal are stimulated and then converts the stimuli into enough impulse which is sent to cerebellum, cerebrum, where an interpretation, and then this sends the impulse to the muscles, and then balance is being restored. Lastly, let me show you from our booklet, and then you see exactly what I'm trying to say. You see, here is the Saidi's model of balance, whereby it's saying that change in the speed and direction. You see, it is crystal found in the ampulla of the semicircular canal. The stimuli is converted into enough impulse, which is sent along the auditory nerve to cerebellum for interpretation to restore balance, meaning that sends back the muscles, and then balance is being obtained. So basically, that's what you're supposed to explain. So it means that you're looking for this route. So the paper really was also very easy, paper 1. I'll come back again to discuss other papers. Please don't forget to subscribe, stay tuned, and whenever we post, please try to watch so that you at least you upgrade your marks and then you get a distinction. Thank you very much. See you again.
The memorandum, and then we see those who wrote what have you got. All right, guys, without wasting time, let's go to question number 1. Which one of the following is a reproductive strategy in the birds where young ones are born fully dependent on their parents? It means that all depends on the parents. What does it mean? It means that or remember, I've been telling you on our prediction based on this paper, we see that we have 95% of our prediction is correct, meaning that people are able to get 95%. And if you're using our distinction material book, I know that, yeah, you scored high. But let's go through and then we see how we can get these answers correct. And those who paper for revision, please also stay on so that you are able to learn something new. All right, here it depends on the parents, so I'm looking for something we start with that. So the answer is artificial development. Those are 2 marks. Then we go to the diagram below, represents events during human reproduction. Events, remember, this is the development of the zygote until it forms a ball of cells. This is 2 cells, 4 cells, I think there are 8 cells, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 cells, and then a ball of cells. So where does this occur? It occurs in the fallopian tube. Which part of the female reproductive system will the events shown above occur? We say that these events occur in the fallopian tube. So you get 2 marks there. Then we go to the next question. The next question is asking the following is a list of components associated with nervous system. We have the parasympathetic nervous system, we have the parasympathetic nervous system, spinal nerves, sympathetic nervous system, cranial nerves. All these are what you call the peripheral nervous system, PNS, peripheral nervous system. They are not in the center. It's not brain, it's not the spinal cord. Therefore, which one of the following combination of the components form the peripheral nervous system? Definitely all of them. So I'm looking for an objective which has all of them. So the answer becomes A, and you get 2 marks there. Then we go to the next question. It is about the graph. Then they're saying that okay, we are based on these two questions. We have to answer based on this graph, the average amount of growth hormone secreted in human at different stages. Okay, I see that from here the decrease is not that much, but here it is rapid, and then as it approaches here, it keeps a bit of constant. All right, which one of the following statement describe the trend in the graph? So they are saying that the secretion of the hormone increase with the age. No, the secretion of hormone decrease with the age. So this one is out, and then they're saying that level of growth hormone decrease more rapidly between this. If you look at this and this, the decrease is not that rapid. So that is also out. The level of growth hormone decrease rapidly, yes, rapidly between 10, let's go 10 and 40. From there to there, we see that the decrease is rapid. So it could be correct, but what are they saying? When compared to the age between this and this. Yeah, if you look at from here to here, yes, from here to there, the decrease is not as that much as this. So the decrease here is higher than that. So this one looks to be the most correct answer, but let's read the last one and then find out. Secretion of growth hormone decrease at all time. No. So the answer becomes, the most correct answer in this case becomes C. So C becomes the most correct answer. Then they're saying that the percentage decrease in the level of growth hormone between this age and this is, so the percentage decrease, when they say percentage decrease, your answer must have a negative. That's the meaning of decrease. If it is a positive, then this is a percentage increase. But don't forget that percentage decrease or percentage increase is equal to what it is final value minus initial value divided by initial value times 100%. So in this case, we have to go to final value. They say that between 20 and 40. Between 20 and 40. Those who did our prediction, I think now you are benefiting, and we explained this before you went for your paper. So it is between 20 and 40, between 20 and 40. So if you look at 40 here, let me rub off this so that you see clearly. Look at on that, so we have 40 here, which is 500. That is our final. It is 500 minus the initial from 20, which is 100, is 1250, then divide by the initial 1250 times 100. So when you calculate, you find out that the answer is negative, and then it gives you 60% negative. The negative goes to the word decrease, and then the answer becomes 60%. Therefore, the answer is 60%. So becomes the most correct answer. Yes, if you don't understand anything, let me know, because this is a live class, so that I'm able to explain it better. But since now we're just discussing the memorandum, then I think it could be a little bit fine in that regard. So they're saying that the diagram below shows the part of the stem of the plant. Okay, which one of the following is shown by the stem of this plant? If you look at this, you are seeing thorns here, so automatically it is about defense mechanism. But because there are no chemicals here, therefore it becomes, yeah, a defense mechanism, which is a mechanical. Yes, like a physical one, it's not a chemical one. Therefore, we can say that which one of the following is shown by the system of this plant. Apical dominance, we don't have something growing straight. The dominance of the lateral buds, they are not growing. We don't have branches there. Plant defense mechanism, correct. Fruit development, there's no fruit there, so the answer becomes C. I think those people are using our distinction material. I don't want to show you in the distinction material what we are talking about here, but uh, those things are there. If you check on our distinction material book, all those things, questions they have asked you, you will never ever lose it, because that book is always explaining to you and showing you exactly where to get these answers. If you follow this book, you will be able to get all the distinctions in this world. All right, guys. See, this is what they are talking about. So they brought this. They brought this. You understand? Yes. So they're just asking you this plant defense mechanism. Yeah, you see even the answer here. If you look at our answer here, they said plant defense mechanism. So basically they are looking for this. You understand? Yes. All right, let's continue. And then basically it is thorns. Yeah. So let's go to the next question of our 1.1.17, saying that which one of the following combination is correct about the visual defect of the eye? Astigmatism. Astigmatism, basically you have uneven distribution of the cornea. You form multiple images. So how do we correct it? You have to put on the corrective lenses, depending on basically where. Sometimes the spherical lenses, but make sure that you put the correct one. So basically, if you look at this, is astigmatism, irregular shape of the cornea or unequal distribution is the same thing. So you get it right. Corrective lenses, correct. So what about these ones? Let's just try and find out what makes them to be wrong. You never know. Long-sightedness, yes, long-sightedness. Eyeball is too long than the normal. No, long-sightedness, the eyeball is. They're saying that the eyeball, you can see objects which are far but you can't see objects, so the eyeball is too short, so this is out. Replacement is surgery, so the already that is out. Cataracts, inelastic cataracts is as a result of the cloudiness of the lens, so this is out. And then they are saying that short sightedness is the eyeball is too short. No, the eyeball, yes, is too short, is correct. The eyeball is too short, meaning that no, the eyeball is too long, so it means that the image is formed in front of the retina, not behind the retina, so that becomes out. So the most correct answer here becomes A, and you get those 2 marks. Then we go to the 1.8. The diagram below shows the structure in the skin that are involved in the temperature regulation. So in this case, temperature regulation, what are we looking at here? Okay, we are looking at those people who are using our distinction material. I think you have it right. So we're saying that which one of the following describe the role of structure X and Y on the hot day? So they're saying dilates. This obviously, this one is going to have to dilate so that the blood vessels come closer to the skin, and then more heat is lost. And then the sweat gland has to be more active. I don't want to go to the distinction material to show you all those things, but now let's go to what they're saying. And A dilates. They're saying that A dilates. Yeah, okay. A dilates, X dilates, correct, but less sweat is out. So B dilates, correct. More sweat is, yes, correct. C, X dilates, constrict is out. X constrict, so this one makes them to be out, and then B becomes the most correct answer. You see, so now you get those 2 marks again. The direction of the stimuli of transmission of impulse through the neuron is from the cell body, no, not from the cell body, the dendrite, the cell body, the axon. Dendrite cell body axon. Dendrite cell body axon. So you need to know that, because the axon transmits impulse from the cell away from the cell body, while the dendrite brings the impulse to the cell body. So that's exactly what you are supposed to look at. Cell body out. Dendrite, we're supposed to look for something which has dendrite. But now dendrite cell body, yes, this is a saying axon, no out. So it can't go to axon, then comes to cell body. So this one is out. Then this one started with axon. So automatically B becomes the most correct answer in that regard. So here we expect you to get 18 out of 18. There is no question here. They are brought and we didn't discuss in our prediction. So you have got it right, and I know that you got it right. Thank you very much if you got 9 out of 9. Let's go to the terminologies. We also discussed about them, and then we'll talk about it. It's saying that the blood vessel in the neck that contains receptor which are sensitive to the carbon dioxide. We talked about it, and then we explain about it, and I emphasize it that don't go to the paper without talking about the negative feedback mechanism of the carbon dioxide in the body. Please, I said it, and even I begged you that please don't do a mistake and you go there. Fortunately enough, there are the questions. We shall see if they brought more of carbon dioxide, but I know that they will bring it. I know that they will gonna bring it because you fail it. So the moment you fail it, we bring it. We are not saying that we want you to fail. It's because we want you to understand those concepts you don't know. You understand? Yes. All right. Let's continue, guys. The blood vessel in the neck that contain receptor which are sensitive to carbon dioxide level in the blood. The blood vessel in the neck that contains receptor that are sensitive to the blood vessels in the blood. So in this case, we are looking at the blood vessels. We say that we call them carotid artery. Carotid artery. Yes, so that's how you're supposed to write it. And then I explained it when I was emphasizing this. Then they're saying that the reproductive strategy where the development of the fetus occur inside the fetus, inside the mother's body. Here in this case, we are talking about vivipary. Then they're saying the photoreceptor that receives low light intensity and responsible for black and white vision. So this one is talking about the rods. Remember we said that the cones are for color, and then this one is for dim light. Cones are for bright light. All right, let's continue. The structure that develops from the remains of the Graafian follicle. This is corpus luteum, luteum, corpus. Sorry, corpus luteum. Yes. Corpus luteum. Yes, thank you. You can see properly. Sorry for my handwriting. The part of the male that stores sperm cells until maturation. In this case, we are talking about the epididymis. Epididymis. Yes, epididymis, the part of the ear that receives sound from the auditory nerve. We are talking about the tympanic membrane. Tympanic membrane. Tympanic membrane. The structure of the male that secretes testosterone. Now here they're saying structure of the male. Basically, these are testes. These are the testes which secrete testosterone. But basically, what are those? Now, the actual structure is the cells of Leydig or the Leydig cell. Leydig cells. But where are they? These are the testes. So it will depend on the memorandum, the final discussion, what they're talking about here. But the structure in the male, that's secret testosterone, are testes. And then which cells, the actual cells which produce these are cells of Leydig. And then the hormone that stimulates the production of milk, these are prolactin. Yeah, I think guys, you have got all of them, 8 out of 8. Based on this, you see that things are simple and easy. I know that you guys gonna get a distinction. You're gonna not going to let me down. And in paper 2, we are together again, and then we're gonna smash it the way you smashed paper 1. If you didn't smash paper 2, paper 1, I know that. Let's go together, study with me, and then on Sunday, and then we smash paper 2. All right, the plant hormone that stimulates the germination of seeds. Germination of seeds. In this case, the germination of seeds is being stimulated by gibberellin. But don't forget, I told you that when you come here, you say B only. Don't say B. Don't say no. Just say B only. A hormone in the human that is produced in the reproductive system. A hormone in a human that is produced in reproduction. Where are they produced? Both of them are produced in the reproductive system. Human. They didn't say male or female. So the answer becomes both A and B. So both A and, don't say this and, because they say the and is like this. Both A and B. So you have to follow the instruction based on this. A device that is inserted or responsible for draining the fluid from the middle ear, we call the grommet. If you're using the distinction material, guys, this thing is simple. A only. So you expect to get the 6 marks there. Yeah, what's the problem there? Nothing. Name two components of the central nervous system shown above. It is the brain. It's the brain. Yes, the brain and the spinal cord. And the spinal cord and the spinal cord. Identify part brain and the spinal cord. Identify part labeled B. Part labeled B is corpus callosum, and then part labeled D it is a cerebellum. And then give the letter. This one is cerebellum. Ne? Yes, give the letter and the name of the part that controls heartbeat. Heartbeat is controlled by medulla oblongata. Oh, sorry guys, I don't know what they're gonna do with this because they didn't mention here medulla oblongata. You understand? So this is a I don't know how they're gonna say it. This is an error. Maybe they're gonna have to reduce the paper to, instead of 100 out of 150 to 148. I don't know. It will depend on what they have discussed. But the person who set this paper or the moderators, I think they didn't see it, but and the paper was produced. Yeah, or they did see it, but during the production process, maybe the line shifted, something like that. So I don't know what to say, but what I say, the part is not there. The part is supposed to be, look, maybe they thought this is not medulla oblongata. This is called a pons. Medulla oblongata is the second swelling. Guys, please don't be confused. Here there is no medulla oblongata. Medulla oblongata is here, and this is called a pons. Pons. So the answer is there. So there is no answer for this. So it would have, if this was here, then it would have been C, and then they say medulla oblongata. They will tell us. Then the voluntary actions are being controlled by part A, which is the cerebrum. You guys, I think now the brain is cool, and then you expected to get all those marks, and then yeah, guys, yes, yeah. I think let's go to the next question, and then we'll also smash it. How did you see this question?
So now if you look at this question, 1.5, the diagram below represents the homeostatic mechanism in the human body when the water level are low. They are talking about the water levels are low. So it means that at the end of the day, we want more water to be high in the what? In the blood. So what happens is, if there is low water levels here, what happens? It means that an impulse will be sent to osmo receptors or osmo receptors in the brain, and then that's going to stimulate the pituitary gland to produce a hormone which is ADH, and then ADH will go to the nephron to secrete, to make the walls of the nephron more permeable, and then more water is going to be reabsorbed back, and then less urine is going to be produced. So automatically then now it means that this is a kidney, that's a nephron, and then this is a what? Pituitary gland or hypophysis, then this is the hypothalamus. So now let's identify what are these. Now if they ask you to identify, they say identify the part of the brain where the osmo center are located. Where are the osmo centers, osmo receptors are located? They are located in the hypothalamus. Thalamus. Then gland Z is the hypophysis. Hypophysis or pituitary gland. Then hormone A, hormone Y. This hormone we said is ADH, antidiuretic hormone, and then structure X is the nephron. State whether the volume of the urine produced is increased, or it will increase or will decrease for this individual. Remember, we don't have water in the body, so it means that more water is gonna be reabsorbed back into the blood. We use the word reabsorption because the first absorption occurs in the stomach or in the digestive system. So this is the second absorption. That's why we use the word reabsorption. So we need more water to be reabsorbed back into the blood. Therefore, what happens here in this case, we expect the more water is reabsorbed back into the blood, and less water is lost as urine. So it means that the volume of urine in this case is gonna be is gonna decrease. And then this is the time when you produce urine which is yellowish in kind. So I think we are done with that. Then we go to the next question. The diagram below represents the stage of human fetal development. Identify part A. If you look at part A, this is amniotic fluid or amnion. Yes, so is amnion. Yes, amnion or amniotic fluid. Structure C is the placenta. Placenta. Yes, placenta. Then the blood vessel in B that transports oxygen to the developing baby. Because we are transporting blood to the fetus, to the heart, then it means that it is a vein. Because it is from the umbilical, therefore it becomes the umbilical vein. I explained this when you are doing the prediction, and I told you that the spelling of umbilical, it is it's umbly, ne? It's not umbilic, ne? Yes, so it is you. It's umbilical vein. So they're saying that state 2 structure role of part C. So basically, if you look at structure C, stage 2 structures that play a role in the formation of part C. Basically, the two part C is the placenta. What makes the placenta is the side of the mother, that is the maternal structure, and the side of the baby, that is the embryonic structure. So in this case, if you have to be specific, you can talk about the endometrium. Yes, the endometrium on the side of the mother, or the uterus, or uterine wall. And then if you look at the side of the baby, you can talk about the chorion, because it's the last layer which forms the chorionic villi. Yes, the chorion, or the chorionic villi, which forms the chorionic villi, and then this chorionic villi, they do the finger like projections. So in this case, so we expect you to say the structures which make a part of that. Is the first one is the you can talk about the endometrium on the side of the mother, that is the maternal structure, and then the chorion, outer layer of the fetus, then we call it the chorion, which forms the chorionic villi in this case. So those are the two structures you can talk about in that regard. So now this marks, at least now we have 50%. Is it 50%? 50 marks. 50 marks of our paper. You understand? The paper we have written, and so far we see that the paper is not was not that difficult. So we go to the next question. The scientists report the female crocodile. Yes, female crocodile lay eggs with the developing embryo. There are no male crocodile in the zoo for 16 years. Uh, this form of reproduction is called parthenogenesis. Parthenogenesis. During the parthenogenesis, a haploid ovum fuses with the one haploid polar. Polar is those small bodies which are formed. These ones which we are talking about, which don't develop into a big ovum, and then body to form a zygote. All right. Name the type of meiotic division shown in the diagram above. They are saying meiotic division. Yes. So if they're saying meiotic division, in this case, you're talking about um, oogenesis. Yes, that's the type of division. If they say name the type of division, then you talk about meiosis. But they say the meiotic division. Is it? Yes, the meiotic division is oogenesis. It could be spermatogenesis, but since we are forming the ovum, therefore it is oogenesis. The type of egg that was laid by the crocodile. How do we call that type of egg that was laid by the crocodile? Here they say that fuse and then the haploid body form a zygote. So it means that um, the type of legs which um, the type of egg which is laid by the crocodile is the zygote. So in this case, we see that because it fuses already with the haploid form a zygote, and then this is the one which is laid the developing embryo. So in this case, we call it a zygote. Crocodile lay eggs on land. All right. They are saying that explain one way in which the type of egg named above, okay, is structurally suited to survive in the conditions of land. First of all, it is not going to look for something to fertilize it. It's already fertilized, meaning that it's a zygote. It's already fertilized. That is not going to be exposed for the sperm to come and fuse. No, that's number one. Number two, um, it has external the membrane, the extra embryonic membrane, which protect it from being dehydrated and the harsh conditions of the what of the land. Or you can talk about any other correct answer in that regard, which can be accepted by the examiners. All right, we go to the next question. 2.1.4. Explain one advantage of parthenogenesis. Here it's only one individual, only one in the individual is needed for a successful reproduction cycle. You see, we don't need a male. So it means that that energy for looking for the male for mating is saved for the developing maybe baby or the mother to use it in other activities. So only one individual is needed. It's like a sexual reproduction. It's only one individual which is needed during this process. So that is it. So we get the mark there. So if there's only one individual, it means that it saves time. First of all, it may not be influenced by the seasons that, okay, I'm waiting for this season so that the male can migrate to this area. So it's just one individual is enough for it to produce another organism. Then we go to the next question, which is a graph. This question is also a little bit easy. Sheehan's syndrome is a condition that results in the female having very low levels of luteinizing hormone. So the graph below shows the hormone level of two different women during 28 cycle. Women A has normal luteinizing hormone, while women B has suffers from Sheehan's what that syndrome. All right, so we are seeing that this individual, this is A, is normal, while individual B, this one, is having the what, the condition. So now we're starting. State two functions of luteinizing hormone. This is just a general open or the general question. Luteinizing hormone is very important in triggering ovulation, basically during this day 14. Number two, it stimulates the conversion of empty Graafian follicle to corpus luteum. Remember when I was talking about this graph, I told you what to focus on during the prediction, and then that's exactly what they have brought. You understand? Yes. Beside LH, name, so first off, triggers ovulation or stimulates ovulation. Number two, stimulates the conversion of the empty Graafian follicle to corpus luteum. That is the luteinizing hormone. Beside LH, name one other hormone that is secreted by pituitary gland during the menstrual cycle. Beside ES, name other hormone that is secreted by pituitary gland during the menstrual cycle. It is follicle stimulating hormone. So FSH, give the name of the hormone produced, name of hormone X. X is these dotted lines. They increase after day 14, and definitely that is progesterone. Then use the information in the graph to explain how the level of hormone X will be different from hormone B. Okay, hormone X, use the information in the diagram above, show how the level of hormone X will be different from. Definitely information diagram explain, because they're saying explain. When they say explain, it means that you have to tell us the cause of that. So hormone X will be, first of all, hormone X, this progesterone in this individual B is gonna be low. But what causes that is because we have low levels luteinizing hormone. Luteinizing hormone will not trigger ovulation, and then the empty Graafian follicle or corpus luteum will not be formed. Therefore, the level of progesterone will be low. We said why? First of all, the level is gonna be low. Number two, reason why is because luteinizing hormone is low. Therefore, there will be no ovulation, and there will be no formation of corpus luteum. You understand? And then if corpus luteum is not formed, therefore progesterone level will not be, progesterone hormone will not be produced. Hence, the level of progesterone is basically low. What is the evidence in the graph that suggests that pregnant women A is pregnant? that pregnant women is pregnant is because of high level of progesterone is kept high. The level of progesterone is kept high throughout the cycle, or after day 14 is kept. If it was not pregnant, we say that when I was explaining the prediction, we said that if it was not high, then it would have drawn like that, and then it means that this person is not pregnant. But because now it is high, and the high level is kept, is the level of progesterone is kept high, therefore is an indication that this person is pregnant. So I think that is also done evidence in the graph that suggests that a woman is pregnant because of the high level, um, the level of progesterone is kept high from day 14 to day 28. Yes. So that question also, we have smashed it. And then we go to the next question. Yeah. Then they're saying that scientists conducted an investigation to determine the relationship between the age and the fertility in men. The investigation was done from this year using the healthy men from the graph. So when you find such graphs questions, these are questions you don't need to read and read and read. And these are questions you don't expect to come every, like the same question. These are questions we keep changing, but they have the same principle you're supposed to use or to find out, or the questions which are being asked is almost the same thing. Men with the occupation or working environment involving exposure to excess heat were excluded during the selection of the participant. The procedure was as follows. Okay, the semen were collected after 5 days of no sexual activities. Specialized microscope was used to determine the sperm count. Then the electron microscope was used to determine the sperm necrosis, and then identify number one. Identify identify the investigation invest in this investigation the independent variable. What is the independent variable and what is the dependent variable? Which factor do, if it changes, it causes the other one also to change? Scientists conducted an investigation to determine the relationship between the age and the fertility. It means that the age, how is the age linked to the fertility? Does the fertility depend on the age, or the age determine the fertility? Definitely, this is time. This is time, obviously. Independent variable is going to become the age of the what of this man, and then the fertility will be the dependent. So the fertility will depend on the age. If you have low age, then the fertility could be higher. If you have uh, high age, then the fertility could be what? Could be low. All right. State 3 ways in which the independent variable was determined. How did we determine the independent variable? The independent variable, this is a general question, whereby you have maybe you written different answers. So my answers could not be the actual answers which are listed, not the only actual answers which are listed. Even you also don't be stressed with such questions when I'm trying to discuss it, just to, at least you have the highlight of that. Basically here, if you are looking the 3 ways in which you can in which the dependent variable can be determined, we have to look at if I change one factor, can it lead to the change of another factor? You have to change one factor, and then you see if this change will lead to the change of another factor. For example, they have to change the fertility. If they change the fertility, will the age change? No. And how are you going to how are you going to change the fertility? You might not change it. You won't be able to change it. You understand? The only thing which is going to make what about when I change the age, the fertility changes? Then it means that the fertility depends on the what? On the age. So you have to do and then find out. You have to do and then find out what factor is being controlled by another factor or another variable. There's number two. You have to keep other factors constant so that you are able to identify which factor is causing this change you are seeing. You understand? Yes. So that's how you can try to find what factor affects. Yes. If you change one factor, what will happen to the other variable? You understand? And then when you change the one factor, what is the effect of, so it means that if one factor is changed, then what is the effect on the other factor? So that's how, these are just general questions which you can answer in a different angle, and then your answer still becomes correct or remains correct. Give two reasons why the investigative question or investigation was considered to be reliable. Why is the investigation considered to be reliable? Basically, if you look at it, they used a large sample size, which is 100 1,294 health male. So that is a large sample size. Number two, they conducted it for a long period of time from 1999 to 2017. That's almost 20 some 20, yeah, almost is 2007. That's 10. 9, 2009, that's, yeah, around 15 years, 15 years. So basically 15, 16 years, they are around, so above 10 years. You see that they conducted this experiment for a long period of time, and then this makes the experiment to be what? Reliable. Semen were collected after 5 days. They didn't say every after 5 days. If it is the case every after 5 days, also that is also another way in which shows that the experiment was reliable. Yes. So give two reasons why. Okay. Explain why men with occupation involving exposure to excessive heat were excluded during this investigation. The reason why these men were removed from this investigation is because they're gonna affect the sperm production. Sperm production. Remember, sperms are produced at a specific temperature, 2 to 3 degrees less than the body temperature, or around 35 degrees Celsius. That's when, now if there is too much heat, then automatically this heat is going to be affecting these individuals, and then the level or the amount of sperms which are being produced are going to be low. That's why you are able to see that this thing is excessive heat. Those people are not considered because their sperm production is not as normal as it's supposed to be. Don't put on tight pants. Don't sit in one place for a long time. Don't hit on hot things all the time. So these are the things which you're not supposed to do if you are a man. I think that question was also isn't we are able to obtain high marks in that regard. Let's go to the next question. So I told you that, guys, when you are given such questions, you should make sure that you labeled flagellum, middle piece, the nucleus, acrosome. Okay, let's go. They're saying that the diagram below shows the structure of the sperm. I told you that don't go to the paper without knowing the structure of a sperm, and I showed you the 3 ways in which they can ask you the question. Definitely one way in which they ask the questions has come. The organelle found in large numbers in structure B. Yes, we call those organelles is mitochondria. Yes. Structure B. Name the structure B. Structure D, not B. Structure D. It is acrosome. Acrosome. Name the part of the testis where spermatogenesis takes place. Name the part of the testis. Basically, the part of the testis where spermatogenesis takes place is the seminiferous tubes. The seminiferous tubes. Explain the role of the following part during the fertilization. Part A. How is A important in the fertilization? You tell us the function of A. A contains genetic information for inheritance. So basically, that it's very important for inheritance. And then structure D contains, don't say it digests, it contains enzymes. Which digest the membrane of the ovum. It contains enzyme. This acrosome contains enzymes which digest the membrane of the ovum, so that the sperm or the nucleus can enter, or the sperm can enter the ovum. So we don't say that it digests the membrane of the ovum. No, it contains enzyme which digest. If you look at your mouth, it's not the mouth to bite, it is the teeth inside the mouth which bite. So it's not the acrosome to digest the membrane, it is the chemical inside the acrosome which digests the membrane. That's what I explained when you're talking about the prediction. That's why I'm telling you, always watch my prediction before you go to the paper. You won't regret. Paper 2 prediction is already out, make sure that you read it, you go through it very well. If it requires you to watch it 10 times before you go to the paper, do that. Come out to the paper, come back to me, and then you telling me that you have failed. Never, never, and never again. It will never happen unless you don't concentrate on. Don't watch it the whole thing, because it's around 2 hours. And then what you need to do is watch half, half, topic by topic, and then pause it or download it. Whatever you do, it's fine. And then after that, um do the what, the keep repeating it. By the time you reach the paper, you're just smashing the paper. The paper is not smashing you. You understand? Yes, make sure that you smash the paper and you get a distinction. Let's go to the next question. Describe the functional relationship between organelles in B, part B, and part C. They're saying, how are organelles in part B and part C, the functional relationship uh, between the organelles in part B, yes, and the structure C. How is this organelles in part B? How are they related to this? Basically, this one they produce the energy, ne? And the energy is being used by the tail to provide the propulsion force for forward movement. Yes. So this mitochondria, the organelles, they produce energy which is used by the tail, the flagellum, to provide the propulsion force for forward movement. So basically, that's the answer must be linked to that. Yes. On average, the sperm move at speed of 5 millimeters per minute. Imagine 5 millimeters per minute. Ne? It's too small. Ne? Yes. The female reproductive system. It takes approximately 4 or 5 minutes of the sperm to reach the ovum of fertilization. Yes. Calculate the distance. They're talking about the distance. No, in physics, in life science, man. All right, let's go. That sperm needs to move to reach the ovum. Show you're working. So in this case, you're saying the average speed of this speed, in this case, it is 5. It's 5 per minute, isn't it? And then how you have used, it means that I have to multiply this 5 times 45. This is time, and then this is the speed. Distance is equal to speed. Eh? I think it's speed times distance. Ne? Distance is equal to speed times time. Yes, the speed times time, then it gives you, yes. So it means that in this case, you're gonna say 45 times 5, which gives me 225 millimeters. Yes, millimeters. So these are the millimeters. That's means that that's the distance from, I think, I don't know where exactly, but I think it is from the vagina to the fallopian tube. It is 225 millimeters. 225 millimeters is around, maybe it's around what, 25 20.25 centimeters, or that is in the fallopian tube. So they didn't specify here, and this is not on the scale. So that's it. They just want you to know that you multiply the distance times the speed, the speed times the time, and then you're able to get the distance which is covered in that regard. So that question was also a little bit fine. The only thing is maybe people, they went off here because maybe they are not used to this, but still it's just an application question, because they gave you everything which you needed to follow. All right, let's go to the next question. To the diagram below represents the part of the ear. Identify, make sure that you identify everything. This is station tube, round window, cochlea, auditory nerve. Yes, so they are saying that identify part A. Part A in this case is auditory nerve. We have seen it. Part B, it is cochlea. And then state the function of part C. Part C, this one, it absorbs the excess pressure from the inner ear, or it releases. If you check in my book, distinction material, you need to have, it is, we say that it 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 releases the excess pressure from the inner ear, or it absorbs excess pressure from the inner ear. Both of them are correct. D, it what you talk about the here in this case, we say that it equalizes pressure on the either side of the tympanic membrane. That's why when you yawn, you feel the what? The some pressure in the ears, yeah. And then if you have that thing in the ear, it's like itching, what, too much. Yes, you just have to yawn, create a yawn, and then the pressure will be equalized, and then will be fantastic. All right. Otosclerosis is a medical condition that prevents the oscars from vibrating. If the oscars cannot vibrate, what happens? Explain the condition will affect. How is this condition going to affect? Basically, it's a chain. What happens here is like a chain. Let me show you guys. First of all, you might become totally deaf. Yes, you can become totally deaf or partially partially deaf, but that much of deafness, not that much of hearing. There's much of deafness, not too much of hearing. Yes, you can be having, you are deaf but not that. They can call you karab, say hey Karaba, but the most especially when you are becoming old and old and old, yes, it happens that you become partially deaf. All right, so if these things are fused, they cannot move, they cannot vibrate. It means that the vibration will not be sent to the oval window, and then automatically the fluid in the cochlea, which called the perilymph and the endolymph, will not, the fluid in the cochlea or in the inner ear will not vibrate, or the wave, wave will not be created in this fluid or in the inner ear. And then what happens, it is the organ of Corti will not be stimulated, and then the impulse will not be sent to cerebrum for interpretation or for you to detect the hearing. Therefore the person will lose the ability to hear. So it's just a chain of this will not do this, this will not do this, so everything won't do its function, it won't do its function until you reach the brain. That's all. Yes, so automatically the person won't be able to hear. Describe the role of ear in maintaining balance. In this case, guys, you just have to use the Sides model of balance. I don't need to explain this that much, but you talk about change in the speed and direction of the eye. Changing the speed and direction of the ear stimulates the crystal found in the ampulla of the semicircular canal. Change in the um, position of the head will stimulate the crystal, the maculae found in the circulus and auriculus of the semicircular canal. They change the stimulus, the stimuli is converted into a nerve impulse which is sent along the auditory nerve to interpret cerebrum to interpret or to interpret and then restore us balance. So this is what I'm trying to explain. Where is it? Where is the ear? The ear is here, balancing is here, you see. Change, stimulate the crystal phone, yes. So this is what I'm looking for. The Sides model of balance. Changing the speed and direction of the head stimulates the crystal phone, the ampulla of the semicircular canal, comma, and then changing the position of the head stimulates the maculae found in the circulus and the auriculus of the semicircular canal. The stimuli is converted into a nerve impulse, which is sent along the auditory nerve uh, to cerebellum to interpret cerebellum for interpretation to restore balance. Guys, don't confuse cerebrum and cerebellum. Cerebrum is responsible for sensation or sensation, but hearing, but balance is not a sensation. Yes, balance is being controlled by cerebellum, by cerebellum. I explained that. So basically, this is what they want. You write this, give you a tick, you give you a tick, they give you a tick, you give you a tick, they 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 give you a tick. Yeah, only 4 marks they are needed there. So you see, guys, so it's easy. If yeah, so that's the what they want. Each different color is that. Make sure that you have this book distinction material. It's there now in different bookshops. You'll be able to obtain it. And then also the apps which are coming. It's called the Thundereduc. You'll be able to download it in on Google or Play Store so that you're able to obtain these books. So that you don't stress that much. All right, guys, let's continue to the next chapter of our question. So that is balance. You get these 6 marks. Mahala. I call them Mahala marks. Why am I calling them mahala marks? Because it's just memorizing. And I told you guys, don't make a mistake, because we know that you don't know balance, and we know that balance is a problem for you. Yes, and I told you that once we know that this is a problem for students, we will keep on bringing them so that you master them. All right, let's go to the next question. Question number 3. It means that at least now we have 100 marks. So let's search for another 150 marks, so that now we conclude our journey of question number. The next question, question 3. All right. The diagram below represents the structure of the eye. Okay, eye, here's the structure of the eye. Here we are having this sclera, blind spot, the lens, and then you have the cornea, then you have the iris. Identify what is part A. We have done it, is blind spot. What is part C? C is the cornea, and then yeah, it's cornea. I'm seeing it as a cornea or conjunctive. It's pointing at the cornea. All right, and then part D is sclera or sclerotic muscles. Describe how the muscle in the iris enables the person to see in dim light. Remember, it's dim light. We say that R with C, C with R. Radial muscles contract, sacral muscles relax, the diameter of the pupil dilates, more light enters the eye. That's it. Radial muscles contract, sacral muscles relax, the diameter of the pupil, because during dark you open your eyes widely. So the diameter of the pupil dilates, and then more light will enter the eye. Then we'll be able to see in the dim light. Simple. Name the process that occur in the eye when the person focuses an object at different distances. So we call this one accommodation. Accommodation. I don't mean the accommodation where you stay, no, accommodation. Then they're saying that explain how the shape of the eye, shape of B, this lens, yes, how is this shape enables the person to read the book. How is this shape, yes, enables the person to read the book. So that shape is supposed to be, it becomes more convex. First of all, it becomes more convex. Yes, that's number one. And then if it becomes more convex, the refracting power increases. Yes, and then once the refracting power, it means that it's able to bend the light. So it means that light rays are bent more, are bent more. Yes, and then it means that meaning that the image is focused. So a clear image is focused onto this retina, so that if it is coming, so it means that these light rays are able to be bent more, so that a clear image is focused onto the retina. So basically you're talking about a nearby object. That's what you're explaining, but they are talking about only the shape of the lens. So I don't need to talk about the ciliary muscles, I don't need to talk about the suspensory ligaments, and moreover even the 3 marks. So light, we talk about the shape, it becomes more convex, the refracting power of this lens increases, then the light rays are bent more, and then a clear image is focused onto the retina. And then you guys, you get those 11 marks mahala. I call them mahala. So if you're going with me, or you're going with us at Thundereduc, you'll be able to obtain a distinction. You'll be able to obtain a distinction in life science. Keep yourself on Thundereduc with MSciRI. You'll be able to get this mark. Yes. So now we go to the next question. The next question is talking about the difference between hyporeflexia and hyperreflexia, whatever. Yes, and hyperreflexia. Yes. So basically, what happens there is the hyporeflexia. Yes, is a condition whereby the skeletal muscles have a decreased reflex responses. Understand? So in this case, we are seeing that it is caused by the damage of the part of reflex arc, and the damage is usually to the motor neurons, which send impulse to the spinal cord to the skeletal muscles. This can be due to the medical condition called Galarian Barre syndrome, whatever. Yes, hyperreflexia is a result of damage to motor neurons that send the message from. All these words are just to complicate your life. There's nothing just to read and then scoop the answers from there, guys. No, nothing big. So they're asking you, what is meant by reflex arc? I told you before you go to the paper, know those questions about the reflex arc. There we go. So now the question is asking us, um, the question is asking us, what is the reflex arc? Is a path traveled by the impulse during a reflex action, or is a neural path that controls the reflex action, basically. Or we can say it the way we know it, the path traveled by the impulse during a reflex action. From the extract, now they don't want it from the head, from the extract. They're asking you, extract state one medical condition causes the hyperphagia. So in this case, they're saying we are looking for one medical condition. The medical condition, so we are saying it's hypo. Hypo, they said it here. The medical condition is this. You see, here is the medical condition, so that you get the answer for that. Then they are saying that the similarity in the cause of hypophagia and hyperthermia. What is the similarity between the two? If you look at it critically, both hypo and hyper are caused by damage of the motor neuron. Here they talked about the damage of the motor neuron, and they talked about here the damage of the motor neuron. So basically, both of them, the motor neuron is damaged. So you have to read there, and then you get the answer from there. Then they are saying that the symptom of hyperphagia. So in this case, what is the symptom? It is decreased reflex response in the skeletal muscles. Decrease the if you look at it here, they talked about it here. Decrease the, yes, they're here. They're saying that spinal cord and then the skeletal muscles decreased. So it decreased. There will be a decreased reflex response in the skeletal muscles. So the conditions, skeletal muscles have decreased the reflex responses. So they explained it here, so you're able to get the answer from there. They're saying describe one difference between the causes of hypophagia and hyperphagia. So in this case, they want you to um, describe the difference between the two. So is both of them are caused by the damage of the motor neuron. Yes, both are caused by the damage of the what? The motor neuron. The motor neuron is being what? Is being damaged. Yes. Give one difference. Yes. So in this case, we see that there will be the message. If you look, both of them is damage of the motor neuron, but one, what happens on one, check here, they say that the message from the brain, motor neuron sends the message from the brain to the spinal cord, you see, while the other one, they say the message, we send the message from the spinal cord to the skeletal muscles, you see. So one is the message is sent from the spinal cord to the skeletal muscles, while other ones is the message sent from the brain to the spinal cord, you see. So that is the major difference between the two. Name the part of the neuron that degenerates, that leading to multiple sclerosis. This one is an obvious answer. It is myelin sheath. So we know it that it is myelin sheath. Yes. Explain the damage. Explain. In this case, they are looking for. Explain how the damage of the part can lead to symptom of this. So if you look at it, the damage of the myelin sheath in multiple sclerosis will interrupt the normal condition of the nerve impulse, and this will result in a variety of symptoms, including loss of muscle control, which is so you see that there will be loss of what? Muscle control. You even lead to impaired communication between the brain and the rest of the body. Yes. and this will result in this multiple sclerosis. So uh, you 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 have to know the basically what how to link these symptoms to the what to the question. So in this case, we say that this there will be the interruption of the normal conditions or normal conduction of the impulse because the myelin sheath is damaged. Number two, there will be miscommunication between the different parts of the body and the brain or the spinal cord, you see, and then this you might even lead to loss of communication. When you are, yes, communicate coordination, there will be no coordination or there will be less coordination of these different parts of the body. So it's a general question. I think, guys, you got it right. 3.3 is another question which you needed to obtain a mark. Did I bring any question concerning about the graph? They didn't. I think so. No tabling or what. Guys, make sure that in paper 2, you prepare for a graph. Drawing a graph, it could be a pie chart, it could be a bar graph, it could be a line graph. Guys, don't make a mistake. Please don't make a mistake. So, all right, let's go. The table, they're saying the blood glucose level in the healthy person when eating is between this, when eating is between this and this of sugar. The table below shows the blood glucose level of healthy who ate only one meal. Only one meal. They said only one meal. So you need to take note of that. Then the two hormones that involved in the homeostatic control of glucose level. That is insulin and glucagon. Organ in the human body that secrete the hormone named in the question. So organelle is the pancreas. Yes, the what's the between which hours of the day did the person eat? If you look at this here, you'll find out that the person ate here. You see, starting from here, meaning that the person ate around maybe from 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock. Or we can say that because during which hours, so they said hours here. So in this case, because they said one meal. So when at these hours, then at 9, then it rises. You understand? Yes, it means that how did it rise before eating? You can say maybe between 9 hours 9 hours, but here is showing you that yes, then maybe the person ate around half 8 or towards 9, and then by 9 o'clock, then the glucose level increased. You see, yes. Use the evidence from the table, but I'll give a reason for your answer. It's because of the increased level of glucose in the blood at 9 o'clock. Yes, so it means that that person have been eating, and then by 9 o'clock, the food is high. Explain the change in the blood glucose level at. Remember, this person ate once. You understand? So the level of glucose decreased. So when it reaches here, it increased. It started to increase. It's because of the conversion of glycogen to glucose by help of glucagon. You understand? So basically, when the level of glucose dropped, the pancreas had to stimulate to release glucagon, which stimulates the conversion of glucose to glycogen to glucose, and then the level of glucose increases in the blood. So basically, that is it. Yes. Describe how the blood glucose level would have been different at this if the person suffering from diabetes. The blood glucose level would have remained high because the excess glucose is not converted into glycogen. So it would have remained high because of there is no conversion of excess glucose to glycogen. We go to question 3.4. Yeah, we are trying to wind up our questions so that at least, yes, we know that the paper we smashed it didn't smash us. Ne? Yes, all right. Those who wrote this paper, thank you. I think you made it. Let's just pray from what is coming out during the. Don't stop praying. Stop. Pray until you get what you want. Yes. All right. Diagram below show or represents the fight or flight reaction. Then once we hear that, we think about the adrenaline. Name the gland that is responsible for reaction. The gland adrenal gland. Yes, state the location of the gland. Name the gland is 1 mark. Okay, the location is on top of the kidney. Remember, adrenal gland is on top of the kidney. Explain the effect of adrenaline on the heart respiratory system during the yes. So here they're asking you if you got the distinction material book, you have it properly stated, properly stated, showing you what happens on each and everything. Yes, is here. So we say that the effect of the sympathetic and parasympathetic, but here we talked about that they work together with the adrenaline. Yes, we see. Is here. We work together with adrenaline. So in this case, the heartbeat, the heart rate increases. Then you're supposed to talk about the pressure. Blood pressure also increases. Why do we talk about this? What is the question all about? They're saying that adrenaline on the heart and then the respiratory yes system. Now here this is carbon dioxide. You have to remove carbon dioxide, so you have to link that with the carbon dioxide. So in this case, if you link that to this, let me show you how this question is being answered. Here you come here, basically they are looking for this this yes. Yes. So how is this? Check here, guys. This is what I'm saying. Explain the effect of adrenaline on the heart and the respiratory muscles during the situation of the diagram above. So basically, this is what you're supposed to talk about. Yes, here, this, and then that's what they are looking for. That's what also they are looking for. The respiratory muscles, the diaphragm, and the intercostal muscles increase the rate and the depth of breathing. The heart muscles increase the heartbeat. You see. So in this case, what happens? We need more blood in the muscles. We need more blood in the muscles. We need more oxygen in the muscles. We need to remove the carbon dioxide from the muscles, put it in the lungs, and then we remove the carbon dioxide, and then we bring more blood in the brain. So what happens here is the heartbeat is gonna increase the rate and the depth of the breathing. The heartbeat is going to increase to pump blood to the muscles, you understand, and the lungs, you understand. And then more carbon dioxide is transported to the lungs to remove it, and then now more oxygen is taken to the muscles, you understand. And then and also the brain, you understand. So the breathing, the rate at which the muscles of the lungs contract increase, the breathing rate and the depth of breathing increases. That's what I'm talking about here. The breathing rate and the depth of the breathing increase. Why? So that you remove this carbon dioxide, and then now you are fresh, so that you are able to run your system properly without being affected. So basically that is what is being asked in that experiment. Oh guys, we are about to finish, ne? All right, let's go to the next question. An experiment was set to investigate the plant growth response to the stimulus. The seedling, that's the radicle. I showed you this diagram, and then we discussed about it. The seedling was placed horizontally in the dark place, and the growth was observed after 7 days. Name the growth response after 7 days. They're saying that the seedling, the sheet. Okay, all right. Basically, this is the growth is a tropism, né? But which tropism? This one is showing you going up. This is going down. But since there is no sun, we can't say phototropism. Yeah, but they say they place the thing horizontally. Then automatically, if it is horizontally, then automatically what affects them is geo geotropism or gravitropism. So in this case, you say geotropism. The plant response for the above response name the plants. So the hormone in this case is auxins. Yes, I talked about them. Explain the growth response observed in the root of the seedling. So in this case, what you need to explain, you need to explain that when you place the what the root, because here they're talking about the root horizontally, the due to gravity the auxins will more migrate to the lower side. Remember, in the root the auxins will they inhibit growth. The lower side will have higher concentration of auxin than the upper side, and then the upper side will grow faster than the lower side, making the root to bend downwards. This is what I'm talking about in our distinction material book. Yes, this is what I'm talking about. Yes, when the root is placed horizontally, yes, the auxin move or diffuse to the lower side. Due to gravity, the auxin concentration will be high at the lower side than the upper side. The upper side will grow faster than the lower side, and then the shoot will bend towards gravity. That's it. That's what they wanted exactly, without changing, without anything. This is exactly that what they wanted in that regard. And that question is here, which I was talking about in our distinction material book. As I told you, use this distinction material book. You will never ever regret. Order your book now and then get a distinction now. Ne? Yes, man. All right. So that's the question they brought here. You see? Yes. And then you're saying that explain, we are done with that. Explain how the control experiment will be different from the above setup. Explain how the control experiment will be different. So in this case, we have to put a clinostat. A control experiment, you're supposed to put a clinostat to prevent this clinostat. You see it? Yes. We put the clinostat. So you see this is the control experiment to show that, oh, if there is equal distribution of this, then automatically gravity is not being it's the bending is as a result of what? As a result of gravity. I think, guys, that was the paper. And I see that, yeah, you guys, yeah, so here we had to bring in the clinostat. Ne? If you look at that paper, those who went with me, I know that you guys will smash the paper, and I thank you so much. Those people who are supporting us in terms of becoming members, those 20 rand you are giving us is it makes our videos come by daras, those things and stuff. You understand? Yes. So please don't stop there, support us, and also we give you at least exclusive information when you become a member, which is not obtained by other people. And if you become a member, you are free to ask many questions and we can help you out. Yes. If you are not a member, answering questions for the people who are not members becomes a little bit difficult because we give the priorities to the people who are members. You understand? Yes, but it's not that much. Thank you very much, guys. We love you. We love you. We love you. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and always share your video whenever you hear that is Thundereduc. Yeah, it means that you have reached the area of distinction. Thank you very much. May God bless you. We stay together.
Let's go. Yeah, guys, welcome back to our class. Today we are going to be talking about the prediction of paper one. I know that it has been a long time waiting, but sometimes there is nothing we can do with the technology and the current situation we are in now. Yes, I won't talk about that too much. Let's start without wasting time. We expect to have distinctions in paper one. and the paper 1 must guide you so that you can obtain a distinction also in paper 2. It is very easy for you guys to obtain a distinction in paper 1. Very easy. Why? Because things here are just to label, just label like that, and then you're able to get a distinction. So you guys keep up with me so that the distinction you will score it. I'll guarantee you by the end of this lesson, you must be able to write and get that distinction. Same side as usual. Let's start without wasting time. Guys, what you are seeing on the screen is basically what is the content you're going to find in paper 1. And then I'm not going to talk about paper 2 because that's not my business today. What you see now is paper 2, but now let's focus on paper 1, and then we see what you're gonna find there. I'm gonna be showing you each and every area where you're supposed to focus on so that you're able to get a distinction. Distinction is easy. Just focus on Thundereduc. You'll be able to get that distinction. So if you have any challenge, let me know. If there is something you don't understand, let me know. If you have anything, please let me know. All right. Guys, don't waste too much time on reproduction in vertebrates. Now I've started with the topics. This is term 1, term 2, term 3, term doesn't matter that because now we are ready to write. Doesn't matter. But what you need to know in paper 1, what you need to know is reproduction in vertebrates. This reproduction in vertebrates, this only has 8 marks. Where are you going to get those 8 marks? I'm going to show you when you reach there. And then that's 5%. And then you have human reproduction. Now this one has 41 marks. It means that this is one of the areas you're supposed to look at, and then you get that distinction. So, do you want grade 11? Okay, I'll talk about grade 11. Don't stress about it. Yes. And then you have, I'm going to show you where exactly you're supposed to focus to look, and then so that you're able to get a distinction or high mark. Maybe at least if you get maybe 38 out of 41 is 100% fine for that section. I'll show you how to score that 38 so that you are able to get a distinction. Then we have another part. We have response to the environment by what? Response to the environment by humans. That is, we are responding based on the what? On the human as an animal. Yes. All right. It is 36% which carries 56 marks. Basically, if you look at 41 plus 54, that exactly you're gonna give you here 6, and then it's gonna give you basically 9 there. 6 is 5 is 5 95. Yes. So if you add there, it means that if you only focus, I'm just giving an example how you're gonna able to obtain a distinction. If you focus on this, I'm just giving you, and also this, it's enough for you to get a distinction. And I'm telling you guys, if you want a distinction, these are the two, I repeat, these are the two topics you'll obtain marks to get a distinction. If you fail these two topics, the chances of you getting a distinction is minimal. Those two, first of all, they are easy to grasp. They are easy to understand. They are very easy for you to get marks there. So it is very easy to focus on them, and then you are able to score high. That's number 1. If you are going to focus on other topics only and you forget about this, forget about the passing. We are talking about 50% and above. Passing, however much passing is 30%, but 30% is not taking you anywhere. Yes, make sure that what you are focusing on, it must be 50% and above. Therefore, you will be able to obtain a qualification you are looking for. Then you have response to the environment by plants. We call this one tropism. Sometimes you call it tropism. Tropism is not that a big deal. I'll also show you where to focus, and then you're able to obtain a distinction there also. Endocrine is a problem to students. I'm not saying that don't focus on it. I will show you how to grasp it, but and where to focus, but is a problem. So many students fail endocrine system and the homeostasis. Endocrine and the homeostasis. I don't know why, but it's easy to get marks there. But if you see that is a problem, I know it's a problem. You focus on these two, and then now at least here go get something, go get something, go get something. By the end of the day, you have your 95 already. Yes, you have your 95 already. By the end of the day, you will be having that 95. Maybe if you get a 20, then there you get maybe 5, or you keep on adding, building, you end up having maybe 125. This is not a bad mark out of 150. It's not a bad mark. Yes. So guys, let's start. Let's start without wasting time. Yes. All right. Let's look at reproduction in vertebrates. What are you supposed to focus when you go to reproduction in vertebrates? If you have the distinction material book, well and good. I'll also show you related to that, and then I'll also show you some of the questions you cannot skip when it comes to reproduction in vertebrates. Let's go. Reproduction in vertebrates. This is the topic I'm talking about. This topic, we say that how much does it carry? How much does it carry? Let me first clean up here so that it's easy for you to understand. Where are we going to get these 5 marks? Where are you going to get not 5 marks? The 8 marks. Check, it's 8 marks. So those 8 marks are easy to get. I repeat, those 8 marks are easy to what? To get. How are we going to get that? All right. Someone is saying, yeah, grade 12 only. You are writing serious things. Yeah, guys, I need more nurses. More nurses, more doctors. Eh? I repeat it. Let me look into the camera. I know people, 50% of people who are writing this season, we expect you to be more nurses. Yes. And you know what you are looking for. Make sure you pass this paper. Make sure you pass this subject, because this subject, life science, is gonna open for you doors so that you are able to pass. You are able to change your life. So guys, focus. However much is difficult for you to focus, you have kids, you have what? Yes, I know that this is amended, Yes, please focus. Sacrifice this small time you have now. You are able to sacrifice it. You will be able to get marks. You'll be able to change your life. Thank you very much. Let's continue. Okay, now when you go to reproduction in vertebrates, first of all, this is the topic I'm talking about. Reproduction in vertebrates. What you need to look at here is number 1, you need to know what you call external fertilization, internal fertilization. Once you differentiate between those two, then the whole topic you are done with it. So internal fertilization, when you talk about internal fertilization, here we are talking about the sperms must fertilize the ovum inside the female's reproductive system. You understand? Inside the female's reproductive system. And then when you talk about the external fertilization, the sperm will fertilize the ovum outside the female's reproductive system. Yes, we say female's body. Sometimes we ask you where exactly in the female's body, inside the female's reproductive system, or where exactly it takes place inside the female's reproductive system. So you need to be specific where exactly is taking place. Female's body is also correct, but the most common one is inside the female's reproductive system. So that's number 1. The moment you know that, then you'll be able to understand another thing which we call what are some of the advantages of internal fertilization. Why should we have internal fertilization over external fertilization? Here it is stipulated well that internal fertilization increases the chances of the gamete. Yes, these gametes or the gametes to have a successful fertilization. When the sperms are put into the vagina, they flow. When they flow, yes, they move towards the ovum. This ovum, the chances of meeting the ovum are higher than the chances of not being into the what? The reproductive system. Imagine you just pour it outside. Then it means that the chances of finding the ovum will be minimal, because some sperms will go this side, some sperms will go the other side, others that side, others that side. So you end up losing some sperms. But if it is inside the female's body, female's reproductive system, the chances of getting fertilized, the ovum, is high. That's why we say that it increases the chances of meeting or mating, greater chance of successful fertilization. Increased chance, gametes meet, and greater chance of successful fertilization. So basically, that is the advantage of internal fertilization. Question: once you know that fertilization, then you will know these 4 terminologies. Once you know those 5 terminologies, the 8 marks are covered. There is nothing they're going to ask you too much about this. Let me show you what I'm saying. If you don't understand, let me know. This is what I'm saying. You have oviparous. When you talk about oviparous, what does it mean? When you say oviparous, you see it's gonna be talking about fertilization. Yes, yes, they have the eggs, and so they are laid outside. But here, yes, you will find out that the fertilization of oviparous is outside. There is no, as long as the fertilization is outside, don't think about anything else. Don't talk about viviparous. Don't talk about oviparous. No, oviparous. You don't talk about that. You only talk about when, as long as external fertilization, that's it. Outside, oviparous. Is it clear? Yes. I'm not going to explain too much, but I'm just telling you what exactly. So when they ask you what is oviparous, or in terms of terminologies, yeah, this is whereby the development of the embryo is outside the female's body. Yes, it's outside the female's body. Basically, it's outside the female's reproductive system. That's it. So you see these chicken and stuff. Obviously, once you see the egg, automatically that anything which lay eggs, that's oviparous. Anything which lay eggs. If they ask you an example, don't think too much. Anything which lay eggs, that's it. You can think about it. Anything which lay eggs. Yes. So does human lay eggs? No. The egg stays inside. So either the human is viviparous or ovoviviparous. You understand? Yes. So let's go to the next part. Vivi means inside. Vivi means what? Inside. So that one is clear. So the development is inside the female's body, and the key point here is the embryo obtains nutrients from the mother through placenta. Placenta. If you don't see the word placenta, then automatically it's not right. It must not have the word hatching. You understand? So that's it. So that one is clear. Then it means that here you give birth. You don't hatch, you don't lay eggs, you give birth. That is the key point. That's why you are seeing it there. You give birth. For example, humans. I'm stressed with the things there. Think about anything which give birth. Not lay eggs. Not lay eggs. Number one. Not what? Not hatching. Yes, because when you talk about hatching, you will be talking about the chicken. What automatically the egg is there. The egg is there. Yes. Then ovo means ovum. Vivi means inside. It means that the ovum develops inside the female's body. The embryo develops inside the female's body, but the nutrients are obtained from the fetus through placenta. Not through placenta. From the embryo. The embryo obtains nutrients from the egg yolk. That's why here you see that we obtain nutrients from the egg yolk. That word egg yolk is very, 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 very important. Yes, egg yolk is very important. So that one is done. So you see now the 8 marks are gone. You understand? Yes, because we want to rush to the other side. So the last part of it is what are advantages of uh, uh, laying, what are advantages of having the baby developed inside and the baby developed outside, meaning the embryo developed inside and the embryo developed outside. So advantage of viviparous over oviparous is this developing baby, developing embryo obtains what you call protection. It is being protected. They are not exposed to predators. Imagine you are walking on the street and then how do you call it? You slap a pregnant lady. What is gonna do with on the womb? Eh? Automatically the lady is gonna have to fine you or do something. You understand? So why are you doing that? Why is the lady being doing that? To protect the developing embryo. You understand? The embryo is innocent. You see? Yeah. So that's the protection we are talking about. So basically, that's it on this. The last terminology before we talk about the egg is precursor. Pre means prepared, born prepared. You have the eyes open, you can move, you can walk, you have down feathers. Yes, everything prepared. You are prepared to come to this world. That's the meaning. Born prepared. That's why you're saying that young are mature and able to move directly after birth. That's it. And then the eyes are open. These are the characteristics. So they will bring diagram. Oh, diagrams can be there, and then they ask you to identify which one is precursor. Give a reason for your answer. Which one artificial? Give a reason for your answer. You understand? Yes. And then artificial. This one means that it means that all depends on the parent. Yes, all artificial. All depends on the parent, meaning that you are helpless. Eyes are closed, you don't have down feathers. You will see that it is helpless. You see if they bring a diagram like that and ask you what is it? Is it precursor, artificial? You see everything. This baby is helpless. For example, you. Let's do for that. An example, what? Yes, even yes, we can talk about birds here, but even you. How many years do you take for you to be able to sustain yourself? So basically, let me do a recap about this. The importance of this is still increases the survival. Lastly, this one terminology from these parts, you might find it there if you are lucky. If you are not lucky, you won't find it, but I know that you are lucky. Amnion, chorion, alontois, yolk sac. Guys, I know yolk sac is a sac, but sometimes they ask you which part, sir, is this prediction for June? Which part is the they can ask you that which part provide nutrients to the developing baby. You're gonna say yolk. In actual sense is a yolk, but in exam we don't want yolk. You have to say yolk, sir, because we're talking about those membranes. The four membranes, which is amnion, the outermost membrane. You can ask you that question. Outermost membrane surrounding the embryo is called the chorion. Is it clear? The outermost membrane. The amnion is that fluid when you are dancing. Ne? Yes, in the baby. Ne? When the baby is dancing, you call it what? Amnion. Yes. Alontois, this one is is in these eggs. We don't have it in the babies, in the human babies or embryos. This one is very important for storage of wastes. You understand? Yes. And then yolk sac nutrients. Nutrients basically is nutrients. So guys, make sure that you know how to differentiate. And all these membranes are called what? Are called extra embryonic membranes. Yes. So these are membranes which basically make up the what? The embryo. Yeah. So lastly, on this, before I wind up here, you need to know the following. I repeat, our 8 marks. The first one, internal external fertilization. That is, you have to know the example. Number 2, the chances of advantages of internal fertilization. Guys, are you listening carefully? Hey, advantage of internal fertilization. Advantage of internal fertilization. What do you mean by oviparous? We say that is laying eggs. and the embryo develops outside the female's body. Viviparous, we said that your development is inside the female's body, and it means that here the baby obtain nutrients from through placenta, and birth is linked there, meaning that you give birth. When you see give birth, even don't think about it, is viviparous. Then we say oviparous. Here the development is inside, but the baby obtain nutrients from the egg yolk, basically the yolk sac, as we talked about. Yes. And then what are advantages of developing inside over developing outside? So that is also another point which you need to know. We say that basically is for protection. Yes. Then I say that one terminology from here might come. Listen carefully. Might come. Say, okay. Let me. Oh my. You know, sometimes when you laugh at a student and then you know something and that, make sure you focus on it. Then after that, oh, sir saying this. Yeah, I don't want you to be like that. Ne? Yes. Hi, sir. I'm from Soweto. Yes, I'm also from Soweto. It's nice to see you guys. Ne? It's nice to see you guys. Or to hear from you. If you have guys any challenge, make sure that you are able to obtain these distinctions. Ne? Let me know if you have any challenge. So guys, I said that make sure you know these terminologies I talked about: amnion, chorion, alontois, yolk sac. And I told you that the most, this one we ask it too much in terms of what is the outermost membrane which is surrounding the embryo. We say that it is the chorion. We say that the membrane which nourishes the baby, the developing embryo, we said is yolk sac. Don't say yolk because we want yolk sac. Yes. So we say that basically this one is alontois. We say that alontois is very good in storing the waste product. When you break the egg, what you find there smelling, that's it. That's alontois. Precocial, born pre, which means prepared. Eyes open, everything is there. Then atricial, we say that. This one all it's born helpless, meaning that it depends on the parent. So you need to know also that. Lastly, parental care. We say that the parental care, you don't need to read a lot. What I'm saying is, yeah, that's exact. If you want more than 50, yes, you understand. Parental care, what is it for? Is basically to teach the animal and basically for protection. That's it. This it helps to teach the habits of the animal. So the most important thing is to increases the chances of the offspring to survive. That's protection. Yes. Yes. Also teaching you the habits of these organisms or these animals. You understand? So guys, 8 marks gone. Yes. I'm writing on the 17th of June. Yo, you get a distinction. Human reproduction. I want to ask you a question, guys. Should I go through human reproduction? Are you trying to mean that to know to tell me that you don't know human reproduction? Don't lie to me. Stay virgin. If you lost it, start now. Except when you are married. All right. All right, guys. Let's start with human reproduction. We say that. Check here. Check here. How many marks do you want from human reproduction? And I say that you lose this topic, you have lost the paper. You understand? I repeat it. You lose this topic and response to the environment by human, you have lost the what? You have lost the paper. Let's start. We are focusing on 41 marks. Our journey is 41 marks. Let me see here. Let me check here. Yeah, before I go to human reproduction, check here. I'm gonna give you a simple, before I come back here, né? Before I come back to human reproduction, I want to test you. Né? There are some things which you need to understand and do. Write for me. This is how the paper is gonna be set. I will show you. We're gonna go through all of them. But write for me the terminologies. I'm giving you 5 minutes. 5 minutes, guys. Write for me the answers from the terminologies. I'll keep on giving you those terminologies. Those terminologies, I want them. I want those terminologies. Make sure that you write for me. Giving you 5 minutes. I'm coming back. I'm still here. I said 5 minutes. 5. Let me say 5. 5 minutes. If you get all of them, yeah, then I'll know that, yeah, you are there. don't see you giving me answers. Yeah, I'm only seeing some few people. Glycogen. Good. Thank you very much for those people who have tried to give me the answers. Yeah. Let's do it together. Yeah. The reproductive strategy where young receive nutrients through placenta. You see, the word placenta. Do you see what I told you? Yes. The word placenta. The word what? Yes. They're saying that they reproduct placenta, which shows that you feed through placenta. Then it means that that is the VV paras. Duct that transports semen, urine to outside part. This one we're gonna look at it, but it's called epi vas deferens. Someone said epididymis. Epididymis, we're gonna look at it. What is the difference? But it's called vas deferens. The part of the nervous system that consists of the cranial, and the spinal. These are other parts, not central, but the other parts. So it is peripheral nervous system. Form the form in which excess glucose is stored in the liver. Glucose is stored is someone saying sperm duct. We use vas deferens. Don't use sperm duct. Thank you very much. These are some of the reasons why I gave you so that I see what you are writing. Someone said, okay, I'll reach there. Sperm duct, please write vas deferens. Saying that the part someone saying ovipary. Okay, yes. They're saying that the structure that serve as excess glucose is glycogen. Yes, that's how glucose is stored in a what? That's how glucose is stored in a body. Is glycogen. Yes, someone said it. Clement. Thank you very much. And then they're saying that the pigment uh, the structure that serves as a microfilter during pregnancy. How do you call that? That is a placenta. Yes. Someone saying it. Kiarebo Hire. Yes. Kiarebo Hire. Thank you very much. Yeah, it is a placenta. Then they're saying that the pigmented layer of the eye that absorbs excess light. That is the choroid. If you don't know all these things, I'll show you exactly how to get it. They're saying that the part of the neuron that plays a role in speeding that in the speed at which the nerve impulse is transmitted. Yeah, what determines the speed is the myelin sheath. Someone said it, but the you are sheath is a sheath, not a sheet. Yes, I'm seeing something there is sheet, something like that, but it's supposed to have an H at the end. So I think you meant to do that, but when you're marking, guys, we have to look at what you have written, and in most cases, if it has a meaning somewhere else, you lose it. Yes. So the part of the male reproductive system where in which the part of the male reproductive system which temporarily stores sperms until they mature. That is where are the sperms stored? Someone is saying correct. Yes. Yeah, sperms are stored in epididymis. I think 2 point. Yes, epididymis. Epididymis. Yes, that's the correct answer. Thank you very much, D. Daily D. I think yeah, is a right one. Yeah, all right. I think let's go back to reproduction. So I've tested you. I'm gonna test you again. Yes. Thank you very much. All right. Human reproduction. What are you supposed to focus on? The first thing you need to focus on so that we can score our 41 marks, this our 41 marks, is label the parts. Know how to label. That's obvious. I've found out that many girls know this structure more than the boys. I don't know why. You girls, you have to tell us why. I don't know why, but you have to know. Tell us. You see, this is where is it? Yes, vas deferens. We call it vas deferens. Please don't call it don't call it uh please do not call it sperm duct. Yes, because not the only duct of sperm in this male reproductive structure. Yes, so please call it vas deferens. This is where sperms are stored, which we say that it is epididymis. It's called epididymis. Then this is a testis, this is a scrotum. This is basically for protection and controlling the body the temperature of the testis, for skin sensitivity, urethra, transportation of the semen. Yes. Please, can you go back to 1.2? What's happening with it? 1 point. The duct that transports semen and urine out. Oh, the duct that transports semen and urine outside, yes, is called urethra. Yes, this is the part I'm talking about. Urethra. Yes. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Sozo. Eh? Yes, Sozo. Yes. This one is saying peripheral nervous. Yes, correct. Sozo, thank you very much. Yes, it is called urethra. I think I skipped it. That's where I was also talking about now. All right, guys, make sure that you know this view. We like it because you know that you're failing. You know which parts do you fail? Yes, you fail the cowpass gland, the seminal vesicles, and the prostate gland. Those three glands are called accessory glands. Are called what? Accessory glands. These are glands. Let me show you how to identify them. If they bring them, let me zoom it out so that you are able to see. Look at this. If you start from the outside part, the first gland you find is a cowpass gland. Then you go, you find the second gland, you see, which you call the prostate gland. Basically, is the biggest gland in there. And then the last one, before you go inside, is called, it actually sometimes it looks like this. Looks like that. Ne? We call it the seminal vesicle. This one, the seminal vesicle, because the sperms are coming like this, it gives the sperms the nutrients so that they're able to swim, the energy. Then the prostate gland, this one, it provides alkaline fluid. And then prostate gland, cowpass gland, the one which is outside, it gives the sperm a lubricant. It gives a what? Gives the sperm, it makes it to be lubricant, so that when it's moving out, it's very fast. I don't know, yeah, but that's how it's supposed to be. Yes. So, and then we say that the prostate gland gives the alkaline fluid, which neutralizes the acidic nature of the vagina. They're going to ask you a question: which gland produces a fluid which neutralizes the acidic nature of the vagina? Or what is the function of the fluid produced by the prostate gland? Yes. So, in this structure, you guys fail this male reproductive structure more than the female. And you boys, you know the female more than the girls, while the males, they know the female more than the what? Yes. Anyway, that is it. So, guys, the functions, I'm not going to talk about that much. Just know the structure and the function. The moment you know the structure, when they give you this diagram, label everything. You understand? Yes. The only part which confuses you is seminal vesicle, cowpass gland, and prostate gland. The rest, I think, is clear. Yes. So, here they're going to ask you a question. Why are the scrotum? Why are the testes? We call them testes. Some of you call them other names. If you call them other names, it's up to you. But you call them what? Testes. What is the difference in testes and testes? You have this. Yes. It's the same as that, but this is many testes. Yes. All right. Why are the testes hang outside the female's the male's body? Why do they hang outside? They hang outside to provide favorable temperature for sperm production. That temperature is 2 degrees less than the body temperature, meaning that around 35 degrees. Sperms are produced at a temperature lower than at a temperature 2 degrees lower than the body temperature. That's why you have to hang outside. When it's cold, yeah, outside is too cold. Now they have to go a little bit up. I wanted to say something about if you get married and you find a man in cold and is big, hey, run away. Anyway, in cold is supposed to contract. It's supposed to be small. While, sir, can I get genetics? How can you ask genetics in paper one? Yes. While in summer, when it's supposed to be now big. Yes. So guys, that's it. Why do they hang outside? To provide favorable temperature for sperm production, which is 2 degrees less than the body temperature. Don't say that because you're right to say that 2 degrees less than what? 2 degrees less than what? 2 degrees less than the body temperature. Guys, by the way, don't forget to subscribe, like, and also share. Like the video. Like the video. You lose anything when you like? Okay, when you like the video, yeah, you make me happy. All right. Someone, Christina is Christina is saying is a female. Is saying that yes, I know the male structure. Well, yes. So if they bring the male, make sure that you pass it. Yeah, make sure that you pass it. I don't know. You are moving textbook, but you don't know yourself. Yeah. All right. Functions of testosterone. Now the second function, the second thing they here to ask you is, what are the functions of testosterone? For secondary sexual characteristics, number 2 stimulates the maturation of sperms. That's it. Secondary sexual characteristics stimulates the maturation of sperms. The 3, seminal vesicle, prostate gland, Cowper's gland, we said we call them accessory. We talked about it. So that one is clear. So now I'm repeating before I go to the female. What do you need to know about the male reproductive system? Know the parts, how to label it. This view is very common. I'm not saying that it's the only one which is going to come, but make sure that you know it. You understand? Yes. Number 2, know the function. Please don't go without, because these ones, they confuse you. The 3 accessory glands. However much, yes, you can bring others, but those 3 accessory glands, they confuse you more. Why are the testes hung outside? They hang outside to provide favorable temperature for sperm production. Yes, which is 2 degrees less than the body temperature. That's it. What's the function of testosterone? The function of testosterone is to for secondary sexual characteristics, development of the secondary sexual characteristics, the characteristics which show that you are sexually mature. You are not mature in the country, but you are sexually mature. When you tamper with sex, if you're a lady, you're gonna become pregnant. If you're a man, you're gonna impregnate. That's it. That's the meaning. Yes. Then number 2, maturation of what? Maturation of sperms. Cool. Here, structure of the seminiferous tubes, you need to know only two things are needed there. The cells of Leydig and the satellite cells. That's it. Satellite cells are very important. What is it for? And cells of Leydig. We bring this in terminologies. Cells of Leydig, they produce testosterone. While satellite cells, they are very important for nourishing the developing sperms. Can you write the spelling down? Cells of Leydig. I don't know whether you say cells of Leydig. I don't know. Cells of Leydig. You understand? Yes. And then satellite cells, for what? Cells of Leydig are found here, and then the satellite cells are found here to nourish the what? The baby. Guys, you cannot go to the paper without knowing how to draw the structure of a sperm. How do I draw the structure of a sperm? And what do I need to know? And then once you know that, now the male reproductive structure is done. Even if they bring it like this, you're going to score high. Structure of a sperm. And I'm going to show you the question we ask you there. Let me show you. Structure of a sperm. Remember, sperm is like you. Yeah, I always tell you that you are moving sperm. Don't quote me wrong that I said that you are moving sperm. Don't quote me what? Don't quote me wrong. Yes. Oh, I'm saying that you are moving sperm. You have a head. The sperm also has a head. I'm just drawing a simple structure. You have a head, the sperm also has a head. You have this neck, the sperm also has a neck, small neck. You have this chest, the sperm also has a middle piece. You understand? You have the legs, the sperm also has a tail. I'm just drawing it because the space is not enough. So you see that you're moving sperm. On the top of the head, ne? You see now you are able to remember, ne? When you see the head, ne? You have hair. The sperm also has something here, which looks like the hair. Then inside the head, you have the brain, which control your activities. The sperm also has the nucleus, which control the activities. You see? In the chest, that's where the energy come from. That's where the energy come from. The sperm also has the energy in there. The structure is called mitochondria. Use the legs to walk. The sperm also has the tail, which is used to. So when I say that you're moving sperm, am I wrong? I'm just asking. Yes. And don't be offended because you didn't come from a sperm. So this is the middle piece. You know how to do. It's a middle piece. This is a head. A, B, C. This is acrosome. D. This is the nucleus. E. This is inside there. You have the obvious, the cytoplasm. This is mitochondria. F. Yes. Now let's label together. A, head. B, middle piece. C, mitochondria. Ne? D, tail. E is nucleus. D is what? Acrosome. You understand? Now, from there, once you know how to label it, then now you need to know the function of each part. You need to know the function of what? Of each part. Yes. Let's look at the function of each part. The tail is to provide the propulsion force, forward movement. You understand? That's cool, I think. Yes. Um, that's cool. Isn't it cool? Then the middle piece, yes, contains mitochondria, which provide energy still for movement. Isn't it? Yes. And then now we go to the head. The head has the nucleus, which contains what? Genetic information, uh, for inheritance, and also nucleus controls the activities of the cell. Then it also has the acrosome, which this acrosome is responsible for what? Is responsible for it. It contains enzymes which digest the membrane of the ovum during fertilization. Listen carefully. Acrosome does not digest the membrane of the ovum. These are the mistakes my students outside there do. That acrosome contains enzymes. No, acrosome digests the membrane of the ovum during fertilization. It's wrong. Acrosome contains enzyme. The enzymes are the one which digest the membrane of the ovum during fertilization. Acrosome is the mouth. You can't tell me that the mouth is the one which break down the food you put in. No, the mouth has teeth. The teeth are the one which break down. That's why if you don't have teeth, you eat like, isn't it? Yes. So the acrosome is the mouth. The teeth is the enzyme which is found in the acrosome. I think I'm clear there. So when they ask you acrosome contains enzyme which digests the membrane of the ovum in fertilization. So what will happen if there is no acrosome? It means that the sperm will not fertilize. What will happen if the flagellum or the tail is short? It means that it won't move faster. What will happen if you see? So we can bring an abnormal sperm and a normal sperm, and then we ask you some questions. Do you understand? Do you understand, guys? Yes. So that is the moving sperm, and that is the I don't know who are you. Okay, someone is asking me. Oh, all right. All right. Let's continue, guys. Ne? Yeah, let's continue to. So the male reproductive system is done. There is no way they're gonna ask you a question and that question is not covered there. Guys, this is a topic I repeat. You're supposed to score marks. You lose it, you have lost the paper. And the things I'm talking about now are the things you remember when they come. Yes. All right. Female reproductive structure is simple. Sometimes I call it, when you're like this, it means that, ne? It's simple, ne? The first one is the vagina. Sometimes it's called the birth canal. You can ask you the second name is birth canal. Vulva is the outside part of the vagina. Yes, when you squat, what you see outside is not the vagina, it's a vulva. You understand? Yeah, the vagina is where the I don't know how you call it. Me, I call it zobza. That's where it goes. You understand? That length, that's what you call it. Because when they point it, you end up naming the vulva the vagina. It's wrong. Then the cervix is where the vagina separates from the uterus. You understand? So if you look at this, all that is the uterus. However, the uterus is divided into three parts. The first one is the uterine wall. The second one is the uterine cavity. The third one is the endometrium. So the endometrium, the uterine cavity, the space where the baby grows from is called the uterine cavity. When you call it uterus, still is fine. As long as they just labeled one. Uterine wall, this one, if you call it uterus, still is fine. They will give you a tick. You understand? Yes. So guys, make sure that at least if they label all of them, then that's when the challenge comes from. You understand? Yes. So this is fallopian tube. Fallopian tube, that's the site for fertilization. Ovary produces two hormones, estrogen and progesterone. Uterus is a site, that's where the developing embryo is situated, space where the embryo is situated, and implantation takes place on the other part, on other side of the, not other side, on the other part of the uterus, which is the endometrium. So it can, even this one is a uterus. This one is a uterus, this one is a uterus. They can ask you a head. So wait, this is not a head, né? Because this is the head. Yeah, it has different sides, yes. So 1, 2, 3, all of them are uterus. Cervix basically is protection and also very important, very important during the time of birth. And that's where the pain come from. Yeah, don't want to talk about it, né? Yeah, because we just want to focus for 100% pass rate in life science. Né? Yes. Functions of parts, guys need to know the function. I've talked about it. Né? Yes. Here, fallopian tube, site for fertilization. That's it. Ovary, I talked about, produces two hormones, progesterone, estrogen. You don't need to waste the time, guys. Né? Uterus, we said it carries the developing baby, the embryo, and the fetus. It's the one which carries, yes. The vagina receives the penis. It's obvious. How can you fail the function of a vagina? Unless you are not giving birth. Where did you pass? Don't tell me that is C-section. All right. I'm talking about then where did you pass when you are going there, where you came, where you passed when you are going out through C-section. Yeah, you either pass when you're entering, or you pass when you're coming out, or you pass 2 times. Anyway, vagina is a passage for the baby during birth. That's why sometimes you call it birth canal. Guys, don't put feelings here, eh? Because this is now science and we need marks. It's not that I'm a bad guy. With this, I'm just at the job. Imagine you go to the doctor, then this doctor is a gynecologist. What do you do? Tells you remove the trouser. You say, I remove the trouser. Remove the what? So we will say that this doctor is bad. It's my job. All right. Anyway, what's happening is Las Vegas stays there. All right. Ahem. We continue to say vulva. Yes, this is the opening. We talked about it. Cervix, we say that this allows, this stretches. Yes, it allows the baby to go through during birth. Yes, when you feel those pains, those pains. Oh, you guys, you must love your mothers. All right. Then we have the endometrium. Endometrium is this, ne? Don't know why it's not showing. Yeah, but that's the endometrium. And then this is the ovary. Yes, that's the ovary. Yes. So endometrium basically is where implantation takes place. That's where implantation takes place. Someone is asking me, Z2ZZ. Viviparaso. Oh, you are giving me the other answers, eh? Yeah, man. Yeah, man, eh? Thank you. Thank you, Zeze, eh? Someone saying my favorite. All right, guys. Thank you very much. By the way, did you know that you are my favorite students? You are my favorite students. Yeah. I'm your favorite teacher, ne? You are my favorite student. All right, guys. Let's continue. So basically, that's the structure of a female. Boys, there is no way you can fail this. Huh? You fail a female reproductive system, female reproductive structure. Why? For what reason do you give? Huh. You can't lie to me. But don't forget, guys. Stay what? Stay virgin. Because virginity doesn't lie. And virginity is dignity. It's not opportunity. It's dignity. If you're virgin, that's dignity. If you're not, sorry. If you lost it, start now. If you are married, cool. All right, let's continue. So basically, that's what we need to know about that. The second thing we need to know about is the structure of the ovum. Let me do it here. We saw the structure of the sperm. What about the structure of the ovum? I call it the eye. We use the ovum to see. Is the what? The ovum to see. To see what? To see what you see. You have the outer membrane. Let me draw it nice. You have the outer membrane. Yes. You have the inner membrane. Yes. You have the inside membrane. You understand? Yes. So basically, if you look at it here in our book for distinction material, oh, by the way, I also talked about it. You see, you have the like layer, you have the cytoplasm, and then you have the nucleus. So basically, that's what you need to know about the yes. So basically, yeah. So the gel-like layer, those are the things which are there. The cytoplasm, that's where, and then inside there you have the nucleus, and you know the function of the what of the nucleus. That's it. That's it. We don't want too much stories there. We don't want too much stories. Yes. So we are still focusing on those 40 minutes. So, yeah. So we are saying that puberty, I'm not going to waste time there. Just here that we will talk about it again. What is this? Development of the Graafian follicle, ovulation. People, if you are really struggling with human reproduction, here you can't leave this out. I'll show you if you are really struggling, you can leave it out for now and then get marked somewhere else. But this you have to get it. So you have the development of development of the development of the Graphian follicle. Basically, the ovum is inside there. This is mature Graphian follicle, and then this is ovulation place. That's ovulation is taking place. And what happens? Yes. So, just a moment, guys. Yes, you got it. Let's label it. Let's label it. Let's label it. First of all, you have, what is this? This is the developing Graphian follicle. What is this? This is a mature ovum. What is this? This is the mature Graphian follicle. What is this? That's the process of ovulation. That is this. This is the ovum has been released. What is this? This is corpus luteum. But the corpus luteum is changing the size. That is an indication that it indicates something. You understand? It indicates something. That indication, it means that the person did not is not pregnant. Ovum was not fertilized. You understand? So you need to know how to label this. After knowing how to label it, you need to know whether the person is the person became pregnant or the person is not pregnant. You understand? Yes. So you need to know that. All right. So basically, that is it. Um, Puberty, that's not a big deal. You just look at yourself. What things do you have as a guy? What makes you to be a guy? Those are secondary sexual characteristics. And then in females, the same story. What makes you to be the way you are? The only thing I'm gonna talk about in puberty, what causes puberty in female is estrogen. That's the hormone called estrogen. And what causes puberty in male is testosterone. We talked about it, secondary sexual characteristics. We talked about it. So now let's do a recap for female reproductive system. Let's do a recap. We said that know how to label. The second name for the vagina is a birth canal. Done with that. Know all the functions of the female reproductive system. Then now know how to label this and the functions. The functions, we can say that we will talk about it more, but the functions, know how to label everything. Know which hormone does Graphian follicle produce. It produces estrogen. Yes. And which hormone does progesterone produce? Sorry, corpus luteum. It produces progesterone. This one is being produced from there, while this one is being produced from there. So that's it. Yeah. So basically, that's it. Just a moment, guys. Yes, just a moment, guys. Just technical something. All right. Okay. All right. Yeah, I'm back. So basically, that's it. Oogenesis, spermatogenesis, guys. You don't have a lot to talk about here. However much those books you are reading, they are talking about a lot. You don't need to talk about anything too much. What is gametogenesis? What you need to know is what is gametogenesis. Gametogenesis is divided into two. That is spermatogenesis and oogenesis. That's what I mean here. The gametes, gamete, from the word gamete. When you say gametogenesis, which means gamete, from the word gametes. So these gametes, you either produce the sperms or you're producing the ovum. You understand? So you gametogenesis is divided into spermatogenesis and oogenesis. So when they say formation of gametes, that is gametogenesis. Formation of sperms, that is spermatogenesis. Formation of the ovum, that is oogenesis. That's it. That's it. Spermatogenesis in male, oogenesis in female. How do I know it is? You'll see at the end of the day, you have sperms. So that's spermatogenesis. You understand? Which hormone is responsible for this? Testosterone. You see, because we talked about it. That's why I say that please you need to know about that. Which hormone is responsible for this? uh, Formation of the ovum, yes, but what hormone is responsible for this is the follicle stimulating hormone. You understand? It helps to to stimulate this. You understand? To stimulate the development of this small cell which has to undergo mitosis so that now this one cell will develop while the other three will undevelop or will remain small, which you call the polar bodies. So, okay, I'm going to explain to you how to write in an exam. So, when you talk about spermatogenesis, guys, yes, you talk about that under the influence of testosterone, the diploid cell in the seminiferous tube. In those tubes we talked about, yes, they undergo meiosis to form four haploid sperm cell. Simple. Don't write this spermatid, don't write this spermatozoa, spermatogonium. Don't talk about spermacide. We don't talk about nothing. You only talk about under the influence of testosterone. We give you a mark. The diploid cell, the cells with two N, these ones, give you a mark. They undergo meiosis. Mark to form haploid sperm cell. That's it. Don't stress. Don't waste time. Yes. Then when you go to, don't think about this. The only thing, if they bring this, they can ask you how many number of chromosomes which are here, what is here. If you see 2N, 2N, automatically that is mitosis. If you 2N and 1N, that is meiosis. Yes, this is mitosis. And then now, if this is 20, automatically also this is going to be 20, it's got 2N to N. And then if this is 20, this is 1N, then this is going to be 10. Even this one is going to be 10, it's going to be 10, it's going to be 10, it's going to be 10. That's it. So here, when they bring this diagram, they're just asking you how many chromosomes are there. And they might not tell you that that is a human cell. Yes, it could be something else. So don't think that always we're going to bring a human cell. Yes. And then here, structure of a sperm, we saw it. Yes. Ovum, under the influence of FSH, the diploid cell still undergo, this diploid cell undergo mitosis. This mitosis, yes, form numerous follicle. Only one cell will enlarge to form a mature cell. So meaning that only one cell will enlarge. You understand? To form one mature cell. So it survives. These ones they degenerate. You understand? And the one which survives is the one which makes to be the ovum. So you say that Under the influence of FSH, the diploid cell in the ovary undergoes mitosis. When it undergoes mitosis to form, what does it form? Forms numerous follicles. Cool. One cell inside the follicle enlarges and undergoes meiosis now. Only one cell here will undergo meiosis. It will undergo meiosis 1, then undergo meiosis 2, and then now to produce only one. Yes, among the four, only one which is produced survives to form a haploid mature ovum. That's why you produce one kid per reproductive cycle. If you produce twins, either the one sperm fertilize the ovum into two equal parts, you understand? Then you have identical twins. That's why you can never find an identical twin which is a boy and a girl. Never. Why? Because it is one sperm cell, one ovum. You understand? Then these other ones, maybe you super ovulate. You produce too many ovum, meaning that you can produce more than that. That's when you can produce non-identical twins. That's what it means. So guys, that's it. Don't waste the time stressing too much. That's it. Yeah, just this, nothing else. Yes. So that is clear. So yeah, this is what I was talking about. The menstrual cycle. Here, I know that it's a problem to you. But if you see that this is a problem to you, find a way how you can get some few marks from there. If they bring a graph, get those marks. If they don't bring a graph, they bring something else, still get those marks. We either bring this or we bring this or we bring the graph. You understand? If they don't bring this, that, all these things, yes, it is very important, but you can look at the graph and then you are able to understand. You don't need to know all these things in yes, read them, ne? Read them. Yes, but I'm trying to show you that when you know this graph, automatically you know this, and you know this. Let me show you. If you look at this graph, question they can ask you: did the fertilization take place? If you look at this graph, you have to just look at what shows that fertilization took place. Before we talk about the hormones now, before we talk about what is it, what does it produce, we have not talked about that. Did the fertilization take place? You have three things to look at. Did the fertilization take place in these graphs? Three things to look at. First of all, look at the structure of corpus luteum. That's why I say that you need to know how to label this. I told you that. You need to know how to label that. Look at the structure. If the structure of corpus luteum degenerates, automatically fertilization did not take place. Look at it here. This is Graafian follicle, and then after ovulation, it's corpus luteum. Does it have the same size? No, it degenerates. So fertilization did not take place. And if fertilization did not take place, if corpus luteum degenerates, automatically look at the level of this yellow part, the level of progesterone, because corpus luteum produce progesterone. Check, it drops. So the level of progesterone also drops. Okay, simple. That's done. What about, look here, the endometrium? Did it shrink? Did it bring about blood? Was menstruation accompanied? Yes. Automatically, you can't be fertilized. You can't be pregnant at the same time you are undergoing menstruation. If you see that blood is something else, it's not menstruation. Yes. So if you have such, if you're a lady, you are outside there, you are pregnant, you can't be pregnant 2 times. Even if it is in the morning, evening, lunch, supper, never. You will never. I'm telling you, you will never. So if you see that blood coming out, just know that it's something else. It could be an infection. Yes, just go to the doctor or go to the pharmacist so that they can help you out. Ne? Don't sit there. We still want that baby, which is the baby who is inside there. Yes, all right. All right, we are saying that, did the fertilization take place? Think about it. No. Why? Check corpus luteum. Did it generate? Yes. Did it degenerate? Did not take. It took place. Look at the level of progesterone. Did it go down? Yes. No fertilization. Is it going down? Yes. No fertilization. Is it up? Is it still up like this? Yes. Fertilization took place. Check about the menstruation at the end, not at the beginning, at the end. Yes. If menstruation is not there, is the endometrium shrinking? Starting, it's like a sponge. Is it shrinking? Yes. If it shrinks, fertilization took place. If not, don't think about it. It didn't take place. You understand? So that's how we try to label those questions. Now, another question they ask you: when did the ovulation take place? Ovulation in most cases takes place when you see that spike of a specific hormone spiking. Check this spike, that spike. That's when fertilization, that's when ovulation took place. You see, even there, the ovum is being released. Which hormone spikes out like that? It is luteinizing hormone, LH. When you say LH, we give you a mark. But it's better to write luteinizing hormone. But if it fails, guys, you are right, LH. Yes. It fails, right? Capital L, capital H. We give you a mark. Yes, so it is day 14. Now, what is the function of this? Why is it on day 14? It causes this ovulation take place. You see? And also changes this empty Graafian follicle to corpus luteum. Once this thing has been released, so it changes this empty Graafian follicle, then it puts it to corpus luteum. I think I'm clear there. Eh? You are seeing how we can get marks from this without stressing that much. Because we're not going to ask you questions that describe the menstrual cycle. Those things were there before. Those are gone days. So basically, I'm not explaining the menstrual cycle, because if I'm supposed to explain the menstrual cycle, I'm supposed to explain very well. You understand? Yes. Please know the function. Know the hormone here. Check here. Check here. Check here. Check here. This hormone FSH works here. This hormone LH works here. This hormone works there. This hormone works there. So if it is before day 14, you cannot think about folliculosomatic hormone. You cannot think about, if it is before day 14, you cannot talk about luteinizing hormone. You cannot talk about progesterone. It must be towards day 14 and after. If it is after day 14, you cannot talk about FSH and estrogen. You can't, because these things, they work before day 14. You see, you just have to know how to manipulate this, and then you are able to obtain that distinction. You understand? Yes. So that's it. The last part on reproduction, what you need to know about reproduction, so that I give you some questions. Yes, is copulation, that's sex. Different ways how organisms can do sex. Humans, I don't include you, because we're not, you're a disaster. What practice everything? Humans. All right, fertilization, you know that we talked about it. Process of fertilization, when they talk about the process of fertilization, you talk about the acrosome approaching, the sperm approaching the ovum, the acrosome fertilizing, releasing the enzymes digest the membrane of the ovum, the haploid nucleus of the sperm fuses with the haploid nucleus of the ovum to form a diploid zygote. Basically, that's what you need to talk about. Just look at, think about the sperm coming, sperm coming, sperm coming, sperm coming. Remember, I told you a moving sperm. Yeah, so you are swimming in the swimming pool. You are going. The ovum is here. Automatically, you won't start with the legs. You start with the head. Once the head comes into contact, think about a mango. Yes, you are going. The mango is coming. You are bringing the mango. Coming to the mango. When you reach the mango, what do? You just mango. You are nice. You open the mouth, so that now the acrosome breaks, so that the enzyme is released. That enzyme is released on the mango, on the what? On the ovum. You open the mouth so that you can bite. You understand? How they bite? You understand? Yes. So it's the same thing. When the sperm swims. When it reaches there, automatically, once it releases the enzymes. Once the enzymes are released, automatically, what happens? It digests the membrane of ovum. The haplonucleus of the sperm will fuse the haplonucleus of the ovum to form a diploid zygote. That's fertilization. Guys, life science is easy. Right? Why is it easy? If it is difficult, you have to first love it. When you love it, it will love you too. Hmm. It will love you too. All right. So, lastly, I'm talking about this. Make a mistake. Make a mistake, you go to the paper without knowing that. Make a what? Make a mistake. You go to the paper without knowing that. That will be a major or terrible mistake. So here, um, the sperm fertilizes the ovum. What does it form? It forms a zygote. We call this a zygote. The zygote, look, the zygote, this zygote will undergo what we call mitosis. You understand? When it undergoes mitosis, it forms, remember mitosis, one cell divides from two cells they divide from four cells. So it ends up forming a ball of cells. That ball of cells we call it morula. The morula undergo mitosis repeatedly to form a halo. It has a space. It has a space. It has a space inside. Form a hollow ball of cells, which called blastula. The blastula now forms finger-like outer layer, which called the chorion. Remember, I told you that the outermost membrane, embryonic membrane, is called the chorion. So we call it chorion. It forms the outer layer called the chorion. You understand? Forms what? The outer layer called what? Chorion. That chorion forms finger-like projection. This chorion forms finger-like projection. Yes, those finger-like projection, we call them chorionic villi. That's when maybe you start vomiting in the morning. Yeah, when you are pregnant. Yeah, yeah, you are feeling the pain. Why? They are in, yeah, they are entering you. Ne? Yeah, you know how they enter, ne? Unless you have never been pregnant. If you have ever, yeah, you know how it feel like. Yeah. So now those finger-like projection. You know, when you are writing these papers, you must start thinking about it if you have ever experienced it. Oh, yeah, finger-like projection. When they become there, then this part is one which becomes the placenta. So how do we mark? After fertilization, this is the one N, one N. When they fertilize, you form the two N. Two N, it means that this zygote is two N. It undergoes mitosis. This is also two N to form a ball of cell. So when you are marking, this is what you are looking for. Let me clear up for you, and then you are able to understand what I'm saying. Let me clear up for you, and then you understand what I'm saying. So what I'm saying that after fertilization, a zygote, we give a mark for that. A zygote undergoes mitosis, we give a mark to form a ball of cell. You saying a ball of cell, where is it? Ball of cell. This ball of cell, we give you another mark. Yes. And how do you call that ball of cell? For the morula, we give you another mark, which undergo mitosis to form a halo. This is why the halo, this space, we want to see it. Halo ball of cell. How do you call that halo ball of cell? Blastula, we give you another mark, which forms the chorion, the outer layer, which call the chorion, we give you another mark, which forms finger-like projection, which we call the chorionic villi, we give you another mark. What is the finger-like projection used for? It's used for implantation. We give you another mark. How many marks? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So see, we only want maybe 4. Simple. Yeah, guys. Ne? Reproduction. That's it. The remaining part of reproduction is this one. Is this one. And this one, let me show you what to do here. That's it. And then you have your 41 marks. Let me show you. They ask you this question. Let me show you. Let me show you. Uh-huh. Look at this diagram. Let me make it bigger so that you can see it clear. Yes. They can ask you. You see now the sperm. This is the uterus. They come like this. This is a sperm. This is sperm. This is the ovum. Uh-uh. No, 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 no. Yes, let me show you. Let me show you. Wrong. That's a sperm. This is a sperm. Yes. But now this is a sperm. It moves there, it passes there. It moves, it finds there. So this is a corpus luteum. The ovum has been released. The ovum will find with the sperm. So fertilization takes place there. Then now, this fertilization, now this one forms, starts to divide. So this is a zygote. Then now zygote forms two cells. Two cells. These two cells will undergo mitosis to form a ball of cells which called a morula. Yes, so it's still, I can maybe count the cells, but it can be a morula, and then this is a super morula. You can see, yeah, that's morula. Yeah, and then now the morula will under, see that now the blastula is formed, it formed, but it's starting to implant itself. You see, and then now implantation has taken place there. You see, yes. So basically, can ask you how many cells, number of chromosomes are here, is this is 1n, meaning that is 23. And then how many, how do you call this process, is fertilization. How many chromosomes are in here? It is 2n, which is a zygote, which is 2n, meaning that is 46. And then yes, how do you call this structure which is formed? So we just keep on manipulating questions so that we go off. But you guys, the way how I trust you now, yeah, you are able to get those marks. Guys, what is the function of the placenta? Nutrition. You can talk about all the processes you have in the body. Yes, I talk about nutrition, that is feeding, protection, like the skin, gaseous exchange, that's breathing, excretion, that's when you're going to caca, and then sweating. Or the placenta does everything for the baby. Yeah, endocrine function, that is secretion of hormones. So placenta does everything. The only thing which you guys don't talk about and you're always forgetting is the function of the amniotic fluid. Function of amniotic fluid. You students were always forgetting and confusing this. The function of amniotic fluid is not against the mechanical, it's not providing nutrients, because you see it's a fluid, so you think that it is for nutrition. Shock absorber, prevent dehydration, temperature regulation, yeah, pH, you understand. So when you, a pregnant lady has maybe something which takes her, what, how is this lady going to be protected? Is going to be protected by this fluid. Remember, a fluid liquid is incompressible, so is able to be protected. Yes, so basically that is it. Let's go to our questions now, guys. Let's go to our questions. Last time we saw that one. Can I give you another one? Yes. So I'm gonna give you two, 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 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes. 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. 2 minutes to write for me there. We're gonna go through them, but we want to see those who have got it right. 2 minutes. Yeah. 2 minutes, guys. 2 minutes. Giving you 2 minutes. You still here? Guys, give me answers. Give me answers. I'm still I'm here. Give me answers. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. I'm waiting. It's only hello, Bukhile. Uh-huh. Give me answers, guys. Give me answers. Right. Right. Let's start now. Let's start. Let's start. Let's start. Let's start. Let's start. It's nice to be you, ne? All right. Anyway, start, guys, ne? The first one is saying the process of maintaining a constant environment. Process of maintaining a constant internal environment. Someone said what? Oh, guys, thank you very much for your answers. At least I see you guys. Yeah, man. Yeah, man. Eh? Yeah, I love it. I love it. I love it. So, the process of maintaining a constant internal environment is called homeostasis. That one is called the homeostasis. Is there anyone who said that? Good. I'm seeing people say it. The organelles found in large quantities in the neck region of the sperm cell. You see, we talked about them. Yes, we say that those organelles are called the large quantities. We call them mitochondria. See, we say them here. Here. You see, say them here. Yes. Hmm. They're saying that, so that is done. They're saying that the disease characterized by the degeneration of the brain tissue leading to memory loss. Yes, someone said Alzheimer's disease, correct. So we're going to look at it. Yes, so this one is also covered. Layer of the eye that is richly supplied with blood vessels. That is choroid. Did someone say that? Yeah, someone said it. Thank you. The layer in the eye that is richly, okay, we've done that. The type of development in birds in which young ones are born fully developed, born prepared. So it must start with the word precocial. Did someone say that? Yeah, someone said it. Precocial. Then they're saying that the group of the cell in the pancreas that secrete insulin and glucagon, isolates of Langhans. Someone said that? Yes, someone said it. You guys, you're good students, and you're gonna make it. I'm telling you. I'm telling you. They're saying the structure in the sperm cell that contain enzyme to dissolve the outer membrane of the ovum. The structure in the sperm cell the structure that contains. You understand? Yes, we said it here. We said it here that this structure, yes, it contains enzyme which digests the membrane of the ovum so that fertilization can take place. Correct, which is acrosome. People are giving me the correct answers. Acrosome. Yeah, I will teach you every day, I think. Hey, because I like people who are always participating. Yes. Then you're saying that a group of cells, we have done that. Structure of a sperm cell that contain enzyme, we've done that. Blood vessel that transport carbon dioxide from the fetus to the placenta. Blood vessel that transport carbon dioxide from the fetus to the placenta. Yes. When you are transporting carbon dioxide from the fetus to the placenta, away from the heart, if it is away, it is an artery. So it is going to become umbilical artery. Hey, did someone say that? Umbilical artery. McFerry. Yes, McFerry got it right. But please check about the spelling, ne? The word artery, ne? Yes, artery. It has an R at the beginning, between A and T, ne? Artery. All right, guys. Yeah. Now, these are terminologies. 10 of them, they will come. Make sure you pass them. Make sure you pass them. Because now I want to go to we are done with this. We are done with this. I want to go to these ones now. So that now we have our 95 plus 8. At least we have 100 and yeah, 5, 8, 103. Yes. At least there we know that we're a little bit safe. Yes. Guys, now this section, before I go to the next topic, what to focus on, this section, this is how we answer it. No, before I tell you what to do, can you answer for me 1 point? Can you answer for me this? I'm giving you 1 minute. 1 minute, then I will do with you that. 1 minute, please answer for me that. Answer. Yes, I'm not even going off. I'm waiting for answers. 1.3, one boss. Okay. By the way, guys, don't forget to like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Kio Kio Lebe Kio Lebuhile, ne? Yeah, thank you, members. That small contribution means a lot to us, ne? I'm seeing a lot of members here. Honsi is also a member. I see a lot of members here, ne? Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, that small contribution makes our channel to grow and buy data so that we can streamline for you guys. Yeah, that is not too much, ne? Yeah, it's not too much. All right, guys, ne? Yeah, I'm seeing answers coming. Mobile, Ngoma, Ngema, ne? Ngema, ne? Guys, sorry if I'm pronouncing your name wrongly, ne? Yeah, all right. Guys, I've got what I wanted now. Let's go now. 1.1. Extra embryonic membrane found in amniotic egg. Extra embryonic membrane found in amniotic egg. Remember I told you about the membranes? Yes. So this is the answer is both. The answer is what? Let me just write here. Oh, sorry. You know what I'm cleaning up, Candy. The answer is both A and B. That's the answer. If you wrote both, it's wrong. If you wrote A and B, it's wrong. We cross it. You understand? Because the instruction is saying write both A and B. Do you see how you lose marks? Yes, that's how you lose marks. Then you're saying that structure in the ear that absorbs excess pressure wave from the cochlea. The structure which absorbs excess pressure, yeah, they're saying pinna and then auto nerve. No, they're saying absorb. It's the round window, so it's not here. So the answer is none. You understand? Yes. Then they're saying that the structure that transports semen out of the body. So this one, now you see now, any question which is related to reproduction, you are able to answer it. It's urethra. So the answer is B only. You see, if you wrote B, it's wrong. Yes, it must have the word only. You must have to follow the instructions. You understand? You have to follow the what? The instructions. A only, B only, both A and B, or none. If you change the style, we don't give you anything. You understand? We don't give you anything. Thank you very much, guys. I'm seeing the answers are flowing like water. Ne? Yes, they are flowing like what? Thank you very much, guys. This one process that produce for mature gamete in human from a single diploid cell. The process that produce four mature gametes. Yes, gametes. They are saying four mature. In this case, we are looking from a single diploid cell. Yes, both of them are producing the gametes, but only spermatogenesis. You see what I told you about the spermatogenesis? I said that it produces four sperm cells. Four sperm cells. You see, each one is only one, while this one produces four of them. This is what they are saying. Four of them. See? Yes. So that's what they are looking at. So the answer is B. B only. Yes. They're saying that defense mechanism that protect the plant against herbivore. We're gonna look at them, but they are saying defense mechanism. A defense mechanism that protect against herbivore. Both of them are defensive mechanisms. You understand? But herbivore, to eat them is basically you are talking about the thorns. Yes. So the answer is gonna be A only. The nerve that transmits impulse from retina. The nerve that transmits impulse from the retina to the brain is optic nerve. So the answer is A only. So basically, that is it. That's what you're supposed to look at. So yeah. Okay. Production. Let's do this one together. when you talk about what is A, you see now, we talked about it. What is A? A is, how do you write it? Look at the first gland is called seminovesical. Check. So it's the first gland, meaning that A is seminovesical. The second gland is prostate gland. We talked about it. The last gland before you go out, it is Cowper's gland. You see? Yeah. So basically, it's a Cowper's gland. This is prostate gland. This is seminovesical, and then this one is what? This one is the testis. So part A is seminovesical, hormone produced by B, testis, obviously. So automatically, the answer is going to be the answer is going to be what? It's going to be testosterone. Explain one function of the fluid secreted by prostate gland. You see, function produced by the prostate function is to neutralize the acidic nature of the vagina. Yeah. So that is it. Then we go to yes. Yeah, I will talk about the other one when we reach there. So let's hunt 50 marks. Where to focus on? This one is simple. This one, simple. Just get a paper, talk about what I'm going to talk about. Done. Don't need even to waste a lot of time. Yes. Let's go. Here in a human responsive environment, remember we say that the marks you're going to find there is 54 marks. So if it is 54 marks, 54 marks, guys, 54 marks is a lot. So basically here what you need to know is central nervous system, peripheral nervous system. What's the difference? The central nervous system is made up of the brain, is made up of the what? This brain and the spinal cord. While peripheral nervous system is made up of these other nerves which come from